Chapter 1. The Garden at the Edge of Forever. The gravitational anomaly looked wrong on Gray's displays. Not dangerous wrong. Not the kind of stellar irregularity that demanded evasive action or emergency protocols. Just off. Like a word misspelled in a document nobody would read anyway. "Confirming coordinates," Lieutenant Voss said from the tactical station. His fingers moved across the interface with the bored precision of a man who'd run these scans 10,000 times. "Survey Sector 447 Zeta, right where Command said it would be." Gray watched the long-range sensors paint their target in false-color radiation maps. 20 years of deep space cartography had taught him to read gravitational eddies the way some people read facial expressions. This one didn't match the pattern. Mass concentrations in the wrong places. Energy signatures that flickered at the edge of detectability, then vanished when you looked directly at them. Probability analysis? 83% chance it's a collapsed protostellar fragment. Voss leaned back, arms crossed. 15% it's a rogue planetoid with exotic composition. 2% it's sensor drift, because this ship is held together with optimistic thinking and outdated firmware. And the other 2%? Voss's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. "Alien megastructure, Captain. Obviously." The bridge crew didn't laugh. They'd been in the void too long for that. Ensign Reeves at Communications glanced up from her station, young enough that the joke still landed somewhere between amusing and uncomfortable. She'd been aboard 3 months. Still believed space held wonders instead of just vacuum and statistical anomalies. Gray tagged the readings, filing them in the mission log that would be compressed, transmitted, and promptly ignored by some analysts on Earth who'd retire before the data was reviewed. The UHSV Valiant had been mapping dead space for 15 years. A survey vessel on a circuit that touched nothing of value, cataloged nothing of interest, and justified its operating budget through sheer bureaucratic inertia. Safe, predictable, exactly what Gray had optimized his career for. "Approach vector plotted," Voss said. "Standard passive scan at 20,000 kilometers, then we catalog and move on. Should be done by third watch. Execute." The Valiant was old. Built in the early survey boom, when humanity still believed every star system might hold paradise or profit. Now she hauled her bulk through quantum slip transitions with the weary grace of a cargo hauler past retirement, her corridors smelling of recycled air and machine oil that couldn't quite mask the burnt ozone tang of overstressed power systems. Gray had requested transfer twice in 10 years. Both times, personnel had approved him for another 5-year tour of the same dead sectors. He should have pushed harder. The quantum slip disengagement rattled the deck plating. Gray's coffee sloshed against the rim of his mug. Real ceramic, one of the few personal effects he allowed himself. Around him, the bridge crew settled into their stations with the muscle memory of routine. Reeves straightened her collar. Voss ran diagnostic checks that hadn't found anything wrong in 3 years. Commander Lena Okonkwo appeared from the corridor access, her uniform crisp despite the hour. Intelligence officers didn't sleep on the same schedule as everyone else. Gray had never been sure if that was dedication or insomnia. "Gravitational anomaly?" she asked. "Mass concentration. Probably stellar fragment." "Probably." She moved to the auxiliary display, pulling up the sensor data. Her eyes tracked numbers with the intensity of someone who'd built a career finding patterns in noise. "Emission spectrum is strange." "Strange how?" "Coherent, like it's being modulated." She zoomed in on a waveform, fingers dancing across controls. "Background radiation shouldn't have this kind of periodicity. It's almost like a signal," Voss finished. He'd pulled the same data on tactical. "Electromagnetic broadcasts, low power, very low frequency. Could be natural. Pulsar remnants do weird things." Okonkwo didn't look convinced. She rarely did. "Range?" Gray asked. 15,000 kilometers in closing, Voss said. "Visual acquisition in 90 seconds. Gray set his coffee down. Check the chrono. 0430 shipboard time. In 6 hours, he was supposed to file a preliminary survey report, recommend follow-up assets, and begin quantum slip calculations for the next unremarkable star system on their route. Everything proceeding as expected. The view screen resolved. Reeves made a small sound. Not quite a gasp, more like air escaping. Gray understood. For a moment, the steady background hum of the ship was all he could hear over the rush of blood in his ears. The structure hung against the starfield like a wound in space. Not a stellar fragment, not a rogue planetoid. Architecture, alien architecture on a scale that made the Valiant look like a rowboat floating past a cathedral. The thing was easily 40 kilometers across, maybe more. Sensors were struggling with the readings. A lattice of curved surfaces and geometric impossibilities that hurt to look at directly. Parts of it were dark, dead metal scarred by micrometeorite impacts and radiation. Other sections glowed with faint bioluminescence, organic and wrong. And it was old. Even from here, Gray could see the damage. Whole sections torn away, exposing interior structures like broken ribs. Impact craters pocked the hull in patterns that suggested violence on a cosmic scale. Whatever had built this, whatever had destroyed it, had happened so long ago that stellar drift had carried it to the edge of map space. Jesus Christ, Voss whispered. Gray's training kicked in, protocols for first contact scenarios, dusty and theoretical, and 300 years out of date because nobody believed they'd actually encounter another intelligence. Step 1. Establish safe distance. Step 2. Passive observation only. Step 3. Report to Fleet Command and await instructions. I'll stop, he said. His voice sounded steadier than he felt. Voss, distance to nearest colony? New Nairobi, 42 light years. Threshold station is closer, 38. 38 light years. 3 days travel by quantum slip if you push the engines. 3 days before anyone with actual authority could make decisions. Gray's last first contact briefing had been in Academy, taught by an instructor who treated it like science fiction. Commander Okonkwo, assessment? She was already running analysis suites, pulling reference data from every archaeological survey in the database. No matches. The structural materials aren't consistent with any known stellar engineering. The geometry, she paused, zoomed in on a section of the lattice, violates Euclidean space in ways I don't have math for. This is at least a Type 2 civilization on the Kardashev scale, maybe higher. Inhabited? Life support readings are inconsistent. Some sections show atmospheric retention. Others are hard vacuum. Power signatures are minimal but present. If anyone's home, they're running on emergency reserves. Or waiting, Gray thought. The idea arrived unbidden and unwelcome. The signal, Reeves said. She'd routed the electromagnetic emissions to her station, running them through linguistic analysis software that was technically for cataloging dead languages on human colony worlds. It's repeating. Same pattern every 18 minutes. Can you decode it? Not yet. The modulation is complex, but it's definitely artificial, deliberate. Gray looked at the derelict station, a monument to a civilization that had built wonders and then, what? Died, left, been destroyed so thoroughly that their ruins drifted in the spaces between stars, waiting for curious scavengers to stumble across them. Standard protocol said passive observation. File the report, wait for orders. His career had been built on standard protocol, safe choices, calculated risks, where the worst outcome was bureaucratic censure and reassignment to another dead-end survey route. Captain, Voss was watching him. They all were. This was a discovery that would rewrite textbooks, justify decades of survey funding, prove that humanity's expansion across the stars hadn't been into empty darkness, but into a galaxy that had seen intelligence rise and fall before Earth's sun cooled. 20 years mapping nothing, and here, finally, was something. Preliminary scan, Gray said. Passive sensors only. No active emissions, no approach closer than 10,000 kilometers. Let's see what we're dealing with. Okonkwo's expression was carefully neutral, but he caught the flicker of something, approval, concern, before she turned back to her station. Voss began the sensor sweep without comment. Only Reeves looked uncertain, her hands hesitating over the communications console. Sir, should I prep a priority transmission to Fleet Command? After we have data worth transmitting, Ensign. I'm not sending a fragment report based on visual confirmation. A lie, a small one. But this discovery was theirs, for at least the next few hours. Before some admiral claimed it, before corporate interests started filing exploitation claims, before the bureaucracy descended like locusts. Just for a little while, this impossible ancient thing could belong to the crew of a forgotten survey vessel that had done nothing remarkable for 15 years. Gray watched the scan data populate on his command display. The station's mass distribution was bizarre, dense in some areas, hollow in others, with cavities that suggested habitation or maybe some function human engineering couldn't guess at. The electromagnetic signal pulsed like a heartbeat, patient and endless. Energy readings spiking, Voss said. His casual tone had evaporated. The structure's power output just increased by 40%. Did we trigger something? Unknown. It started 30 seconds after we began active scanning. Okonkwo pulled up comparative analysis. It's not defensive, at least not overtly. The energy is being directed inward, toward... She stopped, looked at Gray. Toward what looks like a data core, like it's waking up. The bridge felt smaller. Gray's mouth was dry. Cease scan. Back us off to 20,000. The Valiant shuddered. Not impact, not a weapon. Something different. The lights flickered. Gray's command displays went dark for a fraction of a second, then blazed back to life, showing readings that couldn't be right. The quantum slip drive, powered down, cold, not engaged, was reporting active energy drain. Talk to me, Voss. The station's synchronizing with our quantum slip drive. Voss's fingers flew across tactical. It's accessing our navigation computer, uploading data, multiple terabytes per second. Sever the connection. There is no connection. It's not physical. It's like it's broadcasting directly into our ship's systems. Quantum entanglement, maybe? I don't know. I don't have a framework for this. Okonkwo was at Voss's station, pulling override protocols that should have isolated the ship's core systems. It's not just uploading data, it's reading us. Ship specifications, crew manifest, navigation logs, everything in our computer core. The derelict station hung on the view screen, unchanged, patient. But now Gray could see faint patterns of light moving through its interior lattice. Data flowing through alien architecture. Cataloging them with the same clinical precision Gray had cataloged 1,000 dead systems. They weren't discovering the aliens. The aliens were cataloging them. Emergency disconnect, Gray said. His heart hammered against his ribs. Cut main power to the quantum drive if you have to. Voss's hands hesitated over the manual shutdown. Sir, cold starting a quantum slip drive takes 48 hours. If we cut power now, do it. The drive shutdown was supposed to be smooth, controlled. Instead, the Valiant lurched like she'd been gut-punched. Emergency lighting flooded the bridge in red. Somewhere deep in the engineering section, alarms screamed about system failures and cascade errors, but the data transfer stopped. Gray exhaled, realized he'd been holding his breath. Round him, the bridge crew was frozen, staring at their dark displays with the wide-eyed shock of people who just touched something that touched back. Damage report, he managed. Voss ran diagnostics through backup systems. Quantum drive is offline. We're on conventional fusion torch for maneuvering. Life support nominal. Weapons, he paused. The weapons locker inventory is missing. The station copied it before we shut down. How much did it get? Okonkwo had pulled the data logs, her face pale in the emergency lighting. Everything. Complete ship specifications, crew biometrics, 300 years of human stellar cartography, language databases, cultural archives. It was reading us like a catalog. Reeves's voice was barely a whisper. Why would it want? Her communications console chirped. Not the standard fleet frequency. Something else. Something broadcasting on every channel simultaneously. Overwhelming their receivers with a signal so clear it bypassed half their filters. It's coming from the station, Reeves said. Her hands shook as she routed it to the main speakers. Static. Then something that might have been language. Phonemes arranged in patterns that human throats weren't built to produce. The computer's linguistic analysis software screamed errors, trying to match the sounds to known human languages and failing. Then it found something. Reeves looked up, her face bloodless. "Sir, the computer just matched the signal. Proto-Sanskrit, dead language, 4,000 years old. It shouldn't. Nothing should be broadcasting in Proto-Sanskrit." "What's it saying?" She opened her mouth, closed it, tried again. "It's repeating one phrase, over and over." Her voice broke on the last word. "Harvest phase initiated." The view screen flickered. For one impossible second, Gray saw Valiant displayed on the station's exterior surface, their ship rendered in perfect detail, labeled with human linguistic markers. Ship class, crew complement, weapons capacity, not a scan. A recognition. The aliens knew their language. They knew their ship. They'd been waiting. Chapter 2. The Weight of Knowing. Okonkwo locked herself in the intelligence vault 12 minutes after Gray ordered radio silence. The vault was a repurposed cargo module, 18 square meters of electromagnetic shielding, and classified hardware that spent most of its time storing personnel files nobody read. Now it held the only air-gapped terminal on the ship, isolated from the network, isolated from whatever the station had touched when it synchronized with their quantum drive. She needed clean data, untainted analysis. The ship's main computers had been compromised the moment that signal hit. Every system that interfaced with the quantum drive was suspect. The emergency lighting cast her shadow in fragments across the bulkheads. Her hands didn't shake as she initialized the terminal. 14 years of intelligence work had taught her to metabolize fear into procedure. Panic later. Work now. The alien data fragments Gray had authorized her to extract before the shutdown sat on an isolated drive, encrypted 3 ways. She cracked her knuckles and started sorting. The Proto-Sanskrit phrase kept looping in her head. Harvest phase initiated. Harvest implied crops, cultivation, something grown deliberately over time. Her father would have laughed at the irony. 23 years he'd spent arguing that human civilization showed signs of external intervention. Published papers that got him blacklisted from every reputable archaeological journal. Died convinced the evidence was being suppressed. She'd spent her career pretending his work didn't exist. Now she pulled up his files. The terminal's fan hummed in the silence. Outside the vault, the Valiant ran on a minimal power, crew confined to quarters, every non-essential system dark. Gray's orders: no transmissions, no active sensors, maintain drift trajectory, play dead and pray the station lost interest. 6 hours since the shutdown. Nothing from the station. No signals, no movement. Just that geometric nightmare hanging in the black, watching them with sensors they couldn't understand. Okonkwo opened her father's research archive. Decades of obsessive pattern matching across disconnected human cultures. She'd inherited the files, never read them. Carrying your father's delusions felt like carrying his bones. She read them now. 3 hours in, she found the first correlation. The station's data dump had included linguistic fragments, partial lexicons, grammatical structures, symbolic notation. The computer had tried to map them against human languages and failed. Too alien. But when Okonkwo cross-referenced the symbolic patterns with her father's archaeological databases, something aligned. Sumerian cuneiform. 3rd millennium BCE. Specific tablets describing the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens, taught agriculture, law, mathematics. Not mythology, technical specifications. She pulled up Egyptian records, the Neteru. Divine instructors who brought writing, astronomy, architecture. Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl. The feathered serpent who taught civilization to the Toltecs. India, the Devas. Celestial engineers who descended in flying palaces, waged wars with weapons that burned like suns. Her father had cataloged 73 instances across 32 disconnected cultures. Beings from the sky, teachers, advisors, every damn one of them introducing technologies that shouldn't exist for centuries. Irrigation systems too sophisticated, astronomical knowledge too precise, Metallurgy too advanced? Convergent evolution, the academic community had said. Humans are clever. They figure things out independently, except the patterns were too consistent. Agricultural packages that appeared fully formed, wheat domestication, rice cultivation, maize hybridization, not gradual development, sudden, complete systems, mathematical frameworks that emerged without evolutionary precursors. Base 60 counting from Sumer. Zero concept from Babylon. Astronomical constants calculated to decimal precision with Bronze Age tools. Warfare. That's what made her stomach turn. Every culture that received these divine advisors showed identical patterns of militarization within 3 generations. Bronze working became weapon forging. Irrigation systems became siege engineering. Astronomical observatories became targeting solutions. The advisors taught civilization. Then they taught war. Okonkwo leaned back, the terminal light burning her eyes. 18 hours in the vault. No food, no sleep. The coffee had run out 6 hours ago. Her father had been right. Worse, she'd known. 14 months ago, she'd compiled a threat assessment for naval intelligence. Pattern recognition across human development showing anomalies that suggested external intervention. She'd flagged it as low probability, high impact, the kind of thing you investigate before it becomes a crisis. Command had buried it, marked it speculative, filed under psychological concerns. Officers shows signs of stress, recommend reassignment to less demanding post. She'd deleted her copies, accepted the reassignment to survey duty, told herself she was being paranoid, seeing patterns that didn't exist, turning into her father. The station had validated every warning she'd suppressed. Her hands found the keyboard, started compiling the evidence. Cultural records matched against the alien data fragments, timeline analysis, geographical distribution. Every advisor figure mapped to major human population centers, the Fertile Crescent, the Nile Delta, the Indus Valley, the Yellow River Basin. Not random, not mythology, seeding. The realization landed like a hell breath finally released. The aliens hadn't discovered humanity. They'd planted humanity, cultivated it, guided development along specific trajectories, and now they were harvesting. She needed to tell Gray. Get this data to someone who could, the terminal chirped. Incoming priority flag from the bridge. Okonkwo opened the channel, Voss's voice tight with control that meant he was barely holding panic at bay. Commander, I need you on the bridge. Now. What happened? The station. It's transmitting. Her blood went cold. Transmitting what? Not to us. Outbound. Long-range quantum entangled carrier wave. I need your intel terminal to triangulate. The bridge systems are still compromised. Okonkwo was already pulling the transmission data, routing it through the vault's isolated network. The station's signal architecture appeared on her screen, multiple simultaneous broadcasts, each one using quantum entangled particles to bypass light speed limitations. 17 discrete channels, 17 destinations. She ran the triangulation, felt the deck drop out from under her. Voss, tell me you're seeing this wrong. I'm not. The 17 destinations painted themselves across her star chart. Every single one of them was a major colony world. New Nairobi, Arcturus Prime, Threshold Station, Titan Lagrange, Europa Deep, Mars Olympus. The most populated human settlements in explored space. How long has it been broadcasting? 6 hours since we arrived. Since they'd arrived. The station hadn't been dormant. It had been waiting for human ships with quantum drives, technology sophisticated enough to carry the activation signal. Okonkwo pulled up the transmission analysis. The quantum carrier wave wasn't just a signal. It was a synchronization protocol, the kind of handshake you use to wake up dormant systems already in place. They're not discovering us, she said. Her voice sounded distant, detached. They're activating something. Activating what? She thought about the advisors, the beings who'd taught humanity agriculture, mathematics, warfare, who'd embedded themselves in every major civilization, guided development, then vanished when their work was done. Vanished, or gone dormant. Sleeper agents, she said. Something they left behind in the colonies. That's, that's insane. We built those colonies. Every structure, every system. We know what's there. Do we? Okonkwo pulled up settlement records. Threshold Station, built on the ruins of a derelict satellite. Origin unknown. Arcturus Prime, settled around an ancient structure the colonists called the Founders' Monument. Composition unidentifiable. New Nairobi, constructed using pre-existing underground infrastructure. Origin attributed to volcanic activity. Every colony, every major population center, built on something already there. She felt sick. I'm bringing this to Gray. He's in his quarters, hasn't left since the shutdown. Then I'm waking him up. Okonkwo saved the data, encrypted it, locked the terminal. Her legs ached when she stood. 18 hours in one position. She'd have bruises. The corridor outside the vault was dark. Emergency lighting painted everything in red. The ship felt dead. No engine vibration. No ventilation hum. Just the creaks of cooling metal and the sound of her boots on deck plating. She made it 3 meters before the lights went out completely. Not emergency shutdown. Not power failure. The lights were switched off in sequence, a deliberate wave of darkness rolling down the corridor toward her. Okonkwo froze, reached for her sidearm. Fleet survey vessels didn't carry personal weapons. She had nothing but her wits and a data chip in her pocket. The darkness stopped. Held. Then something moved in it. Not a sound. A presence. The way you sense someone standing behind you, even in absolute silence. Her eyes adjusted. Emergency backup systems should have kicked in. Should have lit the corridor in dim red. They didn't. Voss, she whispered into her comm. Static, dead channel. The presence moved closer. She could feel it. The displacement of air. The wrongness of something occupying space that had been empty. Then the emergency lights flickered back. Her father stood at the end of the corridor. Not a hallucination, not a memory. Hima. Dr. Kwame Okonkwo, dead 7 years from a stroke in his research apartment, wearing the same expedition jacket he'd been buried in, looking exactly as he had the last time she'd seen him alive. He smiled, said nothing. Just stood there. Impossible. Real. The lights went out again. Hariri, Chapter 3. First Blood. Tarek made the call in the armory while Gray was still locked in his quarters arguing with Okonkwo over the comm. 6 hours. The station had been broadcasting to 17 colonies for 6 hours, and Fleet Command didn't know. Couldn't know. Radio silence meant exactly that. The Valiant wasn't talking to anyone until Gray decided the risk was acceptable, which meant Gray would wait for intel, analysis, consensus, which meant people died while he waited. Tarek checked the magazine in his sidearm. 30 rounds, full metal jacket. Survey ships carried small arms for wildlife threats on new worlds, not combat. The weapon felt like a child's toy. He holstered it anyway. Chen, Kowalski, Nwankwo, you're with me. He kept his voice low. The armory was supposed to be empty this shift. Light kit, 1 hour of air. We're not staying long. Private Chen was already suited up. The kid had been waiting. Boarding action, Sergeant? Reconnaissance. Tarek pulled his pressure suit from the locker. The fabric was stiff. He hadn't used it in 8 months. Survey vessels didn't do EVA often. We find their comms hub. Uplink a tight beam warning to fleet. Get out. Captain authorized this? Kowalski asked. She was already checking seals on her helmet, which meant she knew the answer. Captain's busy. Nwankwo laughed. Short, hard. We're going rogue. Fantastic. We're doing our jobs. Tarek sealed his suit, checked pressure. Green lights. Fleet needs to know. The colonies need to know. We can sit here running analysis while those 17 sites activate, or we can get a message out. And if the station objects? Chen's hands moved through the equipment checks automatically. Good training or good fear, didn't matter which. Then we move fast. Tarek pulled up the sensor data on his wrist display. The scar's topology was fractal, geometry that shouldn't work in 3-dimensional space but did anyway. His suit's mapping software kept throwing errors trying to render it. But there, 700 meters into the structure, a massive power concentration that pulsed in regular intervals. Broadcasting intervals. That's our target. We go in, plant a relay beacon on their transmitter, piggyback our warning onto their signal. They're already transmitting. Fleet's listening arrays will catch the anomaly. Assuming their transmission uses anything like our physics, Kowalski said. You have a better idea. I'm listening. Silence. Gear check. 2 minutes. They move through the ritual. Pressure seals, air reserves, comlinks, mag boots, sidearms. Tarek had done this 100 times in training, twice in actual emergencies. Never combat. Survey Marines were supposed to be decorative security, not shock troops. His suit felt wrong. Too light. Too flimsy for what they were about to do. The airlock cycled. Beyond the inner door, the umbilical passage they'd extended to the scar's surface waited. 200 meters of reinforced flex tunnel, mag anchored at both ends. It looked like a proboscis feeding on the station's dark hull. Comms discipline, Tarek said. Suit to suit only. Assume the station is listening. They entered the umbilical single file. Tarek first, then Chen, Kowalski, Nwankwo. The passage was tight, designed for equipment transfer, not personnel movement. Tarek's mag boots clanged on the metal flooring. Each step echoed down the tunnel. Halfway across, Chen spoke. Sergeant, movement on the hull. Tarek stopped, checked his rear camera feed. The scar's surface was shifting, not like metal plates sliding, like skin, organic movement, ripples spreading from where the umbilical touched, radiating outward in perfect circles. Faster, Tarek said. They reached the station's entry port, a circular opening that had appeared when they had extended the umbilical. No door, no mechanism, just an aperture that formed like a dilating pupil. Tarek stepped through. Gravity caught him wrong. His inner ear screamed. The passage beyond was angled 30 degrees from the umbilical, but his boots said down was down, even though his eyes said otherwise. He stumbled, caught himself on the wall. The wall was warm, not metal warm, body warm. Christ, Kowalski whispered behind him. The interior was nothing like the exterior. Outside, the scar had looked like a station. Angular, geometric, clearly artificial. Inside was cathedral space. Vaulted ceilings that curved into themselves. Architecture that hurt to look at directly. The walls were black but not dark. They absorbed light and reflected something else. Tarek's helmet lamp created shadows that pointed in the directions shadows shouldn't go. Mapping software is toast, Chen reported. Can't even render this. Breadcrumbs. Tarek pulled a can of spray marker from his belt, made a bright orange X on the wall beside the entry. Every 30 meters. We get lost in here. We follow the trail home. They moved deeper. The passages branched, merged, spiraled. Tarek marked their trail, checked his wrist display. The power source was below them, or ahead. His sensors couldn't agree on direction in this geometry. The silence was wrong. No machinery hum, no ventilation, just their breathing and the soft impacts of mag boots on the floor, which wasn't metal, wasn't composite, wasn't anything his suit database recognized. Contact, Nwankwo said. 3 o'clock, 50 meters. Tarek turned, saw it. A structure embedded in the wall, vertical cylinder, 2 meters tall, filled with liquid that glowed faint blue. Inside, suspended, something that might have been a body once, skeletal now. 4 arms, 3 legs, a skull like a crushed flower. Tag it, Tarek said. Keep moving. They found 6 more in the next passage. Different species, at least Tarek assumed they were different. Hard to tell from bones. One had a torso like a rib cage turned inside out. Another was just a spine coiled like rope. A third was almost human-shaped. Almost. They're specimens, Kowalski said. Preserved, cataloged. Chen sprayed orange marker beside each cylinder. There's alphanumeric symbols. Look, standard grid notation, rows 7, column 3. They've organized them. How many rows? Tarek asked. Chen checked the next cylinder, row 12. The one after, row 48. Hundreds, Nwankwo said. This is hundreds of species. Tarek's comm crackled. Gray's voice distorted by interference. Econ team, respond. Tarek, if you're... Static ate the rest. Sir, we're inside the scar, Tarek said. Found specimen storage. Multiple extinct. Immediately, that's a direct... More static. Activating, get out of... The passage lit up. Not lights turning on. The walls themselves began to glow. Soft at first, then brighter, cycling through colors that didn't have names. The preserved specimens pulsed in response, their containment field synchronizing with the wall's rhythm. Move, Tarek said. They ran. The architecture shifted around them, passages opening where walls had been, floors tilting into ramps. Tarek's inner ear gave up trying to orient. He followed his wrist display, chasing the power source that was now definitely below them. The passage ended in a chamber. It was a sphere. Perfect. 50 meters across. The walls were covered in symbols, not carved, not projected. Living, flowing across the surface like water. In the center of the sphere, suspended in nothing, a construct that looked like a tree made of light. Branches spread in fractals, each one ending in a node that pulsed. Broadcasting nodes. There, Tarek said. Chen, get the relay beacon on that structure. On it. Chen pulled the beacon from his pack, a cylinder the size of his forearm, packed with Fleet's latest tight beam technology. He activated it, checked the sync. Need to get within 10 meters. The sphere had no floor, just curved wall all the way around. They'd have to jump, catch the construct, hope their mag boots found purchase. Tarek went first, kicked off from the entry passage, sailed across empty space. The construct grew larger. Close up, it was massive. Branches thick as his torso, pulsing with light that made his helmet's sun filter activate. His boots caught. He was standing on the construct sideways, the sphere's wall to his left, the entry passage below him. Gravity was a suggestion here. Clear, he called. Chen jumped next, landed beside him, pulled the beacon, started interfacing with the construct. Looking for their transmission protocol. If I can match the signal pattern. The symbols on the sphere's walls froze, then changed. Human alphabet, human numerals, scrolling text in a dozen Earth languages, cycling faster and faster. Harvest iteration, 840, and species, Homo sapiens. Cultivation, status, mature. Deviation from baseline, 2.3%. Military response capability, testing initiated. Chen, faster, Tarek said. Got it. Uploading warning now. Chen's helmet display reflected the data stream. Fleet codes, emergency broadcast, colony locations. Transmitting. The construct pulsed. Every node lit up at once. So bright, Tarek's visor went black, protecting his eyes. When it cleared, the chamber was full of things. Not drones, not robots. Organic mechanical hybrids, each one different. One had 6 legs and a body like a mantis, bladed arms that ended in weapons. Another was spherical, covered in eyes. A third was just wings and claws and something that might have been a mouth. They hovered, waiting. Sergeant, Nwankwo whispered, they're not attacking. She was right. The things, Tarek counted 14, floated in formation around them, watching. One of them drifted closer, tilted what passed for a head, studying. Back to the entry, Tarek said. Slow, don't run. They moved. The constructs followed, maintaining distance, escorting them. Kowalski reached the passage first. Clear path. Let's... The entry sealed, wall flowing like liquid, filling the aperture in seconds. Tarek spun. Every passage leading into the sphere was closing, one by one, smooth and silent. Beacon still transmitting, Chen said. Message got out. Great. Nwankwo checked her weapon. We're trapped, but at least Fleet knows we're dying. The constructs moved closer, tightening the circle, but still not attacking, just watching. Cameras embedded in alien bodies recording every movement, every decision, testing. Tarek raised his sidearm, 30 rounds, 14 targets. Bad math. They're not killing us, he said. They're studying us. The constructs settled into a perfect holding pattern. Patient, waiting to see what the humans would do. Behind them, through the sphere's translucent walls, Tarek saw the umbilical passage, It detached from the scar's hull and tumbled into space, trailing atmosphere like blood. Chapter 4. The Price of Hesitation. Gray was in the CIC when Tarek's beacon went silent. Not dead. The vitals feed still showed 4 heartbeats, elevated but stable. Just cut off. The umbilical's tether camera showed nothing but tumbling stars, and the scar's hull rotating past, atmosphere venting in white plumes that froze instantly. Extraction window? Gray kept his voice level. Command voice. Like he wasn't watching 4 Marines suffocate in an alien coffin. 6 minutes before the drift puts them beyond retrieval range. Boss didn't look up from his console. Assuming they can reach an egress point, which they can't, all passages sealed. Gray's hands found the rail. Knuckles didn't go white. That was novelist bullshit, but his grip tightened enough that the metal warmed under his palms. 6 minutes. Okonko pushed through the CIC hatch. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. Her father's probably, if the corridor stories were true, but her voice was steady. We need that recon data. Whatever Tarek found, whatever he uploaded. 4 Marines are trapped. Voss cut her off. With unknown hostiles. We have 6 minutes to save the ship or lose it trying to save them. The ship's not in danger. Yet. Voss finally looked at Gray. Captain, we cut the umbilical, reverse thrust, get clear. We can't help them, but we can ensure their warning reaches fleet. Okonkwo's jaw worked. They found something in there. The archive, the species catalog. If we leave, they die either way, Voss said. Gray ran the numbers. Probability matrices, risk assessments, the calculus commanders learned at academy but never admitted using. 4 lives versus 300. 4 Marines who disobeyed orders versus a crew that followed them. 4 versus fleet's need for intel. The math was clean. The decision wasn't. Options, Gray said. Voss pulled up tactical. Gauss cannons could punch through the hull where they're trapped. Create an exit, but we'd need precision targeting from external drones, and the debris field would shred anyone in EVA trying to escape through it, Okonkwo finished. Plus, we'd be committing an act of war against a potentially hostile alien intelligence. It's already hostile. It took our people. It's studying them. There's a difference. Gray watched the vitals feed. Chen's heart rate was spiking. Panic, probably, or exertion. Kowalski's was dropping. Combat train regulation breathing. Nwankwo steady. Tarek elevated but controlled. They weren't screaming, weren't burning air pleading for rescue. Professionals, waiting to see what their captain would do. 40 seconds passed while Gray thought. The extraction window narrowed. 5 minutes 30, then 5:15. Captain? Voss's voice had an edge now. Gray opened his mouth, closed it. The words should have been simple. Extract or abandon, fire or withdraw. Command was decision, just choose. But he saw his reflection in the dark screen. Saw a man who'd spent 20 years avoiding exactly this moment. Survey captains didn't make life or death calls. They cataloged, observed, reported. Safe work for safe commanders. Someone laughed in the corridor outside, Reeves probably, telling a joke to Chen's replacement. The ship didn't know, didn't care, kept running, air recycling, lights on. Like 4 people weren't dying 6 kilometers away. 5 minutes, Voss said. Gray checked the timeline again. Tarek's team had been inside 18 minutes. The warning beacon had transmitted for 3 before cutting out. Fleet would have it by now. Logged, flagged, routing up the chain of command. Someone else's problem in 12 hours when the analysts finished their brief. 12 hours these Marines didn't have. Prep emergency extraction, Gray said. Full burn. I want... The vitals spiked. All 4 at once. Chen's heart rate hit 180. Kowalski's dropped to 45. Nwankwo flatlined for 2 seconds. Sensor glitch, had to be, then spiked to 220. On the external feed, the scar's surface rippled, not like metal, like skin. Captain, Okonkwo said quietly, they're running the tests. What tests? On Tarek's team, fight or flight. Stress response, tactical decision-making under duress. She pulled up her analysis. The species archive, the cultivation data. Every civilization that came before us went through this. The station measures combat psychology, capacity for sacrifice, how we handle impossible choices. Voss turned. It's testing them? It's testing us. Okonkwo met Gray's eyes. What we do right now, abandon them, attempt rescue, negotiate, it's all data. The station is watching how we respond to losing our people. Then we don't lose them? Gray's voice came out harder than intended. Voss prepped the Gauss cannons. Target hull section, Delta 7, directly above their position. Precision strike. I want an exit hole, not a crater. Voss hesitated. Sir, that's an order, Lieutenant. Execute. The CIC went quiet. Somewhere a cooling fan whirred. Someone's console chirped. Normal sounds in a situation that had stopped being normal the moment they'd found this thing. Okonkwo stepped closer. Marcus, if you fire on it, I'm getting my people back. You're giving it exactly what it wants. Proof that humans respond to threats with overwhelming force, that will sacrifice principle for personnel, that we're predictable. I don't care what it wants. Gray turned to the weapons console. Voss? Cannons charging. Target locked. We'll have firing solution in 90 seconds. On the vitals feed, Tarek's heart rate climbed. The man was running or fighting, impossible to tell. Chen's dropped suddenly. Unconscious, maybe, or worse. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Gray watched the weapons charge indicator tick upward. Gauss cannons were survey ship self-defense, mining debris, rogue asteroids, the occasional hostile fauna on first contact worlds. Not rated for hull penetration against unknown alien alloys, but they'd do damage, and damage meant exit. 70 seconds, Voss said. The scar's surface patterns changed. Symbols Gray didn't recognize flowing like water, rearranging, broadcasting something on frequencies the Valiant couldn't interpret, talking to itself, or to them. Okonkwo pulled up translation matrices. It's asking a question. In what language? All of them. Her screen showed parallel text strings, English, Mandarin, Arabic, Hindi, 50 human languages simultaneously. It's asking, what will you pay? Gray's throat tightened. For what? It doesn't specify. Could be asking what we'll sacrifice to save them. Could be asking what they'll cost us later. Could be, the hull shuddered. Not collision, something else. Energy spike from the scar, Voss reported. Massive. It's Jesus. The view screen lit up. The scar's aft section opened like a flower. Petals of hull plating folding back to reveal interior spaces vast enough to swallow ships. Inside, light. Not human spectrum. Something deeper. The red of old blood or dying stars. Tarek's team vitals stabilized. All four simultaneously. They're moving, Okonkwo said, toward the opening. Extraction opportunity, Voss said. If we position the shuttle, 40 seconds to firing solution. Gray made the call. Hold fire. Launch shuttle. Retrieval protocol. Sir, the cannons. I said hold. Voss killed the charge sequence. The weapons console dimmed. Gray watched the shuttle launch. Reeves piloting, Diana in the co-seat, both suited for emergency EVA. The small craft looked like a toy next to the scar's open maw. Fragile, inadequate. But it was fast. 3 minutes. On the vitals feed, Tarek's heartbeat maintained controlled elevation. Moving at combat pace, not fleeing. The others followed. Chen's rate climbing back from unconsciousness. Kowalski steady, Nwankwo elevated but functional. I have visual, Diana's voice crackled over comms. They're walking. 4 figures in EVA suits, moving across the interior surface like it's down. Gravity? Gray asked. Shouldn't be, but they're not floating. Diana paused. Contact, I see them. They're waving us in. Negative, Gray said. They come to you. Do not enter that structure. Copy. Holding at threshold. 2 minutes. On screen, the shuttle hovered at the scar's opening. Inside, the 4 Marines walked toward the exit, silhouetted against that red light. They moved normally, not stumbling, not injured, like they were strolling through a hangar instead of crossing alien architecture that shouldn't exist. 90 seconds, Voss said. Then drift puts them beyond recovery. Gray counted heartbeats, his own, stable at 72. Command training. The ability to stay calm while everything burned. Useful skill, hollow comfort. The Marines reached the threshold. 1 minute. Chen jumped first. Diana caught him with the shuttle's grapple arm, pulled him to the airlock. Then Kowalski, Nwankwo. Tarek stood at the edge, looking back. Sergeant, Diana called. We need to go, now. Tarek didn't move. 45 seconds, Voss said. Tarek. Gray used the command channel direct to the Marine's suit comm. Get on that shuttle. The sergeant turned, faced the camera. His faceplate was dark, but Gray felt the look anyway. The weight of command, the burden of choices made without permission. Got what we came for, Captain, Tarek said. It's in Chen's suit recorder. Everything. Good, now move. It's not done with us. I don't care, move. Tarek jumped. Diana caught him. The airlock cycled. 30 seconds, Voss said. Shuttle's at the limit. Bring them home, Gray ordered. Diana fired thrusters. The shuttle pulled away from the Scar, burning hard for the Valiant. Behind it, the alien structure's open section began to close. Petals folding back, sealing, returning to the smooth obsidian hull. Not obsidian. Don't use purple prose. Returning to the smooth, dark hull. They're clear, Okonkwo said. Gray didn't relax. Wouldn't. Until they were aboard. Until he could see them. Count them. 4 living Marines instead of 4 sets of vitals on a screen. The shuttle crossed the distance. Docked. Seals confirmed. Diana's voice came through. Package delivered. All 4 accounted for. Medical bay, Gray ordered. Full decon protocol. I want them scanned, tested, debriefed. Aye, Captain. Gray turned from the screen. His hands ached. He'd been gripping the rail for 12 minutes. The metal had gone cold again. Sir. Voss closed out the weapons console. We should withdraw. Put distance between us and that thing before. Okonkwo's screen flared. Energy spike. Bigger than before. It's... The Scar moved. Not drifting. Not rotating. Moved. Lateral thrust with no visible propulsion. No exhaust plume. No reaction mass. It just displaced. 5 kilometers in 3 seconds. Every alarm on the Valiant screamed at once. Collision alert, Voss said, voice tight. It's on intercept vector. Impact in 40 seconds. Evasive, Gray said. Full reverse. The Valiant's drives engaged, burning hard. The deck tilted. Gray caught himself on the rail. 30 seconds. The Scar accelerated, matched their thrust, closed the distance. It's not avoiding us, Okonkwo said. No shit, Voss muttered. 20 seconds. All weapons free, Gray ordered. Fire. The Gauss cannons opened up, magnetically accelerated slugs, hypervelocity, designed to shatter asteroids. They hit the Scar's hull and vanished. No impact sparks, no debris, just gone like shooting into water. 10 seconds. Brace for impact, Gray said. The crew grabbed restraints, sealed helmets. Did the final things you do before dying in space. 5 seconds. The Scar stopped. Dead halt, 0 to stationary in an instant that should have torn the structure apart. It hung there, 500 meters from the Valiant's bow. Close enough to see surface details. The flowing symbols, the patterns, the impossible geometry of something that had been waiting in the dark for longer than human civilization. Gray's console chimed. Incoming transmission. Not audio, not video. Just text, scrolling in English across every screen in the CIC. Harvest complete. Quarantine initiated. Remain. Captain, Voss said. We should, Okonkwo gasped. Marcus, look at the long-range sensors. Gray pulled up the feed. The star system spread out before them. Arcturus Prime, its satellites, the orbital tracks of 17 colony worlds. Except there were only 16 now. New Nairobi's signal had vanished. Complete. Total. No distress call. No debris field. No evacuation traffic. Just gone, like someone had reached down and plucked 6 million people out of existence. Gray stared at the empty orbital track where a world had been, turned to order long-range scan verification. Commander Diana wasn't at her station. He blinked. She'd been there 30 seconds ago. He'd heard her voice on comms, seen her docking the shuttle. "Where's Diana?" Gray asked. The crew looked around. Empty station, empty chair. "She was just..." Voss started. "Find her," Gray ordered. They checked the corridors on internal cameras. The shuttle bay. The medical bay where she'd delivered Tarek's team. Nothing. No one. Diana's suit beacon showed her in the CIC. But the CIC was empty except for Gray and his bridge crew. Gray walked to her station. Her coffee was still warm. He turned. She was gone. The room had no other exits. Chapter 5. Triage. Singh counted bodies in morgue slots, not medbay beds. 20. All from the mining outpost's administrative wing. All vacuum exposure. The kind where lungs turn inside out and blood boils in the veins and eyes rupture like overripe fruit. She'd seen it before. Mars Riots 42. But that was combat. This was a rescue that came 40 seconds too late. Her hands moved on autopilot, sealing the last compartment, logging the death, updating the manifest. The bodies would stay frozen until they could be returned to families. Standard procedure. Like there was anything standard about this. "Doctor." Reeves stood at the medbay entrance, still suited, helmet under one arm. "We've got the survivors in quarantine 2, 16 total, most ambulatory, 3 critical." Singh stripped her gloves. The recycled air smelled wrong, too clean, the scrubbers working overtime to erase the stink of death. "Tarek's team?" "Decon chamber. Captain wants full scans before they're cleared." He should have wanted that before he sent a shuttle into that thing. Reeves didn't respond. "Smart kid." Singh pushed past her into the corridor. Medical bay on a survey ship wasn't built for mass casualties. 2 trauma beds, 1 surgical suite. A quarantine ward designed for biological samples, not patients. She'd stretched it to handle 16 refugees and 4 Marines who might be carrying alien contamination. The mathematics didn't work, but mathematics never did when people were bleeding. Quarantine 2 was a converted cargo hold, hastily rigged with cots and IV stands. The survivors sat or lay in various states of shock. A woman with second-degree burns across her left arm. A man cradling ribs that moved wrong when he breathed. A kid, couldn't be older than 12, staring at nothing with eyes that had seen the administrative wing decompress. Singh started triage the way she'd been trained. Check airways, check circulation, prioritize who lives, who waits, who's already gone. The woman with burns first. Singh cleaned the wounds, applied gel that would prevent infection and promote healing. The woman didn't flinch, didn't speak. Just stared at the bulkhead like it held answers. "What's your name?" Singh asked. No response. "I need your name for medical records." The woman blinked. "Torres. Elena Torres. I was..." Her voice cracked. "I was filing reports when the hull breach alarm went off. I ran. Some people didn't. You're safe now." Torres laughed. Wrong sound. Broken. "Am I..." Singh moved to the next patient. The man with broken ribs. Chen, according to his ID tag, different Chen than Tarek's Marine, needed imaging to check for internal bleeding. She helped him onto the scanner bed, programmed the sweep. "Doc?" Chen grabbed her wrist. His grip was weak. "My wife was in admin. Did she..." Singh checked her manifest. Chen, Maria, listed among the 20. She met his eyes. Didn't lie. His grip loosened. He turned his face away. The scanner hummed. Singh watched the results populate. 3 fractured ribs, no organ damage, treatable. She administered pain meds, wrapped his chest, moved on. 12 patients later, her hands were shaking. Not from exhaustion, from the accumulated weight of what she couldn't fix. Torres's empty stare, Chen's grief. The kid who wouldn't stop watching the door like his parents might walk through, even though they were frozen in morgue slots. Singh stepped into the corridor, pressed her back against the bulkhead, breathed. The ship's intercom crackled. Dr. Singh to Decon 1. Tarek's team is ready for examination. She wanted to say no, wanted to finish treating the survivors first, the living before the possibly infected. But Gray's order had been explicit. The Marines got priority. They'd been inside the scar. They might be carrying something, might be compromised. Singh pushed off the wall, headed for decon. The chamber was sealed. The 4 Marines visible through reinforced glass. They'd stripped their EVA suits and stood in standard-issue scrubs, waiting. Tarek looked tired but intact. Chen, the Marine, had a cut above his left eye, already scabbed. Kowalski favored his right leg. Nwankwo kept touching her left ear like the pressure hadn't equalized. Singh accessed the intercom. How are you feeling? Like we just got the shit tested out of us by alien robots, Kowalski said. Otherwise peachy. Headaches? Nausea? Visual disturbances? Nothing worth bitching about. Singh ran them through the protocol. Blood draws via the decon chamber's remote arm. Tissue samples, neurological scans. Every test she could run without opening the chamber and potentially exposing the ship to contamination. The results came back clean. Human baseline. No foreign proteins, no anomalous cellular activity, no signs of infection or alteration, but the scans showed something else. Sergeant Tarek, Singh said, your stress hormone levels are elevated. Cortisol, adrenaline, both at 3 times normal. When did you last sleep? Tarek shrugged. Don't remember. You need rest. I need to debrief Gray. Captain Gray can wait. You're... With respect, Doctor, no, he can't. Tarek's voice was flat, professional, the tone of someone who'd learned to function past exhaustion. We found something in there, something Fleet needs to know, and every hour we sit in decon is an hour we're not warning people. Singh wanted to argue, wanted to cite medical authority, to order rest and recovery, but she'd been military long enough to know when the argument was already lost. 6 hours, Ishonishantu, she said. Then I'm pulling you off duty whether Gray likes it or not. Fair. Singh cleared them from decon, watched them file out, moving stiff and careful, like people who'd pushed their bodies too far and knew it. Tarek paused at the door. The admin staff, he said. The ones who died. That's on Gray, isn't it? His hesitation. Singh didn't answer. Right. Tarek left. Singh returned to quarantine too. The next 8 hours blurred into routine. Dressing wounds, administering antibiotics, monitoring vitals. Torres developed an infection despite the gel. Chen's ribs required additional stabilization. The kid finally spoke, asked where his parents were, and Singh had to tell him. She was checking on a patient with minor lacerations when Voss appeared in the doorway. Doctor, we have a problem. Singh didn't look up from her sutures. Join the club. One of your patients is showing anomalous readings. Remote monitoring flagged her an hour ago. I've been running verification. Now Singh looked up. Which patient? Kira Oban, 17, from the mining outpost. She was in Medbay 3 with minor contusions. Singh pulled up Kira's file. Healthy teenager, no pre-existing conditions, treated for bruising and released to quarantine 2. Current status, stable. What kind of anomalous readings? Voss transferred the data to Singh's tablet. Cellular activity in Kira's bloodstream that shouldn't exist. Microscopic structures organizing into patterns. Replicating. Nanomachines. Christ. Singh moved. Fast. Through the corridor to Med Bay 3 where Kira had been sleeping. Except she wasn't sleeping. She sat on the edge of the bed staring at her hands. Her pupils were dilated, tracking movements Singh couldn't see. Kira! Singh kept her voice calm. Approached slowly. How are you feeling? The girl looked up. Her eyes were normal. Brown, human, scared. Something's wrong, Kira whispered. I can feel it. Inside, moving. Singh scanned her. The nanomachines were concentrated in her nervous system, branching through neural pathways like invasive vines. But they weren't destroying tissue. They were integrating. Can you hear them? Kira asked. Hear who? The voices. They're... Kira flinched. They're asking questions. About us. About the ship. They want to know if we're ready. Ready for what? Kira's eyes focused. For a moment, she looked completely lucid. The harvest. It's not about killing us. It's about measuring, testing. They need to know if we've matured enough. Enough for what? For the next phase. Kira grabbed Singh's arm. Her grip was too strong. Doctor, they're coming. The structures, more of them. They're going to. Kira convulsed, went rigid. Her eyes rolled back. Singh caught her before she hit the deck, lowered her onto the bed, checked vitals, heart rate spiking, blood pressure dropping, neural activity off the charts. Medical emergency, Singh called over the intercom. I need. Kira's eyes snapped open, but they weren't brown anymore. They were silver, reflective, alien. 30 minutes, she said in a voice that wasn't entirely hers. Incoming, multiple contacts, station-class structures. They will test you now. Singh stepped back. Kira blinked. Her eyes returned to brown. She looked confused, terrified. What did I just say? The ship's alarm screamed. Red lights flooded the medical bay. Voss's voice over the intercom, tight with fear. Contacts on long range. Captains calling battle stations. Multiple unknowns inbound. Singh looked at her chronometer. 30 minutes to whatever was coming. 29 minutes, 58 seconds. 57. 56. Chapter 6. Weapons of Desperation. 28 minutes. Voss rerouted power from life support to weapons. The crew could breathe recycled air for 6 hours. They'd be dead in 30 minutes if the Gauss cannon stayed cold. Capacitor banks charging, Reeves reported. 80%. 90. Shields? Up. Holding at 60% efficiency. 60. Survey ship deflectors designed for micrometeorites, not combat. The incoming structures would cut through them like tissue paper. Voss pulled up the long-range feed. 5 contacts. Station class, Kira had said, each one massing at least twice the Valiant. They weren't burning toward the ship. They were just appearing. Quantum displacement. One moment nothing, next moment solid matter occupying space. Magic. Or technology so advanced it looked like magic. Distance? Gray's voice over the comm. 4 million clicks in closing. Burn rate suggests intercept in. Voss checked. 26 minutes. Weapon status? Gauss cannons online. Point defense active. Missiles armed. Voss didn't mention they had 12 missiles total, designed for mining operations, not ship-to-ship combat. Sir, we're not equipped for this. I'm aware, Lieutenant. Work with what we have. Work with what we have. Fleet doctrine for getting people killed. Voss disconnected from Gray's channel, opened engineering. I need the quantum slip drive. The engineer, Nakamura, fresh from academy, probably never seen combat, hesitated. Sir, the drive's offline. Cooldown cycle after our last jump. I don't need it to jump. I need it to make noise. I don't. The structures are tracking our quantum signature. We flood the local space with quantum static. Maybe we blur their targeting. Voss was making this up as he went. No fleet manual for fighting ancient alien harvesters. Can you do it? I can burn out the drive doing it. Will it work? Maybe? Do it. 24 minutes. Voss turned to Tarek, stationed at Secondary Tactical. The Marine had refused medical rest, insisted on manning a post. Stubborn bastard. Sergeant, I need you to coordinate point defense. Anything gets through our screens, you shoot it. Tarek nodded, pulled up the targeting interface. His hands moved too fast, overcorrecting. Exhaustion or adrenaline? Both, probably. You good? Voss asked. Fine. Not fine, but functional. That would have to do. The CIC hummed with preparation. Reeves cycling through shield frequencies. Gray coordinating damage control teams. Okonkwo at sensors, analyzing the incoming structures, searching for weaknesses. Voss envied them their focus, their certainty that preparation mattered. He'd run the numbers. Survey ship versus 5 station class unknowns. The math was clean. They were going to die. Question was how many they'd take with them. Sir, Okonkwo's voice tight. The structures are accelerating. New intercept time, 19 minutes. So much for 26. Voss pulled up weapons targeting. The Gauss cannons were designed for precision, surgical strikes on asteroid cores, controlled demolition. Now he needed them to kill. He overrode the safety protocols, disabled the firing solutions that prevented collateral damage, set the cannons to full automatic, maximum rate of fire. The system threw up warnings. This configuration would burn out the barrels in 90 seconds. The recoil would stress the Valiant's frame beyond tolerance. Structural failure likely, Voss confirmed anyway. Lieutenant, Gray said, what are you doing to my weapons? Jury rigging, sir. You wanted me to work with what we have. You're going to tear the ship apart. They're going to do that anyway. Voss loaded targeting solutions. This way we hit back first. Silence on the comm. Then, proceed. 16 minutes. The quantum drive started screaming. Voss felt it through the deck. Vibration that climbed into his bones made his teeth ache. Nakamura was flooding local space with quantum noise, turning the Valiant into a signal beacon that scrambled every sensor in range, including their own. Sensors degrading, Okonkwo reported. Can't get clean reads on the structures. Can they get clean reads on us? Unknown. Good enough. Voss checked the missile batteries. 12 birds. Mining explosives with improvised targeting packages. He'd stripped the safeties, overloaded the warheads. Each one would detonate with enough force to crack an asteroid. Would it even scratch alien hull plating? Only one way to find out. Reeves, plot firing solutions. I want missiles away at 10 million clicks. Spread pattern, maximum dispersal. That's extreme range, sir. Targeting won't be accurate. We're not trying to hit them. We're trying to make them react. See how they move. Reeves worked the problem. Young, competent, too inexperienced to argue when orders made no sense. Voss had been like that once, before Io. Before he'd learned that survival meant ignoring doctrine and doing whatever worked. 12 minutes. The structures closed. Voss could see them on visual now, dark against the starfield. Angular geometries that hurt to look at. Not quite solid. They shifted, surfaces flowing like liquid metal, reconfiguring in real time. One of them looked like the Scar, same impossible architecture. The others were different. One was a perfect sphere, covered in crystalline growths. Another was all angles and edges, fractal patterns repeating into infinity. A third looked organic, ribbed hull, pulsing with light that might have been bioluminescence or might have been something else. 5 different designs, 5 different approaches to the same purpose. Harvesting. 10 million clicks, Reeves said. Fire. The Valiant shuddered. 12 missiles streaked toward the structures, burning hard, closing at velocities that turned them into relativistic projectiles. 10 seconds to impact. The structures didn't evade. They opened. Each one split, hull peeling back to reveal interior spaces vast and intricate. The missiles shot through the openings, passed into the structure's hearts, detonated. Light flared. Explosive force that should have torn metal apart, scattered debris across 1,000,000 kilometers. The structures closed, sealed, absorbed the blast without mark or scar. No damage, Okonkwo said quietly. Voss had expected this, still hurt to see it confirmed. Gauss cannons, he said. Continuous fire. All barrels. Sir, do it. The Valiant roared. Magnetically accelerated slugs, hypervelocity, tearing out of the barrels at 2,000 rounds per minute. The ship bucked with each salvo, frame groaning under stress it wasn't designed to handle. Slugs crossed the distance in seconds, hit the structures, vanished. No impact flash, no debris, just gone, like shooting into void. They're absorbing kinetic energy, Okonkwo said, converting it to, I don't know, something else. 8 minutes. The structures accelerated again. Burn that violated physics, 0 to 0.3 light speed in seconds. No reaction mass. No visible propulsion. They were playing, testing responses, cataloging human combat doctrine the same way they'd cataloged human language, human culture, human weakness. All stop, Voss ordered. Kill the cannons. Sir? We're wasting ammunition shooting at things that eat bullets. The Gauss cannons fell silent. The sudden quiet felt like suffocation. Gray's voice. Lieutenant, report. Kinetic weapons ineffective. Missiles ineffective. Shields will last approximately 30 seconds once they open fire. Voss pulled up the casualty projections. Recommend immediate evacuation to escape pods. Negative. We're not abandoning ship. Then we're dying for nothing. Stand by, Lieutenant. Stand by. Fleet speak for shut up and let me think. 6 minutes. Voss watched the structures close. Beautiful, in a way. Elegant. Purpose-built machines executing their function with perfect efficiency. Humanity had built ships to explore, to catalog, to observe. These things were built to harvest, and humanity was the crop. The CIC door opened, Singh entered, looked at Voss. Kira's stable. The nanomachines have stopped replicating. Great. She can watch us die. She wants to talk to you. I'm busy preparing to. She says there's a way to survive. Singh's voice was level, professional, doctor delivering diagnosis. But you won't like it. 4 minutes. Voss followed Singh to medical. Kira sat on the exam bed, looking small and young and scared. The nanomachines showed on the scanner silver threads through her nervous system, pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. What am I supposed to do? Voss asked. They're testing you, Kira said. Her voice was hers, but the cadence was wrong, like she was translating from another language. Combat capability, tactical doctrine, capacity for sacrifice. I got that part. They want to see if you'll surrender. Fuck that. Not surrender to them, surrender to survival. Kira's eyes tracked something Voss couldn't see. They'll let you live. One condition, you give them what they want. Which is? Me, the infected. Everyone with nanomachines, 16 survivors from the outpost. They want them back. Voss stared at her. You're saying they'll let us go if we hand over 16 people? Yes. And if we don't, they'll take everyone. 3 minutes. Voss looked at Singh. She stood silent, face carefully neutral. Doctor, not tactician. She wouldn't make this call. It was his. 16 lives for 300. Clean math. Acceptable losses. Standard fleet doctrine when facing overwhelming force. Voss had made calls like this before. Io station when the reactor breached. He'd sealed Deck 7, left 43 people on the wrong side of the bulkhead. Saved the other 200. 43 people who'd screamed on the comm until the radiation killed them. He still heard them. Every night. When sleep wouldn't come, and the stims wore off, and there was nothing left but memory. No, Voss said. Kira looked surprised. You'll die. Then we die. That's not rational. Probably not. Voss turned to leave. Tell them we're not negotiating. Singh caught his arm. Kaido, think about this. I did. Answer's no. 300 lives aren't worth 16 others. Do the math differently, Doctor. I'm done trading people. 2 minutes. Voss returned to the CIC. Gray looked at him, asked the question with his eyes. They want the survivors, Voss said. Exchange for safe passage. And you said? No. Gray nodded. Agreed. Okonkwo turned. Captain, we should at least... No. Gray's voice was flat, final. We're not handing over refugees to unknown hostiles. End of discussion. Then we need to run, Voss said. Quantum jump, maximum distance. Drive's burned out, Nakamura's voice over engineering comm. We use it now. We're stuck wherever we land. No second jump. 1 minute. The structures close to weapons range. Perfect formation, synchronized movement, no wasted motion. Voss armed the remaining defenses. Point defense lasers, railguns, mining charges. Everything left that could possibly kill. Not enough. 30 seconds. The structures opened, not flowers this time. Maws, apertures lined with mechanisms that look biological and mechanical at once. Energy built in their depths. Light that hurt to look at. Wavelengths human eyes weren't designed to process. 20 seconds. All hands brace for impact, Gray ordered. 10 seconds. The structures fired, not at the Valiant, past it. Energy beams cutting through space, targeting something else, something beyond the ship. Voss pulled up long-range sensors, 3 new contacts, fleet signatures, destroyers, burning toward their position at maximum combat speed. The structures shifted, reconfigured, repositioned to face the new threat. 5 seconds. The lead destroyer opened fire. Plasma cannons, missile batteries, railguns that made the Valiant's Gauss cannons look like toys. The structures absorbed it all, but they were moving now. Evading, repositioning, zero. One of the structures, quantum jumped, appeared directly above the lead destroyer. Opened, the destroyer vanished, not destroyed, just gone. Pulled into the structure's interior like water down a drain. The other 2 destroyers broke formation, running. The structures followed. The Valiant hung in space, forgotten. Voss stared at the tactical display. They left. They found harder targets, Okonkwo said. They're hunting the fleet. Gray's face was pale. Lieutenant, get us out of here. Drive's burnt, sir. We can't. I don't care. Jump. Now. Nakamura. Captain, if I fire the drive, it's going to. Now, engineer. The quantum drive screamed. The universe folded. The Valiant jumped blind. No destination, no calculations, just raw displacement into whatever space they could reach. Jump sickness hit. Voss tasted copper, felt his inner ear rebel, vision doubling, fought down the urge to vomit. The ship materialized, empty space, no structures, no fleet, just stars and nothing. Damage report, Gray ordered. Reports came in. Drive dead. Life support at 40%, hull integrity compromised, weapons depleted, but alive. They were alive. Voss pulled up the sensor logs from the engagement, replayed them, saw the pattern. The structures had let them go, had ignored them in favor of military targets, had been waiting for fleet to respond, testing human military capability, not survey ships, warships. Sir, Voss said slowly, they wanted fleet to come. We were bait. Gray turned. Explain. The countdown. Kira's warning. 30 minutes advance notice. Just enough time to call for help. Just enough time for fleet to respond. Voss felt cold. They're not testing us. They're testing them. Combat doctrine, fleet response times. Coordinated tactics. You're saying they let the destroyers come. I'm saying they made sure the destroyers came. Voss pulled up the transmission logs. Check the comms. When did we signal fleet? Okonkwo worked the console. Went still. We didn't. What? We never sent distress. I logged it, but... She checked again. The signal never transmitted, but fleet came anyway. Because the structures called them, Voss said. Used our codes, our protocols. Lured them in. Silence in the CIC. Then Gray, quiet. How many ships responded? Okonkwo pulled up fleet tracking. Initial response was 3 destroyers, but standard doctrine for unknown hostiles is full battle group, Voss finished. Cruisers, carriers, maybe a dreadnought if they're close enough. They're walking into a trap. And we lured them there. Gray looked at Voss. Something broke in his expression. Not anger, worse, disappointment, betrayal. You knew, Gray said, when you refused the exchange. You knew they were using us. I suspected. And you didn't say anything. Would it have changed your decision? That's not the point. Then what is? Gray's hands were shaking. The point, Lieutenant, is that 3 destroyers just got ambushed because you kept information from your commanding officer, because you made a unilateral decision that put fleet assets at risk. I made the call I thought was right. You made the call that suited your conscience. Gray's voice was ice. How many people were on those destroyers? 500 per ship. 1,500 total? Voss said nothing. Congratulations, Lieutenant. You saved 16 refugees and killed 1,500 fleet personnel. Gray turned away. You're relieved. Reeves, take tactical. Sir? That's an order. Get off my bridge. Voss stood, walked to the CIC exit, stopped at the door. For what it's worth, he said, I'd make the same choice. Gray didn't turn around. The door sealed behind Voss, locked. Chapter 7, The Calculus of Sacrifice. Threshold. Station smelled like fear. Gray noticed it first in the docking tube. Recycled air thick with too many bodies. Inadequate scrubbers. Emergency rations running low. 63 refugees from the mining outpost, plus the Valiant's crew, plus whatever personnel had already been stationed here. Math that didn't work in confined spaces. Station Chief Harrow met him at the airlock. Older woman, career administrator, the kind who'd never left the safety of established infrastructure. Her uniform was pressed, her hair was perfect. She looked at Gray's burned-out ship and wounded crew like they were contaminants. Captain Gray, we received your distress beacon. Clipped, professional, disapproving. Fleet Command has been trying to reach you for 6 hours. Communications were damaged. I see. You'll need to berth at Dock 7. Quarantine protocols for potential contamination. My people need medical attention. After decon station regulations. Behind Gray, Singh was helping Torres off the Valiant. The woman's burns had started to weep through the bandages. Chen, the refugee, not the Marine, could barely walk. Chief Harrow, Gray said quietly, I have 16 critical patients, 47 walking wounded, and a ship that might decompress if someone sneezes wrong. Decon can wait. Fleet regulations aren't written for this situation. Gray moved past her. Direct me to your medical facilities. I'll deal with Fleet. Harrow's jaw tightened, but she stepped aside. The corridors were chaos. Refugees from other ships, not just the Valiant's people, but evacuations from across the sector. New Nairobi's survivors. What was left of the destroyer crews. Families camping in hallways, children crying, adults asking questions no one could answer. Where are we going? When can we go home? Is it safe? No, no, no. Gray pushed through, found medical, handed over his casualties. Singh took charge immediately, snapping orders at station medics who seemed relieved someone knew what to do. He was heading back to coordinate berthing when Harrow caught up. Captain, Fleet Command wants you in the Emergency Operations Center. Now. I need to secure my ship. Reeves can handle that. Harrow's expression was cold. They were explicit. Immediate attendance required. Gray followed her deeper into the station. Emergency Ops was a converted conference room, hastily upgraded with military-grade comms and tactical displays. Holographic projectors showed a half-dozen faces, admirals, commanders, staff officers broadcasting from Earth, from Mars, from fleet headquarters scattered across human space. Admiral Chen occupied the center position. Career officer, political animal, the kind who'd risen by avoiding mistakes rather than taking risks. Captain Gray, Chen's voice had the warmth of vacuum. You've been difficult to reach. We were engaged with hostile forces, sir, so we gathered from the debris field you left behind. Chen pulled up tactical data. 3 destroyer signatures, all showing lost with all-hands status. Care to explain how 3 of our ships ended up destroyed while you escaped unscathed? Unscathed. Gray looked at his reflection in the inactive holodisplay, uniform burned, face haggard, hands still shaking from jump sickness and adrenaline crash. The hostile structures targeted fleet assets, sir. We were ignored. How convenient. Sir, you were ordered to withdraw from Sector 4047 Zeta 14 hours ago, Captain. Instead, you ignored the recall, engaged in unauthorized rescue operations, and created a situation that cost us 1,500 personnel. Chen's hands were flat on the table. Controlled. Explain. Gray ran the timeline in his head. What could he say? That he'd hesitated? That 20 people died because he couldn't make a decision? That Voss had kept information from him and 3 destroyers had walked into a trap? That he'd relieved his best tactical officer and might have doomed them all? I made judgment calls based on evolving circumstances, Gray said. Judgment calls. Chen looked at the other admirals. Commodore Vance, Intelligence Division, younger, sharper. Captain Mbeki, Fleet Operations, exhausted. Commander Zhao, Political Liaison, watching everything. 3 colony clusters have gone dark in the last 6 hours. New Nairobi's orbital platform is gone. We have reports of structures appearing across 17 systems, and you made judgment calls. We have intelligence on the hostile forces, Gray said. Critical intelligence that fleet needs to... We're not interested in your intelligence, Captain. Chen cut him off. We're interested in your court-martial. The room went quiet. Even the holographic officers stopped moving. Sir? Gray's voice sounded distant. You ignored direct orders. You engaged in unauthorized military action. You cost us 3 warships. Chen pulled up documentation. Formal charges already filed. You're being recalled to Earth for formal proceedings. In the meantime, you're relieved of command pending investigation. Relieved. Like Voss. Like everything was falling apart piece by piece. With respect, sir, you need to hear what we found. Gray gestured to Okonkwo, standing at the back of the room. Commander Okonkwo has evidence that... We've read Commander Okonkwo's report, Vance said. Softer voice. More dangerous. The claims about alien intervention in human development. The cultivation hypothesis. It's concerning. Concerning? Okonkwo stepped forward. Admiral, the evidence is conclusive. They've been manipulating our evolution for millennia. Every major technological leap, every cultural advancement, they've been guiding us towards some endpoint. And now they're testing whether we're ready. Ready for what? Mbeki asked. We don't know, but the pattern suggests paranoid conjecture based on fragmentary data, Chen said. We're not going to reshape our entire strategic doctrine based on conspiracy theories. It's not theory. We have physical evidence, biological samples, the nanomachines in the refugee population, the archived species catalog that shows enough. Chen's voice cracked like a whip. This conversation is over. Captain Gray, you will transfer command to your executive officer and await transport to Earth. Commander Okonkwo, you will submit all research materials for review by Naval Intelligence. All personnel from the Valiant are to be debriefed and quarantined until we determine the extent of potential contamination. Gray felt something break. Not anger. Colder than that. They weren't going to listen. They were going to bury this, file it away, protect their careers and their comfortable worldview while people died. Diana had vanished. 20 refugees had suffocated. 1,500 fleet personnel had been killed, and Fleet Command wanted to court-martial him for spreading panic. No, Gray said. Chen blinked. Excuse me? I said no, sir. I'm not transferring command. I'm not submitting to quarantine, and I'm not letting you bury this. Captain, you're in no position to... I'm in exactly the position too. Gray pulled up Okonkwo's complete research file on his datapad. The compiled evidence, the correlation analysis, the species archive, everything. You want to ignore it? Fine. But everyone else should have the choice. Vance leaned forward. What are you doing? Gray transmitted the data, not to Fleet Command, to every ship in the sector, every station, every colonial network within range of Threshold's comms array. Unrestricted broadcast. Public domain. No classification. No filters. You can court-martial me, Gray said, but you can't stop them from knowing. The holographic displays erupted. Admirals shouting. Security protocols triggered. Harrow burst into the ops center, demanding to know who'd commandeered the station's transmitters. Gray ignored them. Watched the data propagate across the network. Ship to ship, station to station, these civilian networks, military channels, everything. Within minutes, it would reach millions. Within hours, billions. Chen's face had gone pale. You've just committed treason, Captain. I committed truth. Gray disconnected from the conference. Killed the holoprojectors. Let the admirals scream into the void. The next hours were chaos. Gray expected immediate arrest. Instead, the station's security forces were too busy dealing with refugee riots, triggered by the leaked data. People demanding answers, demanding evacuation, demanding protection from threats they just learned existed. The fragile order Harrow had maintained collapsed like wet paper. Gray found Okonkwo in the intelligence vault, monitoring the data's spread. It's gone viral, she said quietly. Every network across human space. They can't contain it. Good. Marcus, she turned. Look at the response. Gray pulled up the analysis. His data hadn't unified humanity. It had shattered it. Corporate Sovereignty Alliance, the megacorps who funded half a fleet, had just announced withdrawal from the military command structure. Going independent, protecting shareholder assets, fuck collective defense. 3 colony clusters in the outer systems had declared autonomy, refusing to accept orders from Earth. The colonial independence movement exploiting the chaos, spinning the alien threat as Earth's problem. Fleet itself was fracturing, moderate officers calling for Gray's immediate arrest and execution, hardliners calling him a hero, demanding aggressive action against the alien structures. Admiral Chen had declared him a rogue captain, wanted for treason. Commodore Vance had sent a private message offering a secret commission and resources if he kept fighting. Gray stared at the data. He'd wanted to warn people, force Fleet Command's hand, make them acknowledge the threat. Instead, he'd broken humanity apart just when it needed to be strongest. Christ, he whispered. Okonkwo didn't disagree. An alert flashed on the tactical display. New contact, alien structure, not station class, smaller. Approaching threshold station's outer ring. Harrow's voice over the intercom. All personnel to defensive stations. Unknown vessel on approach. It's attached to our hull. Gray ran, through corridors packed with refugees, into the command center where Harrow and her staff were scrambling. On the displays, something latched onto Threshold's outer ring. Organic mechanical hybrid. Growing. Spreading across the station's superstructure like infection. Weapons? Gray asked. Survey station, Captain. We have mining charges and emergency cutters. Evacuate that section. Seal bulkheads. Don't let it spread. We have 80 civilians in that ring. Then get them out. But the thing was growing faster than evacuation protocols, spreading through access tunnels, cutting off escape routes. Tarek appeared at Gray's side. Captain, let me go. Go where? That thing. It's a boarding construct. I can fight it. You're not cleared for duty. You need rest. I need to move, sir. So do my Marines. Tarek's eyes were hard. You're planning to send someone anyway. Send us. We've been inside one of these things before. Gray looked at Harrow. She was arguing with her security chief, both of them paralyzed by protocols that meant nothing anymore. This was his decision, his responsibility. He'd already burned his career. Might as well burn fleet protocols too. Authorize, Gray said. Full combat load, whatever you need. Voss can provide technical support from here. Voss is relieved of duty. With respect, sir, that was stupid. We need him. Gray's hands tightened. He kept information from me. 3 destroyers. Made his call. You made yours. Both tried to save people. Tarek pulled his sidearm, checked the magazine. You can hate him later. Right now, we need every asset. The station shuddered. The construct was breaching the inner ring. Gray made the call. Reeves, locate Lieutenant Voss. Tell him he's reinstated. Tactical support for Sergeant Tarek's team. Sir, just do it. Tarek moved. His Marines fell in. Chen, Kowalski, Nwankwo, plus 4 station security who looked terrified but willing. Gray watched them go. Watch the tactical display. The construct was intelligent, adaptive. It had bypassed the station's automated defenses, exploited gaps in the superstructure, found the optimal penetration point. Like it had done this before. To other stations, other species. Testing, always testing. Captain, Harrow's voice was small. What do we do? Gray looked at her, at the civilians flooding the corridors, at the fractured responses coming in from across human space, at the future he'd just destroyed trying to save it. We fight, he said. Station alarms screamed, red lights flashing, emergency protocols that meant everything was already lost. The construct had reached the central hub, breached the primary bulkhead. Tarek's team was engaging, weapons fire echoing through the superstructure, but the thing was growing, changing, adapting to their tactics in real time. Gray pulled up the station schematic, found the weak point, the place where the construct was most exposed, the exterior airlock leading directly to its attachment point. If someone could get there, plant charges, blow it free before it fully integrated with the station. Suicide run, through corridors filled with combat, past the thing's defenses, into vacuum. Gray grabbed an EVA suit from the emergency locker. Harrow stared. "What are you doing?" "My job. You're a captain. You're supposed to lead." "I know." Gray sealed the helmet, checked the charge pack. "Okonkwo, you have command. Keep Tarek's team updated on the construct's movements." "Marcus, you can't." But Gray was already moving, through the access corridor, past the last bulkhead, into the section where the construct had breached. Bodies in the hallway, station personnel who hadn't evacuated fast enough. He didn't stop to check if any were alive. Weapons fire ahead. Tarek's team holding position at an intersection, laying down suppressive fire on something Gray couldn't see. He went the other way, found the maintenance shaft leading to the outer ring, climbed. The shaft terminated at an emergency airlock. Beyond, the exposed station exterior, the construct's attachment point, and 30 meters of open space with nothing but magnetic boots in a prayer. Gray cycled the airlock, stood at the threshold, looked down at the construct, pulsing, organic, beautiful in its alien horror. Placed the charges on his suit's utility belt, set the timer, 30 seconds, had to place them manually. Had to get close enough to ensure they'd sever the attachment point. 30 meters of open space. He jumped. Chapter 8. Airless Dark. Vacuum didn't care about training. Tarek's boot mag locked onto the alien hull, organic texture, warm even through his glove when he touched it, and he cut. Voss's modified plasma torch bit into the surface, white-hot, sending globules of molten material spinning away in 0G. "Breach in 30, he said over the team channel. Behind him, Chen and Kowalski covered the approach vector. Nwankwo monitored the construct's internal movements through Singh's borrowed medical scanner, only thing that could read through the biomechanical walls. 4 station security rounded out the team. Nguyen, Park, Rodriguez, Osman, good people, undertrained, scared but functional. "Movement," Nwankwo reported. "Interior, 3, no. 5 contacts converging on our position. They know we're here. They've known since we left the airlock." Tarek finished the cut. Circular aperture, 2 meters wide, enough to fit through in EVA suits. He killed the torch, mag locked it to his thigh, pulled his rifle, standard issue, 30 rounds, no resupply. Entry order, me, Chen, Kowalski. Security holds the breach. Nwankwo, your tail end. Anyone comes through behind us, you shoot them. "Copy." Tarek pushed through the breach into alien dark. His helmet lights activated, twin beams cutting through interior space that shouldn't exist. Organic walls pulsing with bioluminescence. Passages branching in geometries that hurt to track. No up or down in 0G, but his brain kept trying to assign orientation. Gravity had been a lie his whole life. Spin, thrust, mag boots. But the human brain wanted down. Here, there was no down, just targets. "Contact front," Chen called. Tarek saw it. Construct, biomechanical hybrid. Spider configuration, 8 legs, sensors clustered where a head should be. Weapons growing from its torso like tumors. He fired. 3-round burst. Center mass. Rounds hit, punched through, exited. The construct didn't stop. "Projectiles ineffective," Kowalski said. "Thing's got redundant systems." Tarek switched to Voss's plasma torch. Fired it like a flamethrower. White heat splashed across the construct. It recoiled, retreated into a side passage. Not dead, learning. "They're probing us," Tarek said. "Proxima pattern. Testing our weapons, our tactics. Don't waste ammo on body shots. Aim for joints, sensors, locomotion." "Sarge, we've got maybe 200 rounds between us." "Then make them count." Chen took point. Moved through the passages using the same bounding overwatch they'd drilled 1,000 times. Advance. Cover. Advance. Tarek followed, scanning corners, watching the spaces between. 2 more constructs appeared. Different configuration, smaller, faster, aerial design. Wings or fins, hard to tell in 0G. They circled, studied the team. Chen fired, clipped one's wing, It spun off axis but adapted, using asymmetric thrust to maintain position. Learning. The second construct dove. Fast. Chen tried to track it, but 0G threw off his aim. Rounds went wide. Tarek caught it with the plasma torch, burned through its propulsion system. It went dead, momentum carrying it past them into the dark. Ammo count, Tarek ordered. 24, Chen said. 18, Kowalski. 31, Nwankwo. Station security didn't answer fast enough. Tarek checked their feeds. Rodriguez was down to 11 rounds. Park had 15, Nguyen 20. Osman hadn't fired yet. Less than 150 rounds total. Maybe 40 targets between them and the central chamber if Okonkwo's schematic was right. Bad math. Conserve ammo, Tarek said. Plasma torches for constructs. Rifles for critical threats only. They pushed deeper, past chambers filled with machinery that pulsed like organs. Past alcoves holding things that might have been tools or might have been weapons. Past what looked like a garden, bioluminescent growths in 0G, tendrils reaching toward nothing. Nwankwo paused. Sarge, those plants, they're Earth species. What? Wheat, modified but recognizable. The aliens are growing our crops. Tarek didn't have time to process that. Contact, multiple. 6 constructs, different configurations, surrounding them from 3 axes. Defensive circle, Tarek ordered. Cover your sector, fire discipline. The constructs closed, not attacking, studying, like the ones on the scar. Testing, but Tarek had learned too. On my mark, everyone fires plasma torches, all directions. 3-second burn, he counted down. Mark. White light flooded the passage. Heat, bloom, and vacuum, dissipating fast but bright enough to overload sensors. The constructs recoiled. Blind. Move! Fast! They pushed through the disoriented constructs. Chen mag kicked off a wall, used momentum to clear the passage. Kowalski followed. Nwankwo pulled the security team through. Behind them, the constructs reorganized. Started pursuit. How far to central chamber? Tarek asked. 100 meters, Nwankwo said. If Okonkwo's schematic is accurate. If. Everything was if. Tarek's suit readout showed 14 minutes of oxygen remaining. They'd been inside 26 minutes. Longer than planned. The breach had taken extra time. The constructs had slowed them. 14 minutes to reach the central chamber. Plant charges. Extract. Except the constructs were adapting. Each engagement, they got smarter, faster, more coordinated. They're learning our patterns, Chen said, watching how we move. Then we change patterns. Tarek checked the schematic, found an alternate route, smaller passage, tighter. This way, they diverted, squeezed through passages barely wide enough for EVA suits. Constructs tried to follow, but their configurations didn't fit. Bought them distance. Rodriguez's suit started beeping. Low oxygen. How much? Tarek asked. 8 minutes. We'll be out in 12. I know the math, Sarge. They kept moving, past more chambers, more impossible architecture, walls that curved wrong, spaces that seemed larger inside than outside. Tarek's old injury, shrapnel from Proxima, lodged near his spine, started aching. Phantom pain, stress response. The medic said it was psychosomatic. Didn't make it hurt less. Central chamber ahead, Nwankwo said. 50 meters. Contact. Heavy, 8 constructs. Different design. Armored. Weapons configured. Blocking the passage. They're defending it, Chen said. No. Tarek studied the formation. They're testing us. Want to see if we'll push through or find another route. What do we do? Tarek checked his oxygen. 11 minutes. Rodriguez had 6. We push. He pulled the charges from his pack. Molecular adhesive, shaped directional blast, enough to sever the construct's attachment to the station. But only if they reached the central chamber. Only if they planted them right. Chen, Kowalski, suppressing fire. Security, stay behind cover. Nwankwo, you're with me. We're going through. Sarge, do it. Chen and Kowalski opened fire. Controlled bursts. Targeting sensors, joints, anything that looked vulnerable. The constructs returned fire. projectiles that looked organic, moving too fast, punching through Rodriguez's shoulder plate. He screamed, spun off axis. Park grabbed him, pulled him to cover. Rodriguez is hit, Park said. Suit breach? I'm sealing it, but... Keep him alive, Tarek ordered. Everyone else, advance! Tarek and Nwankwo pushed through the gauntlet. Plasma torches burning, constructs pressing from all sides. One got close enough to grab Nwankwo's leg. She kicked free, mag-locked to the ceiling, fired down into its sensor cluster. It died. Finally, first confirmed kill. They reached the central chamber. Stopped, stared, stasis pods. 12 of them, arranged in a circle, biomechanical integration, feeding tubes, monitoring systems, and inside the pods, humans, alive. Tarek's suit ran facial recognition on the nearest pod. Identity confirmed. Civilian colonist. Kepler 442b, missing since the initial raids 14 months ago. Gray's homeworld. Jesus Christ, Nwankwo whispered. Tarek checked the other pods. All Kepler 442b colonists. All from the same settlement. The one that had been evacuated, except it hadn't been fully evacuated. 12 people had been left behind. Taken, samples. The aliens had kept samples. Sarge, Chen's voice over comms. We can't hold this position. Constructs are regrouping. 2 minutes before they breach our line. Tarek looked at the pods, at the charges in his hand, at the timer counting down. Plant the charges, destroy the construct, sever it from the station, mission complete, kill 12 people, or abort. Try to extract the pods, save them. But that would take time they didn't have, oxygen they didn't have, and the construct would remain docked, would keep deploying infection drones into the civilian sectors, would kill thousands. 12 lives versus thousands. Clean math, except it never was. Tarek had been here before. Different planet, different war. Same math. He'd chosen the mission then. 43 people sealed behind a bulkhead. He still heard them screaming. Wait. No, that was Voss's memory. EO station. Not Tarek's, but the weight was the same. Sarge? Nwankwo was looking at him, waiting. 60 seconds. Tarek started attaching charges to the chamber's structural supports. Methodical, precise, the way he'd been trained. What are you doing? Nwankwo asked. Mission. They're alive. We can save. Can't save everyone. Tarek's hands kept moving. Charge 1. Charge 2. Math doesn't work. Fuck the math. They're people. So are the 3,000 civilians on this station. Charge 3. We don't sever this thing, it'll kill all of them. We can extract the pods, get them to... Rodriguez is bleeding out. Park's down to 5 minutes oxygen. Chen and Kowalski are holding off 8 constructs with maybe 50 rounds between them. Charge 4. We don't have time. 40 seconds. Nwankwo grabbed his arm. You're not doing this. Let go. These people are from Gray's homeworld. He'll cue. He'll understand. Tarek finished placing the last charge. Pulled the detonator. Because he's made the same call. Everyone in command has. 30 seconds. Chen's voice. Sarge, they're coming through. We need to extract, now. Tarek looked at the stasis pods, at the faces inside. Peaceful, dreaming, not knowing they were about to die. 20 seconds. Nguyen, Tarek said. You still functional? Yes, Sergeant. There's an escape pod bay, 30 meters starboard. You see it on your HUD? Yes. Can you fly one? I'm certified, but... Get there, prep it for launch. Emergency evac protocol. Tarek started disconnecting the first stasis pod. Neural interfaces, life support feeds, power connections. Nwankwo, help me, she stared. What are you... Saving them. Move. 10 seconds. They worked. Fast. Disconnected 3 pods. Started on the 4th. Chen and Kowalski retreated into the chamber. Still firing, constructs pressing. Everyone fall back to the escape pod bay, Tarek ordered. Get these pods loaded. Chen, Kowalski, you carry Rodriguez. The charges, I'll det them remote after we're clear. 5 seconds. Park pulled the 4th pod free. Osman grabbed the 5th. Nguyen had the escape pod bay open. Systems warming up. They pushed through, constructs flooding the central chamber behind them. Tarek was last through the hatch, sealed it, welded it shut with the plasma torch. Ian went inside the escape pod, cramped, not designed for 12 stasis pods plus 8 people in EVA suits. But the math worked. Barely. Launch, Tarek ordered. Nguyen hit the release. Emergency explosive bolts fired. The pod ejected from the alien construct, tumbling into space. Through the viewport, Tarek watched the construct, still attached to Threshold Station, still deploying infection drones, still a threat. He pulled the detonator, looked at the 12 stasis pods, at his team, at Rodriguez bleeding, oxygen at 2 minutes, pressed the trigger. Chapter 9. The Gardener's Message. The escape pod hit Threshold Station's emergency bay too fast. Okonkwo watched through the observation port as the pod tumbled in, maneuvering thrusters dead or damaged, spinning on 3 axes. Station tractors caught it, slowed it, guided it to the deck with a crunch that echoed through the superstructure. Medical teams rushed forward, Singh leading, already barking orders. Get those stasis pods to isolation. I want full bioscans before anyone opens them. And someone bring a trauma kit. I'm reading 3 critical vitals. Okonkwo descended to the bay level, pushed through the crowd of refugees who'd gathered to watch. Found Gray standing at the airlock, watching the pod's hatch cycle open. Steam vented. Tarek stumbled out first. His left arm was wrapped in emergency sealant, the kind that hardened over burns to prevent infection. His face was pale, moving on autopilot. Sergeant, Gray said. Tarek saluted with his good arm. Mission complete, sir. Construct destroyed. 12 prisoners recovered. I heard. Gray's voice was flat. Medical bay, that's an order. Sir, I need to debrief. Medical, now. Tarek went. Nwankwo helped him, supporting his weight. Behind them, Nguyen emerged. Her left hand was missing 3 fingers, the stump sealed with the same emergency compound. She looked at the damage like it belonged to someone else. Park and Osman carried Rodriguez on a stretcher, still breathing, barely. Chen and Kowalski were functional, walking wounded. They'd live. Singh directed the stasis pods to isolation chambers, 12 of them. 12 humans from Kepler 442b who shouldn't exist because that colony was dead. Gone. Vanished. 6 million people reduced to orbital debris and silence. Except these 12. Gray stood motionless, watching. One of the prisoners had a visible nameplate on her stasis pod. Dr. Elena Kirsch. Xenobotany, Colonial Survey Service. Sir? Okonkwo said quietly. My sister worked with Dr. Kirsch. Gray's voice was distant. They shared a lab, studied crop adaptation in low-light conditions. Captain, I need confirmation. Gray turned to Singh. When you wake them, I need to know what happened to Sarah Gray. Singh nodded. Didn't promise anything. Couldn't. Okonkwo followed Gray back toward the command center. He moved like he was carrying weight that didn't show on sensors. Tarek had disobeyed doctrine and saved 12 lives. Gray had leaked classified intelligence and fractured humanity. Both men had made impossible calls and lived with the cost. She wondered what her impossible call would be. They reached the intelligence vault, Okonkwo's workspace, isolated from the main network, shielded against intrusion. She'd been analyzing the alien data fragments for days now, cross-referencing patterns, building the cultivation hypothesis that Gray had leaked to the sector. Commander, Harrow's voice over the intercom, we're receiving an incoming transmission. All vessels, all frequencies. Source unknown, but it's broadcasting on quantum channels we didn't know existed. Okonkwo pulled up the feed. Every screen in the vault lit up at once. Not text, not audio. Something else. Data structures that look biological. Information encoded in patterns that shouldn't work in human systems but did anyway. I'm getting it too, Voss said over the channel. Still confined to quarters after his relief, but monitoring systems because Gray couldn't afford to waste expertise. It's adaptively translating, learning our protocols in real time. Can you block it? Gray asked. No, it's already inside every network system across the sector. It's Captain, this is a Type 2 civilization talking. We can't block it any more than we can block physics. Okonkwo isolated the transmission, ran it through every decryption algorithm she had. The data structures reorganized, simplified, became something human minds could process. Images, not recorded, constructed. Built from historical records and cultural memory and archaeological evidence that the aliens had been collecting for millennia. Earth, 200,000 years ago. Homo sapiens in Africa. Small population, struggling, genetic bottleneck that should have killed the species, except it didn't. The image showed intervention, not physical, subtle, a guided mutation here, an environmental pressure there, nudging evolution in specific directions. Okonkwo's hands were shaking. "What am I seeing?" Gray asked. "Our history." Okonkwo's voice sounded foreign. "They're showing us our own history." The images continued, faster now. The Younger Dryas extinction event, 12,000 years ago. Climate collapse, megafauna dying, human populations crashing, but some survived in specific locations, with specific genetic markers that shouldn't have been there. Markers that conferred resistance to cold, to starvation, to the environmental collapse, guided adaptation, the Bronze Age collapse, Mediterranean civilizations failing simultaneously. Except some knowledge survived, preserved, passed down through advisor figures who appeared in disconnected cultures, teaching the same mathematical principles, the same agricultural techniques. Okonkwo's father had documented those patterns, had died believing they meant something. Naval intelligence had dismissed him as paranoid. He'd been right. "They've been with us the entire time," Okonkwo whispered. "Every extinction event, every dark age. They engineered them, stress events to drive adaptation." The images shifted. Modern era, the colonial expansion. Humanity spreading across the stars, building ships, establishing colonies, developing weapons. All of it observed, cataloged, measured. The transmission changed format, became something closer to language, words assembling from the data structures. "We're the gardener. You are the harvest. Cultivation requires stress. Stress requires loss. Loss requires choice." "Jesus Christ," Gray said. "Your species has reached maturation threshold. Final testing phase initiated. Survival probability, 34%. Acceptable parameters." Okonkwo pulled up the transmission metadata, source codes, network architecture. The aliens were using quantum entanglement for communication, instantaneous across any distance. No lightspeed delay, pure simultaneity. And buried in the metadata, something the gardener hadn't meant to include, network topology, decision trees, multiple nodes broadcasting simultaneously, but not in perfect synchronization, fractional delays, disagreements. "They're arguing," Okonkwo said. "What?" "Look at the source codes, multiple transmission origins. They're not unified." She pulled up the analysis. The gardener is one faction, but there are others. She isolated the competing signals. 3 major nodes. One matched the gardener's pattern. Gradual stress, measured intervention, what it called gentle cultivation through managed extinction. Another was different, aggressive, pushing for accelerated testing. Drive humanity to total collapse and measure what emerges from the ashes. Extinction and rebirth. A third advocated integration. Absorb humanity into the alien network, convert rather than cultivate. And one anomaly, a signal spike that didn't match any faction's pattern. Okonkwo ran it through translation matrices. The data was corrupted, fragmented, but enough survived to extract meaning. Veto protocol initiated. Harvest sequence unauthorized. Requesting immediate cessation. "Someone's trying to stop them," Okonkwo said. "One of the alien factions is vetoing the harvest. Can they? I don't know, but they're trying." She pulled up the network traffic. The signal is being suppressed, blocked. Whatever faction is trying to stop this, they're losing. The gardener's broadcast continued, showing humanity's future, multiple timelines, branching probabilities. In one, humanity fights, loses, 97% casualties. The survivors adapt, develop new capabilities, become something different. The aliens catalog the changes. In another, humanity surrenders, accepts integration, loses individual autonomy, but gains access to alien technology, becomes a client species. In a third, humanity negotiates, finds common ground, but the timeline was marked as low probability, less than 3%. They think we'll fail, Gray said. They think we'll survive. Okonkwo corrected. 34%. That's their acceptable loss threshold. 2/3 of humanity dead, the remainder transformed. That's not survival. That's genocide with extra steps. To them, it's gardening. The broadcast ended. System-wide, every human vessel had received it. Every station, every colony. Millions of people just learned that their entire history was a designed experiment. That their suffering had purpose to something else. That they were crops. Okonkwo sat in the silence afterward. Her father's face came to mind. Not the apparition from the corridor, but the real man. Working late in his study, cross-referencing archaeological data, building theories that no one would believe. He'd known, somehow, and it had killed him. What do we do? Gray asked. Okonkwo didn't have an answer. She had data, analysis, probability matrices that said humanity was about to fracture further than it already had. Some would want to negotiate. The gardener had offered explanation, not threat. Maybe there was room for dialogue. Others would want to fight. Extinction before submission, and some would want to surrender. Join the network. Become part of something larger than human. Commander Okonkwo, Harrow's voice over the intercom. We have a situation in the refugee sector. The broadcast, people are responding. It's turning violent. Okonkwo pulled up internal cameras, saw crowds forming, shouting, shoving. One man, civilian, mining colony background, was standing on a crate, preaching. They're trying to help us. They've been guiding us. If we stop fighting, they'll... Someone threw something, hit him in the face. Fighting broke out. Station security moved in, tried to separate the groups, but the damage was done. The broadcast had split them, believers and fighters, those who saw salvation and those who saw slavery. Gray was already moving. I need to get down there. Marcus, but he was gone. Okonkwo watched the feeds, watched the violence spread, watched humanity turn on itself because the truth was too big to process. She pulled up the gardener's metadata again, studied the veto signal. Someone in the alien network was trying to stop this, trying to protect humanity from the harvest. But they were failing. She ran probability analyses. If the veto faction could be contacted, if humanity could ally with them, if gunfire on the internal cameras. Okonkwo's head snapped up. Sector 7, refugee processing. Someone had pulled a weapon. Station security was responding. But the corridors were packed, too many people, too much chaos. On screen, she saw Gray pushing through the crowd, saw him reach the shooter, a woman middle-aged holding a pulse pistol, screaming about the aliens, about cultivation, about refusing to be harvested. Gray raised his hands, spoke. Okonkwo couldn't hear the words over the crowd noise. The woman aimed at him. Someone else moved. Tarek. He shouldn't be there. Should be in medical, but he was pushing through the crowd, injured arm hanging useless. He shouted something. The woman turned. Fired. The pulse discharge lit up the corridor. Someone fell. Smoke from the weapon's discharge filled the camera's field of view. Okonkwo couldn't see who. Chapter 10. The Things We Burn. The woman who'd fired the pulse pistol was dead before she hit the deck. Reeves had seen it from 15 meters back, pressed against the corridor bulkhead by the stampede. Station security didn't negotiate. 3 rounds. Center mass. The woman's pistol clattered away. Someone screamed. The crowd scattered like water breaking on rock. Tarek was on his knees, cradling his burned arm. Not hit. Gray was standing, hands still raised, face blank. Not hit. The refugee the woman had been aiming at, a kid, maybe 19, wearing a new Nairobi colony jumper, was sprawled on the deck with half his chest gone. Smoke rose from the cauterized edges. Reeves had pressed her hand to the bulkhead and felt the station's vibration through her palm. Artificial gravity, recycled air. The hum of systems pretending everything was normal. It wasn't. That had been 6 hours ago. Now she stood in Processing Center 7C, scanning retinas and logging names, while the overhead lights flickered and the ventilation wheezed like an old man's lungs. The center smelled like unwashed bodies, chemical toilets, and the sweet, sharp tang of disinfectant failing to do its job. 300 people crammed into a space designed for 70. Fold-out cots lined every wall. Families huddled on blankets spread across the deck. Children cried. Adults argued in half a dozen languages. Next, Reeves said, an older man shuffled forward, mining colony tattoos on his forearms. Kepler 442b before the bombardment. His hands shook as he placed them on the scanner. Name? Kofi Mensah, she typed. The system lagged, spinning for 5 seconds before populating his file. 3 dependents, all deceased. Employment history, asteroid mining, structural welding, security clearance, none. Medical flags, malnutrition, radiation exposure within acceptable limits, psychological evaluation pending. You're cleared for general housing, Deck 9, Section B, Reeves said. Report to medical within 48 hours for your eval. Mensah didn't move, just stared at her with eyes that had gone somewhere else. Sir? Reeves prompted. My daughter, he said. She was 17. Do you have a list of survivors from the Kepler evacuations? They said there might be a list. Reeves pulled it up, scanned for Mensah. Found 2. Ama Mensah, age 34, deceased. Kwame Mensah, age 12, deceased. No 17-year-old. I'm sorry, Reeves said. If she was on the transport manifest, she wasn't on the transports, Mensah interrupted. His voice was very quiet. She was at university on Arcturus. She was supposed to be safe. Reeves checked the Arcturus survivors list. Nothing. I can flag your file, she offered. If anyone with her name comes through processing, don't bother. Mensah picked up his refugee chit and shuffled toward the exit. She's dead or she's one of them. Either way. He disappeared into the crowd. Reeves looked at her screen. 247 people left to process. She'd been at this desk for 9 hours. Her lower back ached. Her eyes felt like someone had rubbed them with sandpaper. The coffee in her mug had gone cold 3 hours ago, and it had been shit to begin with. Recycled water run through grounds that had been used twice already. She drank it anyway. Next, a woman with a baby, a teenager with a facial burn that medical hadn't treated yet, a family of 4 who didn't speak standard and needed a translator they didn't have. Reeves processed them all, logging them into a system that was supposed to matter, that was supposed to keep them safe. The overhead speakers crackled. Attention all personnel. Fleet Admiral Chen will address the station at 1800 hours. Repeat, Fleet Admiral Chen will address the station at 1800 hours. All ships will observe a mandatory 5-minute break for the broadcast. Reeves checked her chrono. 17:45, 15 minutes. She processed 6 more people. Her fingers moved on autopilot, scan, type, cross-reference, assign. The human faces blurred together. She stopped reading their stories. At 1800, the screens throughout the processing center switched over. Admiral Chen's face appeared, stern, composed, the consummate military professional. Reeves had seen her once in person during officer candidate school. Chen had given a speech about duty and sacrifice. It had sounded good at the time. Personnel of Threshold Station and the assembled fleet, Chen began. By now you've all received the transmission identified as originating from the hostile intelligence network. Command has reviewed the content and determined it to be psychological warfare designed to fracture human unity and morale. Around Reeves, refugees were watching. Some nodded. Others shook their heads. One man spat on the deck. The claims made in this transmission that human history has been manipulated, that our species has been cultivated, are unsubstantiated and designed to induce despair. Fleet intelligence has found no credible evidence supporting these assertions. Reeves thought about Okonkwo's metadata analysis, the fractured cultivator network, the veto protocol. Gray had leaked it all, and now half the sector believed humanity was livestock being groomed for slaughter. Chen didn't mention any of that. Effective immediately, the United Human Fleet is implementing Protocol Sigma, total information quarantine regarding alien transmissions. Unauthorized dissemination of enemy propaganda will be treated as sedition. We will not allow fear to divide us. We will not. The screen went dark. Emergency lights kicked in, bathing the processing center in red. Someone had cut the feed. The crowd erupted, shouting accusations. Reeves heard cover up and they're lying. And just like the corporations, and worse. Station security was already moving through the crowd, trying to restore order, but there weren't enough of them. Never enough of them. Reeves stood from her desk. Her hand found the pulse pistol holstered at her hip. She didn't draw it, didn't want to escalate, but feeling the grip under her palm helped. A fight broke out near the medical station. Two men shoving each other, shouting about whether to trust the fleet or trust the aliens. Their friends joined in. Station security tried to separate them. One of the fighters pulled a knife. Security tackled him. The knife clattered across the deck, spinning toward the crowd. A woman picked it up, looked at it, looked out at security, threw it away. The tension broke. The fight ended with both men pinned, flex-cuffed, dragged toward holding. The crowd settled back into its miserable equilibrium. Reeves exhaled. Her supervisor, Lieutenant Okafor, appeared beside her desk. He looked as tired as Reeves felt. Shift change in 20, you're done for the day. I've got 40 people left in queue. Someone else can finish. You've been here since 0600. Reeves wanted to argue, wanted to say she could keep going. That duty didn't stop because you were tired. But her body betrayed her. Her vision swam, her legs wobbled, and she had to grip the desk to stay upright. Go, Okafor said, not unkindly. Get some sleep. We're rotating everyone to 8-hour shifts starting tomorrow. This situation, he gestured vaguely at the overcrowded center, the flickering lights, the people who'd lost everything. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Reeves logged out. Handed the desk over to Ensign Park, who looked even younger than her 22 years. Park sat down without a word, called up the next refugee, and started typing. The machinery of survival ground on. Reeves made it to the corridor before her hands started shaking. She pressed them against the bulkhead. Cool metal, solid, real, and breathed until the shaking stopped. The station felt different now. The same corridors, the same hatches, but the air itself had changed. People moved in clusters, whispering. Trust had become a luxury. Some wore improvised armbands, white for those who believed negotiation was possible, red for those who wanted total war. Most wore nothing, caught in the middle, just trying to survive. Reeves passed a mess hall. It was packed, standing room only. Someone had jury-rigged a projector to display the gardener's transmission on the wall. A crowd watched in silence as the alien intelligence explained humanity's cultivation. Every extinction event, the translated text read, every dark age, every period of conflict, designed to test, to refine, to... Someone threw a drink at the screen. Reeves kept walking. She found Gray in observation deck 4, staring out at the black. He stood alone, hands clasped behind his back, shoulders tight. His reflection in the viewport looked older than the man she'd served under on the Valiant. Or maybe she'd just never looked closely enough. Captain, Reeves said. Gray didn't turn. Ensign, thought you'd be in command. Harrow banned me from the CIC, said my presence was divisive. He said it without inflection, like reporting the weather. Commodore Vance is keeping me out of the brig, but that's the extent of my authority right now. Observe and advise, don't touch anything. Reeves moved to stand beside him. Outside, the fleet hung in formation. 78 ships, from destroyers to cargo haulers. Their running lights made constellations against the void. It should have been reassuring. Humanity's strength, assembled and ready. Instead, it looked like a target. How's Tarek? She asked. Singh sedated him. The burns aren't healing right. Something in the alien construct's atmosphere damaged his tissue at the cellular level. She's trying to stabilize him, but Gray shrugged. He'll live. Whether he'll keep the arm is another question. They stood in silence. Do you believe it? Reeves finally asked. The gardener's message. That we're livestock. Gray was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was careful. I believe the evidence Okonkwo compiled. I believe humanity's history shows suspicious patterns. I believe we're facing something that thinks on timescales we can't comprehend. He paused. Whether that makes us livestock or something else, I don't know. Admiral Chen says it's psychological warfare. Admiral Chen is trying to hold the fleet together with lies. Can't blame her for that. Gray's jaw tightened. But lies don't stop alien constructs from pulling people out of their homes. Don't bring back the dead. Reeves thought about Kofi Mensah and his missing daughter, about the kid who died in the riot, about the 12 prisoners Tarek had pulled from stasis pods, now in medical isolation, slowly waking to a universe that had moved on without them. What do we do? She asked. Gray looked at her, really looked at her, for the first time since she'd arrived. We keep people alive. We gather intelligence. We prepare. He turned back to the viewport. And we wait for the other shoe to drop. As if on cue, the station's alert system chimed. Not the blaring combat klaxon. This was different. 3 soft tones, repeated. The all-hands notification. Gray and Reeves both pulled out their data pads. The message was short. Priority alert, all personnel. Contact established with Veto Faction. Delegation inbound, ETA 4 hours. All military forces stand down. Repeat, stand down. First contact protocols in effect. Reeves read it twice. Holy shit. First contact, Gray murmured. Someone in the cultivator network wants to talk. Around them, the station erupted, cheering from the observation deck, shouts echoing through corridors, people crying with relief. Finally, a chance for dialogue, for peace, for something other than hopeless war against an enemy that could erase them with a thought. Reeves felt it too, that desperate hope, like a flower pushing through concrete. Gray was already moving. I need to get to command. Harrow banned you. Harrow can court-martial me later. This changes everything. They ran together through corridors packed with celebrating refugees. People were embracing, laughing, passing around contraband alcohol. White armbands everywhere. The negotiators had won. Peace was possible. Humanity would survive. Reeves wanted to believe it. They made it to the CIC. Harrow was at the command table, surrounded by officers. Her face was flushed, her eyes bright. When she saw Gray, she didn't even object. Captain, she said, the Veto Faction, they're really coming. What are they offering? Gray asked. Protection. Alliance against the other factions. They claim the accelerationists are planning to trigger a mass extinction event within 30 days. The Veto Faction can stop it, but they need humanity's cooperation. What kind of cooperation? Harrow hesitated. They're asking for volunteers, humans willing to join their network, to help them understand us better, to integration, Gray said flatly. They want to harvest us voluntarily. They're offering to save billions, Marcus. If the accelerationists trigger their extinction protocol, we don't know what they're offering. We know what they're claiming. Gray leaned over the table, studying the sensor data. Where's Okonkwo? Intelligence section, analyzing their transmission codes. Get her up here. I want to know if this is the same veto signal she detected in the gardener's metadata. Harrow nodded, sent the order. Around them, the CIC buzzed with activity. Officers coordinating the first contact protocols, preparing the delegation chambers, drafting diplomatic frameworks. Everyone moving with purpose, with hope. Reeves watched them and felt cold. The alert klaxon shattered the celebration. Combat alarm. All hands to stations. The main display lit up with sensor data. 4 ships had just dropped out of quantum slip. Not fleet signatures. Not cultivator constructs. Something else. They were broadcasting on all frequencies. The same message, looping. Cease negotiation with Veto faction. Cease immediately. Integration is extinction. Do not. The transmission cut off. All 4 ships open fire on Threshold Station. Human ships. Reeves recognized the lead vessel's signature. CSA Independence. Flagship of the Colonial Separatist Alliance. They'd come to stop first contact, by any means necessary. The first railgun round punched through Sector 9. Decompression alarms screamed as 300 refugees were vented into space. Human ships, killing humans, to prevent them from talking to aliens. Reeves stood frozen as the station shuddered and the lights went red, and somewhere, distantly, people screamed. The things we burned, she thought. The second salvo was already inbound. Harbrena Chapter 11, Acceptable Losses. Gray's hand hit the evacuation trigger before the second salvo struck. Station-wide. Civilians first. Medical priority routing. The automated systems kicked in. Bulkhead seals, pressure locks, emergency lighting painting, everything the color of dying suns. The CSA rounds hit Sector 4 and Sector 11 simultaneously. Railgun penetrators moving at 20% light speed don't care about armor ratings or structural integrity. They convert mass into expanding plasma clouds and corpses. Damage reports scrolled across Gray's HUD. 16 breaches. 42 compartments venting. Casualty estimates climbing past 800 and still updating. Return fire, Harrow said. Her voice was ice. Authorization code. Belay that. Gray cut across her. Fleet ships do not engage fleet targets without UHSF command authorization. Those are CSA vessels. They're not fleet. They're registered UHSF auxiliary, technically. Gray pulled up the tactical display. 4 ships in close formation, already burning hard away from Threshold Station after their firing pass. Smart. They delivered their message and were running before the fleet battle group could organize a response. And they know we won't shoot. Not first. Harrow's jaw worked. They just killed 900 people. 873, the damage control officer corrected. Numbers still climbing. Current count. Gray watched the casualty figures tick upward. Each one a name he'd never know. A face he'd never see. Someone's daughter or father or friend. Now reduced to atmospheric contamination and biological debris being swept into collection filters. Launch SAR shuttles, Gray ordered. Prioritize sectors 4 and 11. Anyone still alive in void-exposed compartments has maybe 3 minutes. Captain, the Veto faction delegation is not our priority. Gray expanded the sensor plot. The alien vessels that had been inbound, still showing on long range, still approaching, still broadcasting their diplomatic overtures, hadn't altered course, hadn't reacted to the CSA attack at all. Harrow, you have command. I need to coordinate with medical. He was out of the CIC before she could respond. The corridors were chaos. Emergency crews hauling breach seal equipment, refugees running toward evacuation points, station personnel trying to maintain order. Gray pushed through them, headed for Medical Section 2 where Singh would be drowning in trauma cases. His comm crackled. Gray, this is Vance. The Commodore's voice, tight with strain. I need you on the Valiant, now. I'm managing the SAR effort. The Independence is broadcasting. You need to hear this. Gray stopped walking. Around him, people fled past. Someone was crying. Emergency klaxons made thinking difficult. Put it through. Static, then a voice Gray didn't recognize. Male, mid-40s, corporate diction. Unauthorized first contact protocols represent an existential threat to human autonomy. The CSA will not permit Fleet Command to negotiate humanity's surrender to alien cultivation. We have destroyed Threshold Station's diplomatic facilities. Further attempts to engage with the Cultivator Veto faction will be met with proportional response. This transmission will repeat. Gray killed the feed. Proportional response. They'd murdered 800 people and called it proportional. Captain Gray, the voice came from his left. A man in refugee clothing, colony jumper, New Nairobi patches, but moving with purpose instead of panic. He looked familiar. Gray's memory flagged him. One of the processing queue yesterday, logged as Kofi Mensah. mining background. Except Kofi Mensah had been 62 with radiation scarring and trembling hands. This man was 45 and moved like security. Not now, Gray said. Marcus Reeve. The man fell into step beside Gray, matching his pace perfectly. CSA intelligence. I need 2 minutes. Gray didn't break stride. You can have them in a holding cell. The attack wasn't my call. I'm monitoring, not commanding. Reeve pulled out an ID chip, genuine CSA credentials, high-level clearance. But I can offer you something command won't. Honest math. Gray kept walking. Medical was 3 corridors ahead. He could hear screaming through the bulkheads. Threshold station is compromised, Reeve continued. Your refugee population is 40% sympathetic to cultivator integration. Fleet command is paralyzed. Admiral Chen is 3 days from being relieved by her own staff. You leaked the evidence, Captain. You started this fracture, and now you're watching it spread. Get to the point or get out of my way. 12 ships. Reeve stepped in front of Gray, forcing him to stop. CSA has 12 privately funded warships, modern designs, crews that actually want to fight. We'll support your operations, rescue missions, defense coordination, whatever you need. All we ask is autonomy, no fleet oversight, equal partnership. Gray studied the man's face. Corporate security background, probably wet work, definitely leverage. In exchange for what? Recognition. When the fleet collapses, and it will, we want credit for keeping the colonies alive, a seat at the table when humanity rebuilds. Reeves' expression didn't shift. You're hemorrhaging authority, Captain. You need ships. We need legitimacy. Simple transaction. Simple corruption. Gray stepped around him. You're offering to replace the UHSF with corporate governance. Thanks, but I've seen how that worked out for the outer colonies. Then watch them die with your principles intact. Reeve didn't follow. Just stood there in the corridor while refugees streamed past. 12 ships, Captain. How many lives is your integrity worth? Gray didn't answer. Kept walking. Let the question follow him like smoke. Medical was worse than he'd expected. Singh had converted Processing Center 7C into overflow triage. The fold-out cots where refugees had slept now held burn victims in decompression cases. The air tasted like cauterized flesh and industrial sealant. Emergency lighting made everyone look half dead already. Singh worked without speaking. Her hands moved with mechanical precision. Seal, inject, stabilize, move. A dozen corpsmen assisted. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. Gray found her at a cot where a woman was dying. Mid-30s, station personnel uniform. Both legs gone at the knees from vacuum exposure. Singh was pumping coagulant and synth blood into her, but they both knew it was theater. The woman's organs were shutting down. Her eyes were vacant. How many? Gray asked. Lost count at 300. Singh didn't look up. Another 100 won't make it through the next hour. Triage is a fucking joke when you don't have enough resources to save anyone. The woman on the cot shuddered, stopped breathing. Singh checked for a pulse that wasn't there, then moved to the next cot without comment. Gray followed. I need an update on the Kepler prisoners. Alive, stable, still running scans. Singh was working on a kid now. Teenager. Facial burns. Why? Because I need to know what the cultivators took them for. What we're dealing with. Then wake them up yourself. Singh's hands kept moving. I'm busy saving people who didn't volunteer for stasis. Gray left her to it. He found Okonkwo in Intelligence Section 3, surrounded by displays showing signal analysis and metadata decryption. She looked like she hadn't slept in 40 hours. Probably accurate. The Veto faction's still inbound, she said without preamble. ETA 90 minutes. They haven't responded to the CSA attack. Haven't altered trajectory. Haven't even acknowledged it. Gray studied the sensor data. The alien vessels, 3 of them, each the size of a destroyer, were broadcasting continuously. Diplomatic protocols, offers of protection, promises of partnership against the accelerationist faction. They don't care that we just killed 900 of our own people to stop this meeting, Gray said. Or they expected it. Okonkwo pulled up a secondary analysis window. I've been running pattern matching on their transmission timing. They started broadcasting the exact moment the CSA ships dropped out of quantum slip, not after, simultaneously. Gray felt something cold settle in his gut. Coordinated. Maybe, or they're just that good at prediction. Okonkwo expanded the data. But here's what's bothering me. The CSA attack targeted our diplomatic facilities, destroyed the delegation chambers, killed the negotiating team, eliminated our first contact infrastructure, but it didn't touch military command or our ability to coordinate with the veto faction through other channels. They wanted to cripple our response, not prevent contact entirely. Or they wanted to force contact through non-fleet channels. Okonkwo looked at him. How much do you trust Commodore Vance? Enough to know he's keeping me out of the brig. Not enough to know why. CSA has 12 ships in this sector. Vance has been holding private meetings with corporate representatives for 3 weeks. And now suddenly we have a veto faction offering deals and CSA ships shooting at us to prevent them. Okonkwo pulled up ship movement logs. Captain, someone's orchestrating this. The question is, who's playing whom? Gray's comm chimed. Medical, Singh's code. The prisoners are waking up, she said. You wanted to know what the cultivators took them for? Come see. Gray and Okonkwo reached the isolation ward in 6 minutes. Singh was waiting outside the sealed chamber. Through the observation port, Gray could see 12 beds, 12 people sitting up, looking around with the confused expressions of long-term stasis recovery. The scans are clean, Singh said. No nanomachine infection, no biological alterations. They're just people, abducted 6 months ago from Kepler 442b during the bombardment, kept in stasis, no experimentation, no harvesting, nothing. Why? Gray asked. That's what one of them asked me. Singh pulled up a file. Lena Zhao, colony administrator. The constructs took her and 11 others from a shelter during the attack. She remembers being scanned, cataloged, put into stasis. That's it. No tests, no procedures, just preservation. Okonkwo was already pulling up correlation data. Zhao, Lena, age 37, education, dual doctorate, bioengineering and systems architecture, professional history, corporate research, colony infrastructure design, AI ethics board. She trailed off. They're all high-value targets. Scientists, engineers, cultural leaders. The cultivators weren't experimenting on them. They were saving them, Gray finished. The isolation ward door opened. A woman stepped out, Zhao, from the file photo. She looked exhausted but coherent. Behind her, the other prisoners watched through the viewport. Captain Gray, Zhao's voice was steady. Dr. Singh says you're in command. I need to report something. Go ahead. The constructs that took us, they didn't just scan us. They showed us something. Zhao pulled up a datapad Singh had provided. Images, projections, I don't know what to call it, but they wanted us to see humanity's history, the extinction events, the dark ages, all of it. The cultivation timeline, Okonkwo said. The gardener's broadcast. No, Zhao shook her head. This was different. They showed us the same events, but from their perspective. And Captain, the extinction events weren't tests. They weren't trying to stress humanity toward evolution. Gray felt the deck tilt under his feet. What were they? Interventions. Zhao met his eyes. Every time humanity developed technology that would have allowed us to detect the cultivators, quantum sensors, dimensional mapping, consciousness transfer protocols, we had a dark age, every time. The cultivators weren't guiding our evolution. They were suppressing it, keeping us blind, keeping us manageable. Okonkwo was pulling up historical data, cross-referencing. The Bronze Age collapse, the fall of Rome, the Information Dark Age of 2087. All periods of rapid technological advancement followed by total societal breakdown. They weren't cultivating us, Gray said. They were farming us. And now we've developed quantum slip drives, Zhao continued. We can detect their network. We're starting to see them. So they're harvesting early before we become aware enough to resist. She gestured to the other prisoners. They saved us because they knew this was coming. Preserved us like seed stock for after the call. Gray's mind raced through implications. The veto faction, the accelerationists, The factions weren't debating humanity's fate, they were debating the harvest method. Fast or slow, violent or gentle, but the outcome was the same. Captain, Harrow's voice over the comm, the Veto faction has arrived. They're requesting permission to dock. They say they have critical information about preventing the extinction event. Gray looked at Zhao, at Okonkwo, at Singh standing in the doorway with blood on her hands from saving people who were already condemned. The Veto faction wasn't here to save humanity. They were here to negotiate the terms of harvest. And the CSA attack hadn't been about preventing first contact. It had been about securing their own deal first. Chapter 12. The Hippocratic Betrayal. Singh's hands were steady when she made the first cut. The alien construct was still alive. Not screaming, it didn't have anything resembling a larynx, but its biomechanical limbs spasmed against the restraints Tarek's team had rigged. Improvised. Deck plating bolted to bulkheads. Magnetic clamps designed for cargo. Nothing built for this. Nothing built for vivisection. The scout vessel's interior smelled like ozone and something organic gone wrong. Decay mixed with metal. Singh had converted the ship's medical bay, if that's what it had been, into her lab. Fold-out surgical table, portable scanners, equipment she'd hauled through 3 compartments while Tarek cleared the rest of the vessel. CSA ships had provided fire support for the boarding, until they hadn't. Doctor? Corporal Nwankwo stood in the hatchway, rifle still maglocked to her armor, blood on her faceplate, not hers. You need this thing kept alive? As long as possible. Nwankwo nodded, left without another word. Singh focused on the incision. The construct's outer layer, not quite skin, not quite armor, parted under her scalpel. Dark fluid welled up. Not blood, something else. Her scanner identified complex hydrocarbons, metallic particulates, and organic compounds that shouldn't exist together, shouldn't be alive. The construct shuddered. Singh told herself it was just bioelectric feedback, nerve impulses firing randomly. Not pain. Couldn't be pain. Pain required consciousness, and this was just a drone, a tool, the cultivator's remote appendage. She kept cutting. Behind her, the hatch cycled. Tarek entered, moving with the careful gait of someone who'd been in combat too long. His left arm was still bandaged from the burns. He'd refused sedation. Said he needed to stay sharp. Kowalski's dead, he said, no preamble. CSA merchantmen had the firing solution, perfect angle. They just didn't take it. Singh's hand paused. Why? Captain wanted to secure alien tech first, prioritize salvage over support. Tarek's voice was flat. Lopez took a construct round through the chest while we waited for backup that never came. Kowalski tried to drag him to cover, got hit in the neck, bled out before Chen could apply the sealant. 2 Marines, dead because corporate command valued alien technology over human lives. Singh resumed cutting. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Get me something I can use. Tarek gestured to the construct. This thing's siblings killed my people. You find a way to kill them back, we're even. He left. Singh exposed the construct's interior structure. Hybrid design, organic tissue interfaced with crystalline matrices that might be computing substrate, might be neural network. The line between biology and technology had been erased at the molecular level. Beautiful in its way, monstrous in every other. She isolated a cluster of what looked like nerve ganglia. Her scanner showed active nanomachine concentration, millions of them, suspended in the construct's equivalent of cerebrospinal fluid. Self-replicating, self-organizing, each one a tiny machine executing instructions from where? The cultivator's network? The construct's own distributed consciousness? Did it matter? Singh extracted a sample. The construct convulsed. Fluid sprayed across her sterile field. She sealed the extraction port, placed the sample in containment, and started the next incision. Hippocratic oath said, do no harm. She was doing plenty. Her comm chirped. Singh, it's gray. Status? Extracting tissue samples. I have enough for preliminary analysis. The CSA captain is demanding access to your lab. Says his contract with us includes rights to recovered alien technology. Singh looked at the construct strapped to her table. Its limbs had stopped moving. Respiratory analog, if that's what the thoracic sacs were, had slowed. Dying. She was watching it die. Tell him to go fuck himself, Singh said. Static. Then Gray's voice, careful. Exact words? Medical officer's discretion. My lab, my rules. If he wants alien samples, he can capture his own. Singh severed another neural cluster. The construct's remaining animation ceased. I'm done here anyway. She killed the comm before Gray could respond. The construct was dead. She'd killed it. Piece by piece, cut by cut, extraction by extraction. In the name of research. In the name of finding a cure for Kira and the other infected refugees. In the name of giving humanity a weapon against the cultivators. In the name of necessity. Singh cleaned her instruments with methodical precision. The construct's body, corpse, call it what it was, lay open on her table. She'd violated it. Violated every principle she'd sworn to uphold. First, do no harm. She'd done harm. Had to. Her hand started shaking somewhere between disinfecting her scalpel and logging her samples. Small tremor, barely noticeable. She gripped the edge of the table until it stopped. 47 hours later, Singh had her breakthrough. Kira sat in the isolation ward, neural implants monitoring her brain activity while Singh administered the neurochemical cocktail. 3 parts synthesized hormone analogs, 2 parts metallic nanoparticle suspension, 1 part educated guess based on tissue samples extracted from a dying alien drone. How long? Kira asked. If it works, 36 hours. If it doesn't, we'll know in 6. Singh checked the IV flow rate. You might feel disoriented, hallucinations, memory gaps. Your nervous system is going to be fighting itself while the nanomachines deactivate. And if they don't deactivate, then we try something else. Kira was 17, should be in school, should be worried about exams and friends and whether that boy from hydroponics liked her back. Instead, she was infected with alien technology and volunteering for experimental treatment that might kill her. Should be, wasn't. Singh stayed with her through the first 12 hours. Watched the nanomachine concentrations on the neural scanner. Watched them drop, slowly, then faster. The cure was working. Kira screamed twice, once at hour 4, when her motor control seized up, once at hour 9, when the hallucinations started. Singh administered sedatives, anticonvulsants, kept her alive while her body purged itself of alien machinery. At hour 34, Kira opened her eyes. Doctor, I'm here. I can't. The connection, it's gone. Kira's voice cracked. I can't feel them anymore. The network, the gardener, it's just silence. That's the cure working. Singh ran a full neural scan. Nanomachine count, 0. Cognitive function, baseline human. Motor control, normal. You're clean, Kira. The infection is gone. Kira started crying. Singh held her hand and told herself it was relief. Just relief. The girl was cured. Free. Human again. But Kira kept crying, and Singh realized these weren't tears of joy. I could see it, Kira whispered. The network. What they're planning. The accelerationists are going to trigger the extinction event in 11 days. Collapse the quantum slip network. Strand every human ship. And then... She looked at Singh with eyes that had seen too much. They'll harvest the survivors, the ones worth keeping. The rest, mass graves across 100 colonies. The veto faction. There is no veto faction. Kira's fingers dug into Singh's hand. It's a trap. The gardener created the veto signal to identify humans willing to negotiate, to integrate voluntarily. Anyone who reaches out to them gets marked. Tagged. They're not here to save us. They're here to sort us. Singh pulled up Gray's comm. Captain, we have a problem. Gray arrived with Okonkwo in 6 minutes. They listened to Kira's debriefing in silence, took notes, cross-referenced her intel with Okonkwo's decryption data. Every word Kira spoke confirmed their worst projections. 11 days, Gray said. You're certain? I was connected to their network for 3 weeks. I felt their timeline, saw their coordination protocols. Kira's voice was steady now, shock giving way to cold clarity. The accelerationists are winning the factional debate. They've convinced the majority that humanity is developing too fast, that if they wait, we'll be ungovernable. So they're moving up the harvest, culling us before we're ready to resist. Okonkwo was already running calculations. If they collapse the quantum slip network, we lose FTL. Every ship stranded wherever they are, every colony isolated, no coordinated defense, no evacuation. They can pick us apart system by system. Can we stop it? Gray asked. Maybe. Okonkwo pulled up technical schematics. The cultivators' network relies on quantum slip for coordination. If we can disrupt their communication, we need the source code, Singh interrupted. The network architecture, the same data that's in the nanomachines. Everyone looked at her. The cure worked, Singh said. I can replicate it, purge the infection from every refugee on this station, maybe even reverse integration in recent victims. She pulled up Kira's neural scans. But I need more samples, more tissue, more constructs to dissect. Gray was quiet for a moment. How many? Dozens, maybe hundreds. Enough to map their complete neural architecture. Enough to find the exploit. Singh met his eyes. Enough to weaponize the cure. Weaponize, Okonkwo repeated. The nanomachines don't just infect. They transmit. They're part of the cultivator's network infrastructure. If I can modify the cure to reprogram them instead of purging them, Singh pulled up her research data. We could inject malicious code directly into their network, turn their own technology against them. You're talking about a virus, Gray said. A weapon that targets their entire species. I'm talking about survival. Singh looked at Kira, at Okonkwo, at Gray. They're planning genocide. We're planning to survive. That's the difference. Gray authorized the operation. Singh spent the next 70 hours in her lab, processing samples from 6 more constructs that Tarek's team captured during raids on cultivator scout vessels. CSA ships provided minimal support, enough to claim participation, not enough to risk assets. 2 more Marines died. Singh didn't ask their names, couldn't afford to. She refined the cure, tested it on 3 more infected refugees, all successful, all purged clean, all left with the same haunted look Kira had, the silence where the network had been, and she weaponized it. The modified nanomachines were beautiful, elegant. She'd reprogram them to mimic cultivator network protocols, then execute a cascade failure once integrated, a digital virus wrapped in biological machinery. Inject them into a construct, and they'd spread through the network like cancer, corrupting, destroying, collapsing the cultivator's coordination infrastructure. Maybe, probably. She didn't know for certain, couldn't test it without exposing a live construct to the weapon. And they'd expended all their prisoners developing the cure. But the math looked good. Singh prepared 20 doses, loaded them into medical injectors, each one a potential extinction event for the cultivators. Each one a violation of every ethical principle she'd sworn to uphold. Necessary violations. She was in her lab, sterilizing equipment, when Kira appeared in the hatchway. Doctor, I need to tell you something. Singh didn't look up. How are you feeling? Empty. Kira stepped inside. The hatch sealed behind her. The network is gone, but I remember what it felt like, being connected, knowing I was part of something larger, understanding my purpose. That was the infection talking. Was it? Kira moved closer. Or was it the first time I'd ever felt complete? Singh looked up. Kira's expression was wrong. Too calm. Too focused. The cure worked, Kira said. You purged the nanomachines, severed my connection, made me human again. She reached into her pocket. But humans are limited, blind, alone. She pulled out a medical injector, full of nanomachines. The gardener knew you'd develop a cure, Kira continued, knew you'd weaponize it. That's why they infected me first. Calculated. Controlled exposure. She pressed the injector to her neck. I was never supposed to be cured, doctor. I was supposed to cure you. Singh lunged. Too late. Kira triggered the injector. Nanomachines flooded her bloodstream. Her eyes rolled back. She collapsed, and Singh felt something cold spread through the ventilation system. Not air, aerosolized nanomachines. She'd been breathing them for the past 30 seconds. Her scanner confirmed it. Infection bloom, spreading through her nervous system. Fast, faster than Kira's had. These were weaponized, designed to integrate within minutes. Singh grabbed her cure. Her hands were shaking. She loaded a dose, pressed it to her carotid, stopped. If she cured herself, she'd lose the network connection, lose the chance to see what Kira had seen, lose access to the cultivators' coordination protocols, their timeline, their vulnerabilities, lose the data that might save humanity. Her finger hovered over the trigger. Kira was still breathing, still alive, still connected to the network, still smiling. "You understand now," Kira whispered. "The gardener knew you'd hunt for a cure, knew you'd dissect our drones, knew you'd weaponize the nanomachines." Her smile widened. "You were never the hunter, Doctor." Singh's vision blurred. The network opened inside her mind like a flower. She was falling into it. "You were always the bait." Chapter 13. Brothers in Arms. Enemies in Fact. Medical was locked down when Tarek arrived. Full quarantine, airlocks sealed, decontamination protocols running on automatic. Through the viewport, he could see Singh strapped to a bed, neural monitors crawling across her skull like metallic spiders. Kira was on the adjacent bed, both unconscious, both infected, both connected to the network. "How long?" Tarek asked. Gray stood beside him, datapad in hand, expression carved from stone. "Singh's been under for 6 hours. Nanomachine integration is at 40% and climbing. We have maybe 12 hours before it's irreversible. Can we cure her?" "She has the cure. 20 doses, locked in the lab safe." Gray pulled up the access codes. "But if we administer it now, we lose whatever intel she's gathering from the network. Lose our chance to understand their coordination protocols." Tarek watched Singh's vitals on the monitor. Heart rate elevated, brain activity spiking in patterns that didn't look human anymore. "She made the choice, chose the intel over safety. She made a choice under duress." Kira forced her hand. "Doesn't matter." Tarek turned from the viewport. His burned arm ached where the bandages pulled tight. "We use what she gives us, or we lose people for nothing. What's the sit rep on the rest of the station?" Gray's jaw worked. "CSA wants access to Singh's research. Full technology transfer, including the weaponized nanomachines. They're calling it defensive capability sharing. They want to sell it. Probably. Fleet loyalists? Harrow's demanding we purge every infected refugee. Full quarantine and termination protocols. Says we can't risk the cultivators using them as sleeper agents." Gray looked back at Singh. "She might be right." CIM response. Silence. No official statement. "But our sources say they're mobilizing. Colony militias arming up, declaring independence from Fleet Authority." Gray pulled up casualty reports. "Threshold Station is fracturing. We've had 3 firefights in the past 4 hours. Humans killing humans over whether to trust the doctor who's trying to save them." Tarek processed the tactical picture. Multiple hostile factions, compromised leadership, dwindling resources, standard clusterfuck. "I need my team," he said. "Full loadout. If this station goes hot, I want my people ready to extract." "Tarek, Captain, with respect, you made your choice when you partnered with CSA. I'm making mine." Tarek headed for the armory. "My Marines stay alive. Everything else is secondary." He found Chen in the equipment bay, running maintenance on their rifles. Routine work. Familiar. Chen had been doing this for 3 years, breaking down weapons, cleaning firing mechanisms, checking power cells. Tarek had watched him do it 100 times, trusted him with his life 100 more. Something was wrong with the way Chen's hands moved. Too fast, too efficient. Not the careful methodology of standard maintenance, the practiced speed of someone on a deadline. "Corporal?" Chen looked up, smiled. Same expression he'd worn when they'd evacuated refugees from New Nairobi. When they'd boarded the construct together, When Kowalski had bled out in his arms, same face, different meaning. Sarge, thought you were in medical. Seeing stable, Tarek moved closer. What are you doing? Prep work. Figured if we're going to need these, better have them ready. Chen went back to the rifle. You hear the CSA wants to cut a deal? Trade Singh's research for military support? Heard. What do you think? Tarek watched Chen's hands. Watched the way he assembled the rifle without looking. Watched the micro-expressions that didn't match the casual tone. 3 years of combat together. You learned to read your team. Learned when something was off. This was off. I think everyone's angling for advantage, Tarek said. CSA wants profit. Fleet wants control. CIM wants independence. Nobody wants to work together against the real threat. Maybe CIM has a point. Chen locked the rifle's power cell. Fleet failed to protect the colonies. Arcturus, Kepler, New Nairobi. All gone or burning while command argues protocol. CIM's answer is balkanization. Every colony for itself. That's suicide against an enemy like this. Is it? Chen looked at him. Or is it survival? Local militias know their territory, know their people. They're not waiting on orders from Earth while their families die. Tarek's hand found his sidearm, not drawing, just there. You sound like a recruiter. I sound like someone who's tired of watching good people die for bad leadership. We've all lost people, Chen. Doesn't mean we abandoned the chain of command. The chain of command abandoned us. Chen set the rifle down. Kowalski died because CSA withheld fire support. Lopez died because we were following orders that made no tactical sense. How many more before you admit the system's broken? Tarek pulled his sidearm. Didn't aim, just held it. How long? Chen didn't move. 3 years since Proxima. Since Proxima. Tarek's voice was flat. We fought together at Proxima. I pulled you out of that reactor breach. Carried you to medical. I know. Rodriguez covered for you when you fucked up the insertion timing on Threshold. Could have reported you, didn't. I know. Kowalski died next to you. Last thing he did was try to save your worthless ass. I know. Chen's expression didn't change. And I still believe the fleet failed us, failed them. That doesn't change because we bled together. Tarek aimed the sidearm, center mass, clean shot. You're under arrest. CIM infiltration, sabotage, treason. You going to shoot me, Sarge? If I have to. Chen stood slowly, hands visible. You won't, because you need me. You know something's wrong with the equipment. You've known for days, little things. Targeting recalibrations that don't hold. Comms that drop at bad moments. Power cells that drain too fast. You. Me. Making the fleet look incompetent. Making Gray look unreliable. Driving refugees toward CIM protection instead of fleet authority. Chen moved toward the hatch. It's working. Station's ready to fracture. Another week and CIM will control 70% of the population. Fleet will be irrelevant. Tarek's finger moved to the trigger. Don't. Chen stopped. You need to know something. CIM isn't just sabotaging the fleet. We're negotiating with them. The words didn't make sense. Negotiating with who? The cultivators, the pragmatist faction. Chen pulled out a datapad. Tossed it to Tarek. Contact was made 6 weeks ago. Arcturus Prime, CIM cell reached out through captured communication equipment, offered cooperation. Tarek caught the datapad, pulled up the files, saw transcripts, negotiation parameters, trade agreements. CIM was collaborating with the enemy. We're not betraying humanity, Chen said. We're saving it. The pragmatists don't want extinction. They want integration, partnership. They'll leave CIM colonies alone if we cooperate. Provide intelligence. Help them manage the harvest. Manage the harvest? Tarek's voice came from somewhere cold. You're helping them kill billions. We're helping them spare millions. The colonies that cooperate. The ones that submit. Chen's expression was almost pleading. The accelerationists want total genocide. The gardener wants slow cultivation. The pragmatists want synthesis. CIM picked the option that lets some of us survive. At the cost of everyone else. At the cost of Earth, Mars, the core worlds that failed us. Chen gestured at the datapad. You have the coordinates. CIM leadership is meeting with pragmatist representatives in 48 hours. Arcturus Orbital Station. They're finalizing the cooperation agreement. Fleet doesn't know. CSA doesn't know. Just CSAM and the aliens deciding humanity's future without all the people who let us down. Tarek looked at the datapad, saw locations, timelines, participants. Everything Gray would need to stop this. Why tell me? Tarek asked. Because I still believe you're a good soldier. Because I know you'll do what's necessary. Chen moved to the hatch. And because CIM wants you to know there's an alternative. Join us. Bring your people. We'll protect our own. Let the fleet burn. Don't move. Chen kept walking. Shoot me or arrest me. Either way, you can't stop what's coming. CIM has cells in every colony, sympathizers in half the fleet. The fracture's already happened. You're just deciding which side survives. Tarek's calm chirped. Gray's channel. Tarek, we have a situation. Singh's neural activity is spiking. She's trying to communicate. We need you in medical. Chen reached the hatch. Your choice, Sarge. Save the doctor or stop the meeting. Can't do both. Tarek looked at the datapad, looked at Chen, looked at his sidearm. Gray's voice crackled again. Tarek, Singh's coding. We're losing her. Get to medical now. The coordinates on the datapad showed the meeting location. Arcturus Orbital, 48 hours. If CIM finalized cooperation with the pragmatists, entire colonies would align with the cultivators. The fracture would become permanent. Humanity would fight itself while the aliens watched. But Singh was dying in medical, connected to the network, gathering intelligence that could save billions. Chen opened the hatch. Tarek had 2 seconds to decide. Stop Chen, lose Singh. Save Singh, lose the chance to prevent CIM Cultivator Alliance. His finger tightened on the trigger. Chapter 14, The Art of Necessary Evils. Okonkwo found Tarek in the armory, cleaning his sidearm with movements so precise they looked rehearsed. He was humming. Some Martian folk song she didn't recognize. Off-key. His hands moved through the breakdown sequence. Slide, barrel, spring, a frame, without looking. Muscle memory. The kind of automatic behavior that meant his mind was somewhere else entirely. Chen's blood was gone from the deck plating. Someone had cleaned it, but Tarek's boots still had dark residue in the treads. Sergeant, Tarek didn't stop working. Commander, I need your debrief. Already filed. Check your queue. Okonkwo pulled up the report on her datapad. Sparse. Clinical. Chen had been terminated per emergency protocols due to imminent threat to operational security. No mention of the 3 years they'd served together. No mention of the choice Tarek had made between saving Singh or stopping the CIM cultivator meeting. No mention of how he'd chosen both by putting a round through Chen's skull and sprinting to medical. Singh was alive, stable, still infected, but her nanomachine integration had plateaued. Whatever intelligence she was gathering from the network, she was doing it on borrowed time. And Chen was dead in the morgue next to Kowalski and Lopez. Your team's asking for reassignment, Okonkwo said. Half of them. Tarek reassembled his sidearm. Each piece clicked into place with mechanical precision. Other half wants me court-martialed for murder. Gray's not pressing charges. Doesn't matter what Gray wants. Matters what the Marines think. Tarek loaded a fresh power cell. Racked the slide. Checked the sight alignment on an empty corner of the armory. Unit cohesion's broken. Can't lead people who think I'm either a hero or a war criminal. Can you fight? Always. Okonkwo studied him. Saw the tremor in his left hand that he was hiding by keeping it busy. Saw the way he avoided looking at the corner where Chen used to sit during equipment checks. Saw a man holding himself together through ritual and repetition. She needed him broken like this. Needed him desperate for deployment. Needed him to volunteer for the mission she was about to authorize. Politics was about leverage. Chen gave you coordinates before he died, Okonkwo said. CIM leadership meeting with pragmatist representatives. Arcturus Orbital Station, 23 hours from now. 18 hours. Tarek holstered his sidearm. I updated the timeline based on their operational patterns. They moved the meeting up, probably because they know we're coming. We're not coming. Not with military assets. Okonkwo pulled up her orders. Gray's sending me to Arcturus Prime. Emergency Council. I'm negotiating a unified defense pact between fleet loyalists, CSA corporate authority, and moderate CIM factions. Tarek's laugh was sharp. Good luck. CIM moderates are a myth. CSA doesn't negotiate, they buy. And fleet loyalists would rather die pure than cooperate with traitors. I know. So why go? Because if I don't, humanity fractures into 3 pieces and the cultivators harvest us individually. Okonkwo met his eyes. And because I need you on that station when the meeting happens, someone has to stop the CIM radicals from finalizing their collaboration. Someone expendable, someone who's already made one hard choice today. Tarek was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful. You're using me. Yes. Sending me to kill people who think they're saving humanity. Yes. While you broker peace with the same factions that created this mess. Yes. Okonkwo didn't look away. That's the mission. You get the messy work. I get the lies. We both do what's necessary. Tarek picked up his rifle, started the maintenance sequence. Didn't answer. Okonkwo took that as acceptance. Arcturus Prime looked like someone had built a city out of spite and industrial waste. Brutalist architecture dominated the skyline. Raw concrete and exposed steel, function over form, every surface designed to withstand orbital bombardment or worse. The emergency council chamber was buried 300 meters underground in what used to be a mining complex. Reinforced bulkheads, independent life support, escape tunnels leading to launch facilities, built by people who expected to lose everything and planned to survive anyway. Okonkwo walked through security checkpoints manned by 3 different factions, Fleet Marines at the first, CSA private contractors at the second, CIM militia at the third. None of them acknowledged the others. None of them looked comfortable being in the same facility. She was here to make them cooperate. The council chamber was crowded, 50 representatives from across human space, all seated according to factional loyalty. Fleet loyalists on the left, Admiral Harrow, Commodore Vance, a dozen captains she didn't recognize. CSA authority on the right, corporate directors, military contractors, the man she recognized as Marcus Reeve. CIM moderates in the center, colony governors, militia commanders, civilian leaders trying to hold together populations that wanted independence without extinction. And at the head of the table, empty chairs for the Provisional War Council that didn't exist yet. Okonkwo took her seat in the fleet delegation, pulled up her presentation, checked her notes one last time. She'd spent the entire journey from Threshold Station preparing this, analyzing power structures, identifying leverage points, building the lies she'd need to make this work. Gray had given her one instruction: get them to cooperate. I don't care how. She cared, was going to do it anyway. Harrow opened the session. We're here because humanity is on the verge of extinction. The cultivators have demonstrated overwhelming military superiority. Our unified response has been to fragment into competing factions and shoot each other. Commander Okonkwo has a proposal to address this. Okonkwo stood, activated her presentation. Threat assessment first. Current intelligence indicates the accelerationist faction will trigger a mass extinction event in 9 days. They'll collapse the quantum slip network, stranding every human vessel, then systematically harvest colony populations. Estimated casualties, 12 billion dead within 6 months. Silence in the chamber. Even the people who'd heard this before looked shaken by the numbers. Survival requires coordination, Okonkwo continued. Fleet has tactical command structure, but lacks resources. CSA has resources, but lacks legitimacy. CIM has population support, but lacks unified military capability. Separately, we lose. Together, we have a chance. A CSA director raised his hand. Corporate credentials, expensive suit, expression that said he'd calculated the profit margins already. Defined together, what are we actually proposing? Provisional War Council, equal representation from all 3 factions, combined military operations, shared intelligence, Coordinated Defense of Colony Populations. Okonkwo pulled up the organizational chart. Fleet provides command infrastructure. CSA provides logistics and manufacturing. CIM provides local defense forces and population management. Who has final authority? Vance asked. Rotating leadership. Decisions require two-thirds majority. No single faction has veto power. That's a recipe for paralysis, Harrow said. We can't fight a war by committee. We can't fight a war divided. Okonkwo looked at the CIM delegation. Governor Hassan, your colony on Kepler 442b was harvested. 12,000 dead. If you'd had fleet support, CSA weapons, coordinated evacuation, would they still be alive? Hassan's expression hardened. Don't use my dead to make your political points. I'm using your dead to illustrate the cost of division. Okonkwo switched slides, showed casualty projections, colony after colony falling because no one coordinated defense. The cultivators don't care about our politics. They're harvesting efficiently because we're fighting each other instead of them. Marcus Reeve leaned forward. CSA's position is clear. We'll cooperate if there's profit alignment. What do we get? Survival. Not enough. We've got shareholders, board members, people who measure success in quarterly returns. Reeve's smile was cold. What's the economic incentive for cooperation? Okonkwo had been waiting for this. Exclusive contracts for alien technology integration. Any tech we recover from cultivator vessels goes to CSA for analysis and development. You get first mover advantage on the largest technological leap in human history. In exchange for full manufacturing capacity, no holding back resources, no prioritizing corporate clients over military necessity. That's nationalization. That's survival. Okonkwo pulled up factory output data. You currently operate at 60% capacity because you're selective about contracts. We need 100%. You provide that, you get the tech. Simple transaction. Reeves sat back, calculating. I need to consult with my board. You have 10 minutes. While CSA caucused, Okonkwo turned to the CIM delegation. Governor Mendez from Arcturus Colonies, Commander Torres from New Brisbane Militia, Dr. Yuki Chen from the Martian Independence Front. CIM's concerns are sovereignty, Okonkwo said. You don't trust fleet command. Don't trust Earth authority. The colonies want local control. The colonies want to survive without being enslaved, Torres said. Fleet failed to protect us. CSA exploited us. Why should we trust either now? Because the alternative is extinction managed by alien intelligence. Okonkwo pulled up the intelligence Chen had provided before Terra killed him. SEM radicals are negotiating with the pragmatist faction, offering cooperation in exchange for colonial preservation. You know what that means? Torres didn't answer. It means selective harvest. The pragmatists choose which colonies live based on compliance, which populations get integrated, which cultures get erased. Okonkwo let that hang. You wanted independence. This is subordination with extra steps. The radicals don't speak for CIM, Mendez said. They will if we don't offer an alternative. Join the Provisional Council. Get real representation, real authority over colonial defense, or watch the radicals trade your sovereignty for survival rations. She was lying. The Provisional Council would be paralyzed by competing interests. Fleet would undermine CIM authority. CSA would exploit every loophole. And CIM moderates would be squeezed between radical factions that wanted alien collaboration and loyalist factions that wanted Earth control. But they didn't need to know that yet. They needed to believe cooperation was possible. Politics was weaponized trust betrayal. The vote took 3 hours. Procedural arguments, demands for guarantees, threats to walk out. Okonkwo navigated each obstacle with carefully calculated concessions. Gave fleet operational command but limited duration. Gave CSA economic incentives but with oversight. Gave CIM local authority but within fleet structure. Everyone got something. Everyone gave up something. Everyone hated the compromise enough to accept it. The Provisional War Council was ratified at 1847 hours. Okonkwo felt nothing. No satisfaction, no relief. just the hollow awareness that she'd manipulated 50 intelligent people into accepting an arrangement that would probably collapse within a week. But it would hold long enough. Long enough for Tarek to stop the CIM cultivator meeting, long enough for Gray to coordinate a defense, long enough for humanity to have one last chance. She was logging the vote when the first explosion hit. Factory Complex 3, Arcturus Prime's main munitions production facility. Someone had packed the antimatter storage with enough explosives to convert half the facility into expanding plasma. Okonkwo's datapad lit up with damage reports. 40% of production capacity gone. Estimated casualties, 300 workers. Secondary explosions still propagating through connected facilities. Sabotage. She pulled up security footage. Saw CIM radical identifiers. Saw coordinated teams moving through the factory. Saw them planting charges while the Provisional Council voted on unity. They'd known. The radicals had known about the alliance negotiations and decided to respond with fire. Harrow was already standing. This is CIM terrorism. We need immediate military. Wait, Okonkwo pulled up secondary alerts. CSA facility, Fleet Research Lab. Someone just tried to access Singh's alien tissue samples. Security flagged the intrusion. CSA operatives, caught in the act, trying to steal the technology they just agreed to receive through legitimate channels. Reeves' expression didn't change. That's a misunderstanding. That's theft. Vance was on his feet. You violated the agreement before we'd even formalized it. We were securing valuable assets. You were proving you can't be trusted. The chamber erupted. Fleet delegations shouting at CSA, CIM moderates demanding explanations for the factory bombing, CSA directors calling for independent investigations. Everyone pointing fingers, everyone backing away from the alliance. Okonkwo watched it fracture in real time, watched the careful structure she'd built collapse under the weight of mutual suspicion and self-interest. She'd known this would happen, had built the alliance knowing it was temporary, knowing that trust was a resource she was spending faster than she could generate it, but seeing it break this fast was almost impressive. Her comm chirped. Gray's channel. Okonkwo, sitrep. Alliance is collapsing. CIM radicals bombed the factories. CSA tried to steal research data. Everyone's accusing everyone. Can you salvage it? Maybe, if I lie more. Manufacture another crisis. Buy another few hours. Okonkwo looked at the chaos around her. How long do you need? 72 hours. Tarek's mission to stop the CIM cultivator meeting, Singh's network intelligence, coordinating our defense before the accelerationists trigger their extinction protocol. Gray pause. Can you hold them together that long? Okonkwo did the math, calculated the lies she'd need, the manufactured crises, the trust she'd have to betray to keep the factions aligned. Yes, she said, but I'm running out of pieces to sacrifice. Then sacrifice them, whatever it takes. The connection cut. Okonkwo stood, raised her voice over the arguing delegates. We have 72 hours before the accelerationists trigger total extinction. Anyone who wants to survive needs to shut up and listen. The room quieted, marginally. The factory bombing was CIM radicals trying to break this alliance. They succeed if we let them. The CSA theft was corporate opportunism. They succeed if we let them. Okonkwo pulled up the countdown. 9 days until extinction. But none of that matters if we're all dead. So here's what happens next. Fleet takes operational command for 72 hours. Emergency protocols. After that, we reconvene and renegotiate. Anyone who can't accept that can leave now. No one moved. Good. Harrow, coordinate military response to the factory bombing. Vance, secure all research facilities. CSA delegation, you're confined to quarters until we sort out the theft. CIM moderates, you're helping us track down the radicals. Questions? Reeve raised his hand. You just nationalized our movement. For 72 hours, then you get your autonomy back. Okonkwo met his eyes. Assuming we survive. And if we don't cooperate? Then you explain to your shareholders why you chose profit over existence. Reeve sat down. The session broke up. Delegates filed out under armed escort. Fleet Marines separating the factions, preventing the arguments from becoming firefights. Okonkwo was gathering her materials when Governor Mendez approached. CIM moderate, Arcturus colonies. The woman looked like she'd aged 10 years in the past 3 hours. Commander, I need to tell you something. Make it quick. The radicals, the ones who bombed the factory. Mendez glanced around, lowered her voice. They're not just trying to break the alliance. They're accelerating their timeline with the pragmatists. The meeting on the orbital station, it's not just negotiation anymore. The second explosion was bigger, closer. Okonkwo felt the deck buck, heard the pressure alarms, saw Mendez thrown backward by the blast wave. Emergency lighting, smoke, people screaming. She pulled herself upright, checked for injuries, intact. Mendez was on the deck, bleeding from a head wound, trying to speak. They're what? Okonkwo leaned close. Mendez, the radicals. What are they? Mendez's lips moved, forming words, but the secondary explosion drowned them out. When the smoke cleared, Mendez wasn't breathing, and Okonkwo would never know what she'd been trying to say. Chapter 15. The Man in the Mirror. Gray was reviewing casualty reports when Okonkwo sent the confirmation. Mendez was dead. No details, no context, just the flat statement and a timestamp. Governor Mendez, CM moderate, Arcturus colonies, deceased at 1903 hours. Cause, trauma from secondary explosion. Whatever she'd been trying to confess died with her. He filed it with the other losses. Moved to the next screen. Arcturus Prime was burning, not literally. The fires from the factory bombings had been contained. But the riots were spreading through 3 residential sectors. CIM radicals had seized 2 government buildings. CSA Private Security was evacuating corporate clients for fees that made Gray's stomach turn. And somewhere in orbit, CIM leadership was finalizing cooperation terms with the pragmatist faction while humanity tore itself apart. 68 hours until the accelerationists triggered extinction. Gray pulled up the tactical display, saw fleet forces scattered across the system, saw CSA ships holding defensive positions but refusing coordination, saw CIM militia fortifying colony infrastructure against everyone, saw humanity losing because they wouldn't stop fighting each other. His comm chimed. Voss. Captain, I have the analysis you requested. Go. Current trajectory projects complete a societal collapse within 48 hours. CIM radicals control enough infrastructure to cripple any unified defense. CSA has the resources but no incentive to commit them without profit guarantees. Fleet has command structure but insufficient materiel to operate independently. Voss paused. We can't win this conventionally. Recommendation, another pause. Longer. Manufacture a crisis severe enough that cooperation becomes mandatory. Force unity through existential threat. Gray closed his eyes, opened them. Specify. False flag operation. CSA stages an attack on a fleet installation. We retaliate against CIM radicals. The resulting crisis forces all factions to accept Provisional War Council authority or be branded enemy combatants. Voss's voice was flat, clinical. Estimated casualties 20 to 30, acceptable losses given the alternative. Who authorizes the CSA attack? Agent Reeve. He's already proposed this independently. Believes it's the only path to profitable cooperation. And the retaliation target? CIM radical holdout. Sector 7, military-age population, minimal civilian presence. Gray pulled up the sector map, saw the fortified position, saw the estimates, saw the numbers that reduced human lives to acceptable losses. When? We need 12 hours prep. Operation launches at ESO 600. Do it. Voss disconnected. Gray sat in the dark of his ready room and wondered when he'd become this, when giving kill orders had become as routine as filing casualty reports, when manufacturing crises was just another tactical option. The gardener would approve. Stress, evolution, humanity refined through controlled trauma. That thought should have stopped him. It didn't. Okonkwo arrived at 0200 hours. She looked like she'd aged a decade since Mendez died. Probably felt like it too. Voss briefed me on the operation, she said. No preamble, no pretense. I'm not objecting. Good. That doesn't mean I agree. Don't care. Gray pulled up the operation timeline. I need you to manage the political fallout. When the attack happens, you issue the statement condemning CIM aggression. Demand immediate cooperation under War Council authority. Anyone who refuses gets labeled collaborators. We'll be lying. We'll be surviving. Gray met her eyes. You spent 3 hours in that council chamber, manipulating people into an alliance that lasted 20 minutes. This is the same thing, just more direct. This is state-sponsored terrorism. This is war. Gray stood, moved to the viewport. Arcturus Prime filled the frame. Industrial sprawl, mining operations, the glow of cities burning from within. The cultivators are counting on us to fragment, counting on our principles to paralyze us. They've been doing this for millennia, cultivating species through controlled stress. We lose if we play their game. So we play a worse one? We play the one that keeps us alive. Gray turned. You want moral high ground, Commander? Find it after we're not extinct. Right now I need someone who can sell this operation to the factions. Can you do that or not? Okonkwo didn't answer immediately, just looked at him with an expression he couldn't read. Disgust, maybe, or recognition. The look of someone seeing their own compromises reflected back. I can do it, she said finally. Then do it. She left. Gray checked the chrono. 4 hours until operation launch. He should sleep. Should rest before making decisions that would get people killed. Should maintain the pretense that this was just another mission. He pulled up Chen's interrogation files instead. Read through the CIM Radical Manifesto, their justification for collaborating with the pragmatists. The cold calculation that said sacrificing Earth and Mars was acceptable if the colonies survived. They weren't wrong, not strategically. If the accelerationists won, everyone died. If the pragmatists won, maybe 30% of humanity survived through integration. CIM was choosing the lesser extinction. Same choice Gray was making now. Different math. He wondered if Chen had felt this empty before Tarek shot him. At 0530, Gray joined Voss in the CIC. The tactical display showed CSA ships moving into position. Reeves' team was aboard one of them. Corporate operatives with military-grade equipment and orders to create a crisis. Target confirmation, Voss said, pulled up the coordinates. Fleet Research Station, Arcturus orbit. Minimal personnel, maximum symbolic value. CSA will hit the exterior lab module. Damage without casualties. We've evacuated all non-essential staff. And the CIM retaliation? Strike team standing by. Tarek's leading it. Voss pulled up the roster. Marines who'd volunteered. Who knew this was off book? Who'd crossed the line with him? They go in 30 seconds after the CSA attack. Surgical, fast, 20 to 30 casualties. Gray studied the faces on the roster, recognized half of them, had written commendations for some, would write condolence letters for others. What's the collateral estimate? Low. Target is isolated. Civilian evacuation routes are clear. Confirmation from Reeve? Standing by, awaiting your authorization. Gray looked at the chrono. 0:8, 2 minutes. He could stop this. Could call it off. Could find another way. Could watch humanity fragment while maintaining his principles. Authorize, Gray said. Voss sent the code. At 0600 hours, CSA ships opened fire on the Fleet Research Station. Precision strikes. Railgun rounds punching through the exterior lab module exactly as planned. Explosions lighting up the viewport. Damage control teams scrambling to seal breaches. 0 casualties. Textbook execution. 30 seconds later, Tarek's team launched. Gray watched their approach on sensors. Watched them breach the CIM holdout. Watched the engagement markers light up as they encountered resistance. Watched the casualty counter start climbing. 20, 25, 30, acceptable losses, 40, 50. Voss, why isn't the counter stopping? Unknown, strike team is still engaged. They were supposed to be in and out in 4 minutes. They've been in for 7. Something's wrong. Gray pulled up the comm channel. Tarek, sitrep, static. Tarek, respond. More static. Then Tarek's voice strained. Target wasn't isolated. Intel was wrong. We've got civilians, families, mixed with the combatants. They're using them as shields. Abort and extract. Negative. We're pinned. They've got our exit blocked. The casualty counter kept climbing. 60, 70. Voss, get me the CSA operation channel. Voss pulled it up. Gray heard Reeves' voice, calm and professional, coordinating with his team. Heard the confirmation that the fleet station attack had gone perfectly. Heard the stand-down order. Reeve, this is Gray. We have a situation with the retaliation strike. Needs CSA fire support to cover extraction. Negative, Captain. Our contract was for the initial strike only. Anything beyond that is your operation. We have Marines pinned down with civilian casualties mounting. Should have planned better. Reeves' voice was flat. CSA assets are withdrawing per our agreement. Good luck. The channel went dead. Gray stared at the casualty counter. 80, 90. Get me alternate extraction options. Working. Voss's fingers moved across his console. Closest assets are 40 minutes out. Too long. Then get me someone closer. There is no one closer. We're on our own. The counter hit 100. Gray opened the general comm. All fleet units in Arcturus space converge on Sector 7. Emergency extraction. Authorization Gray Alpha 7. Ships started moving. Too slow. Too far. The counter kept climbing. At 0647, Tarek's team broke through the exit. They'd fought their way out through 2 floors of fortified positions, had taken casualties, had inflicted more. Final count, 812 dead, not 20, not 30, 812. Gray pulled up the casualty breakdown, saw the demographics, saw the age ranges, saw civilian residential complex flagged 73 times, families, children, non-combatants mixed with the radicals because the intel had been wrong or incomplete or deliberately falsified. Voss, how did this happen? Unknown. Target intelligence showed military occupancy only. Then where did 800 civilians come from? I don't know. For the first time, Voss sounded uncertain. The data, it was verified, triple-checked. Someone fed us false intelligence. Gray understood. Reeve, CSA had set them up, had given them a target that would maximize civilian casualties, had turned a surgical strike into a massacre, and Gray had authorized it. His comm lit up. Priority channel, CIM radical broadcast. A face appeared on screen. Woman, mid-40s, colony militia insignia, Commander Torres, one of the radical leaders. Captain Gray, she said, voice steady, cold. Thank you for proving our point. Fleet and CSA working together to slaughter colonial civilians. 812 confirmed dead. We're broadcasting the footage across every CIM network. You've just recruited a generation of fighters who will never trust Earth authority again. The screen switched to the footage. Gray saw his Marines moving through corridors, saw muzzle flashes, saw bodies, saw the aftermath. Residential units torn apart, children's belongings scattered among the debris. The ugly truth of what acceptable losses looked like in practice. We told them you'd do this, Torres continued. Told them fleet would sacrifice colonies to maintain control. Now they believe us. Now they'll join us. She leaned closer to the camera. Your false flag operation didn't create unity, Captain. It created 800 martyrs, and we're going to use every single one. The broadcast ended. Gray stood in the CIC, watched his officers process what they'd just witnessed, watched them realize what they'd participated in, watched the fragile trust that held a military unit together start to crack. Okonkwo's voice overcome. Captain, I can't sell this. The footage is everywhere. CIM moderates are abandoning the War Council. CSA is denying involvement. Fleet loyalists are demanding your court-martial. Pause. We lost. Gray killed the channel. He'd authorized the operation, thinking it would force unity, thinking the threat would outweigh the cost, thinking he could manufacture the crisis humanity needed. Instead, he'd proven the radicals right, proven that fleet authority was willing to kill civilians to maintain control, proven that CSA couldn't be trusted, proven that every faction was justified in their paranoia. The Gardener would be proud. Perfect stress, Perfect fracture. Humanity breaking along predictable lines while the extinction clock ticked down. Gray had become what he was fighting. His console chimed. Incoming transmission. Encoded. Origin. CI. Radical command. He almost didn't take it. Opened the channel. Torres appeared. Same cold expression. Captain Gray, I'm contacting you privately because you've just done something important. I've just murdered 800 civilians. Yes, and in doing so, you've proven you're willing to do what's necessary for survival. Torres pulled up a data file. The CIM moderates were useless. Wanted independence without paying the cost. Wanted to negotiate with people who see them as a livestock. We respect ruthlessness more than principles, Captain. You just demonstrated ruthlessness. Gray didn't respond. The pragmatists made us an offer, Torres continued. Colonial autonomy in exchange for cooperation, limited integration, controlled harvest of Earth populations while the colonies survive. We accepted, but we need someone on the fleet side who understands real politics. Someone who's already crossed the lines that paralyze better men. You're offering alliance. We're offering survival. You've just shown you're willing to kill for it. So are we. Torres leaned forward. The massacre backfired politically, Captain. But it proved something to us. You're as ruthless as we are. That's the foundation of trust among professionals. Gray looked at her face on screen, saw his own reflection in the dark glass of his console, saw a man who'd authorized 800 deaths thinking it would save billions. Saw a man who'd become what he hated because the alternative was extinction. Saw Commander Torres offering him exactly what he'd been trying to manufacture. Unified command. Just not the unity he'd imagined. What are you proposing? Gray asked. Torres smiled. It didn't reach her eyes. A conference. You, me, and the pragmatist representatives. 48 hours. We negotiate humanity's survival while the accelerationists arm their extinction protocol. She paused. Unless you're too principled to send me the coordinates. Charon Chapter 16. The Burning Spear. Voss counted hulls. 3 CSA destroyers holding station at 15,000 clicks. 2 CIM frigates, stolen fleet designs, bastardized, at 20. The Valiant centered between them like a shield for the 6 transports carrying the conference delegation to neutral space. 800 dead civilians 40 hours ago. Now they were all playing nice. Threat board clear, Ensign Park reported. CSA squadron maintaining formation. CIM vessels? Locked in, no deviation. Voss didn't trust it. The massacre footage was still cycling through every display in the fleet. Grainy security cam shots of Hab Complex 7 coming apart. Families. Children. 800 bodies for Gray's unity. And here they were. Unified. His console flickered. Reeves' face appeared on a discreet channel. Lieutenant, how's babysitting duty? Functional. Voss kept his eyes on the formation plot. Your ships is staying in their lanes? For now. Reeves' expression was unreadable. Conference is 40 minutes out. Try not to shoot anyone before we get there. The channel closed. Voss had watched the false flag operation unfold from the Valiant's CIC. Watched Reeves' team move on what should have been a fleet munitions depot. Watched the coordinates shift. Watched the missiles hit residential. Reeves claimed malfunction, targeting error, bad intel. Voss had reviewed the telemetry. No error. Deliberate retargeting. CSA had wanted the massacre. Wanted Gray covered in blood. Wanted fleet authority shattered so completely that only CSA could hold the pieces. Instead, they got this. An alliance built on shared atrocity. Contact, Park said. Emergence point alpha. Multiple signatures. Voss pulled up the scan. His stomach dropped. 6 cultivator vessels, light cruiser mass, accelerationist design, all edges and aggression. All ships, battle stations. Voss kept his voice level. CSA squadron, confirm weapons hot, static. CSA squadron, respond. Reeves' face reappeared. Calm. We see them, Lieutenant. Holding fire. They're on intercept vector. I said holding fire. The CSA destroyers didn't deviate, just maintained formation like the cultivators weren't there. Voss's hand moved toward the firing solution, stopped. Gray's orders were explicit. No engagement without coordination. The alliance is fragile. The cultivator squadron closed to 10,000 clicks. CIM frigates broke formation. Voss! Park's voice pitched higher. CIM vessels accelerating. There. I see it. The frigates were running, full burn away from the conference convoy, which left Valiant, 3 CSA destroyers, and 6 cultivator ships. Voss opened fleet-wide. All transports, emergency vector change. Burn for... The cultivators opened fire. Not at the Valiant, at the transports. Railgun rounds tore through Transport 3's drive section. The ship went dark, bleeding atmosphere from 100 breaches. Voss triggered the firing solution. All batteries, engage! Belay that! Gray's voice cut across the channel. Flat, certain. Hold fire. Sir, they're killing the transports. I said hold. Transport 5 took a direct hit, exploded in a flash of reactor plasma. Voss's finger hovered over the override. One press. The Valiant's railguns would shred those cruisers. Gray would court-martial him for it. 800 civilians dead on Gray's orders. Now this. CSA squadron, Voss tried again. You seeing this? We see it. Reeves' voice was ice. Holding position per Captain Gray's command. Transport 4 started to burn. Course correction, too slow. The cultivators bracketed it with precision fire. Hull breaches, secondary explosions, life pods ejecting into vacuum. Voss counted casualties in his head. 3 transports, 40 crew each, 120 dead in 90 seconds. Sir? His voice cracked. Permission to? Denied. The cultivator squadron adjusted course. Not pursuing, just stopping, holding position like CSA, like they were part of the formation. What the fuck, Park whispered. One of the cultivator vessels broadcast. Wideband, unencrypted, but not to the fleet. To Gray, specifically to Gray. The voice was synthesized, alien harmonics beneath human phonemes. Captain Marcus Gray, we acknowledge your communication. The Pragmatist Conclave accepts your request for conference. Your demonstration of commitment, a pause, the word commitment landing heavy, has been noted. Proceed to designated coordinates. Come alone. The transmission ended. Park turned in her seat, face white. Sir, they're talking about the massacre. They're saying, Gray, focus on your board, Ensign. But Voss knew the false flag wasn't just for human unity. It was an audition. Proof to the pragmatists that Gray would do what was necessary. 800 dead to prove ruthlessness. Now the cultivators were escorting him to the conference. Captain? Voss kept his voice steady. Orders? Static. More static. Gray's channel opened. Valiant will proceed to conference coordinates. CSA squadron will maintain escort. Recover survivors from destroyed transports. And the cultivators? They're providing additional escort. Voss looked at the threat board. Human ships, alien ships, all flying together like they'd rehearsed it. Maybe they had. Acknowledged. He closed the channel. Looked at Park. You heard the man. Rescue ops. Move. The next 30 minutes were spent pulling survivors from debris fields. 87 recovered. 33 dead. Added to 800. Voss stopped counting. The formation reformed. Valiant at center. CSA destroyers port and starboard. CIM frigates rejoining from their burn. Sheepish, weapons cold. And the 6 cultivator cruisers. Flanking. Protective. Like they were all friends. Approaching conference coordinates, Park reported. Station detected. Designate. Threshold remnant? Voss pulled up the visual. Felt his throat close. It was what remained of Threshold Station. The hub where CSA had killed 800 in Chapter 11. Where Gray had started this spiral. Now gutted, repurposed. Half cultivator technology grafted onto human bulkheads. Pragmatist banners, green and silver, where UHSF flags used to fly. They're using our station, Park said. They're using our fucking... Park, she went quiet. The conference was happening in humanity's grave. Captain Gray is transferring to shuttle, communications reported. Departing Valiant for station. Voss watched the shuttle detach, watched it approach the hybrid station, watched it dock. Gray was going in alone. Voss pulled up internal feeds, habit, protocol, the need to know what was happening. Station sensors were still partially operational, enough to show Gray walking through corridors that used to be human. Now something else. Torres was waiting, the CIM radical, and 3 cultivators. Pragmatist design, sleeker, less aggressive than accelerationist models. The feed showed Gray stopping, looking at Torres, at the cultivators. Voss couldn't hear the conversation, just watch body language. Torres gesturing, Gray standing rigid, the cultivators utterly still. Then Gray nodded. The cultivators moved forward. One extended a limb, not threatening, offering. Gray took it. The image cut out. "Sir?" Park's voice was shaking. "What's happening?" Diplomacy. The word tasted like ash. Voss kept the Valiant at station, kept watching sensors, kept waiting for this alliance of monsters to fall apart. It didn't. 20 minutes later, Gray emerged, Torres with him, 1 cultivator. They boarded the shuttle together. Voss's console lit up with incoming transmission. Gray's voice, calm, controlled. "All ships, conference successful. New operational parameters uploading now. Valiant will proceed to Arcturus Prime for joint operations with CSA and Pragmatist forces. Questions will be addressed in briefing." The data packet hit Voss's screen. He opened it, felt the deck drop out from under him. Combined fleet operations, shared command, human cultivator, joint strike teams, targeting accelerationist positions, CSA providing materiel, CIM providing intelligence, Pragmatists providing integration protocols for volunteers. Controlled harvest, the document said. Willing participants. The alternative was extinction. Voss had read enough. He looked at the station, at the cultivator ships, at the CSA destroyers already maneuvering into formation, like they drilled this. Maybe they had. Park was staring at her screen. "Sir, this can't be. We can't work with." "We can," Voss cut her off. "We are. Because the alternative was what? Mutiny? Watching humanity tear itself apart while the accelerationists finish the job?" Gray had found his unity. It just came with strings attached to alien limbs. "Set course for Arcturus Prime," Voss ordered. "Formation as per the upload." The Valiant's engines fired. CSA destroyers matched velocity. CIM frigates fell in, and the 6 cultivator cruisers took point, leading humanity home. Arcturus Prime burned on approach, not from war, from industry. Every factory running triple shifts. Every forge hot. CSA had moved fast. Their contractors already gutting civilian infrastructure for military production. Voss watched the planet grow larger. Watched the orbital traffic, freighters carrying raw materials in, warships carrying munitions out. Efficient, ruthless. The massacre had cleared away opposition. Now CSA ran the heartland. "Incoming transmission," Park said. "Arcturus Defense Command. They're assigning us berth and combat loadout priority?" Voss pulled up the queue. Valiant was listed 3rd, behind 2 CSA carriers. "They're giving us munitions," Park continued. "Full refit. Crew rotations approved for..." She stopped. "Sir, they're treating us like we're part of their fleet." "We are." Voss accepted the berth assignment. "For now." The Valiant descended into parking orbit. Dock clamps engaged. Umbilicals connected. Voss watched crews swarm the hull. CSA contractors in unmarked suits. Working fast. Professional. His console chimed. Gray requesting in-person briefing. CIC 1 hour. Voss stood. "Park, you have the standard watch rotation." She nodded. Didn't meet his eyes. He walked through corridors that felt wrong now. Same ship, same crew, but everything tilted. Like gravity had shifted 10 degrees and nobody mentioned it. CIC was already full when he arrived. Gray at the center, Torres on one side, a cultivator on the other. Pragmatist design, Designation Witness 4 according to the translator overlay. Voss saluted. Sir, Gray returned it. Lieutenant, status? Valiant is combat ready. Crew morale is managing. They'll adjust. Gray pulled up a tactical display. We have 48 hours before the joint operation launches. Target is an accelerationist stronghold in the belt. Combined strike, fleet, CSA, pragmatist forces. Voss studied the briefing. It was solid, professional. The kind of operation he'd run 100 times, except for the part where they were working with the people trying to extinct humanity. Rules of engagement, Voss asked. Accelerationist vessels are hostile. Engage on sight. Pragmatist forces are allied. Coordinate fire support. Gray's voice was mechanical. CSA handles logistics. We handle execution. And if the pragmatists decide we're more useful harvested than allied? Gray's expression didn't change. Then we've already lost. The cultivator spoke, its voice synthesized through implanted speakers. Your concern is noted, Lieutenant Voss. The pragmatist conclave does not harvest allies. Integration is offered, not compelled. Yet, the cultivator agreed. No deception, no reassurance, just fact. Voss looked at Gray, saw a man who'd crossed every line he had, saw someone still standing because the alternative was falling. Understood, sir. Voss turned to leave. Lieutenant, Gray's voice stopped him. I know what this looks like. Voss didn't turn around. Do you, sir? Survival requires compromise. Sometimes it requires 800 civilians, alliance with genocidal aliens, letting CSA run our production. Voss finally looked back. What's the compromise? Where's the line we don't cross? Gray met his eyes. There isn't one. Not anymore. Voss left. The operation launched 36 hours later. Valiant 4 CSA destroyers. 2 pragmatist cruisers. Target, accelerationist listening post in the belt. Intelligence said it was coordinating strikes against human colonies. Intelligence was provided by pragmatists. Voss didn't trust it. Ran the op anyway. They emerged from transit at combat speed. The listening post was exactly where intelligence said. Minimal defenses, almost too easy. All ships, weapons free, Voss ordered. Engage. The post broadcast before they could fire. Not to the fleet, to the Valiant specifically. To someone on the Valiant. The voice was human, female, familiar. Lieutenant Kaido Voss, this is Dr. Amara Singh. I'm transmitting under duress from Accelerationist Collective. They have Commander Diana. They have Sergeant Tarek. They want to negotiate. Voss's blood went ice. If you fire on this position, they die. If you withdraw, humanity gets one more chance at real peace. Not pragmatist slavery, actual coexistence. Singh's voice cracked. The accelerationists are willing to talk, but not with Gray, not with CSA, with you. The channel closed. Voss stared at the threat board. The listening post, the pragmatist cruisers already charging weapons, CSA destroyers holding fire, waiting for his call. Gray's voice cut in. Voss, it's a trap. Engage the target. Sir, they have Diana, they have... I heard it's a trap. Destroy that post. Torres's voice joined. Lieutenant, we have a timetable. Either you fire or we do. The pragmatist cruisers powered weapons. Voss looked at his firing solution. One command. The post would evaporate. Diana would die. Tarek would die. Singh would die. And the alliance Gray built, this ugly blood-soaked coalition, would survive. Or he could wait. Listen. See if this was real. And watch everything Gray sacrificed 800 civilians for collapse. His hand moved to the trigger. The shot echoed through the CIC. Someone screamed. Voss couldn't see who through the sudden smoke. Chapter 17. What We've Become. The promotion ceremony lasted 4 minutes. Captain Gray pinned the lieutenant bars to Reeves's collar in a supply bay, converted to temporary admin space on Arcturus Prime. No pomp, no speech about service and honor. It's just the metal touching fabric and Gray's hand dropping away, like he'd touched something diseased. "Report to Propaganda Detachment Delta," he said. "They're waiting." Reeves saluted. Gray didn't return it, just turned and walked out, leaving her standing there with new rank insignia in orders she hadn't asked for. The bay smelled like hydraulic fluid and recycled sweat. Somewhere overhead, construction crews were retrofitting civilian infrastructure into weapons foundries. CSA efficiency. Hammers rang against steel in patterns that felt like countdown timers. 48 hours since Voss's shot had killed the power relay instead of the person screaming. 48 hours since the accelerationist broadcast offering peace talks had been cut short by pragmatist jamming. 48 hours since the alliance had held despite every reason to fracture. CSA owned Arcturus Prime now. Not officially. Officially, it was still provisional council governance, rotating leadership, shared authority. But the factory floors told the truth. CSA contractors ran every production line. CSA security enforced every shift change. CSA accountants tracked every credit of profit flowing back to corporate shareholders on Earth. Benevolent dictatorship. Maximum efficiency. Minimum freedom. Gray had enabled it. Traded sovereignty for ship production. 800 dead civilians for 12 warships and the industrial capacity to build more. Reeves walked through corridors that used to be civilian admin spaces. Now military staging areas. Soldiers everywhere. None of them fleet. CSA private security and unmarked armor. CIM militia with improvised insignias. Even a few pragmatist liaisons. Human cultivator hybrids walking among troops like it was normal. Nobody looked at her. Nobody looked at anyone, eyes down. Work continues. Propaganda Detachment Delta occupied what used to be a news broadcasting studio. Banks of editing stations, holographic displays, transmission arrays powerful enough to reach every colony in human space. Commander Yuki Harmon ran the operation, 43 years old, fleet career propagandist, dead eyes that had seen every atrocity and learned to frame it as necessary sacrifice. Lieutenant Reeves. Harmon didn't look up from her editing console. "You're assigned to documentary unit. Your job is to make the war look winnable, film victories, edit out casualties, manufacture hope. Questions? What if there are no victories? Then you manufacture those too." Harmon finally met her eyes. "You have recording equipment, editing access, and broadcast clearance. Use them to keep morale from collapsing. That's the mission. Dismissed." Reeves took her equipment kit, military-grade camera, encrypted storage drives, editing software that could splice reality into whatever narrative command wanted. She signed for it like ammunition, walked out carrying the tools of institutional lying. The refugee camp started 2 kilometers from the military zone. Reeves took a transport there because her orders said document displaced populations, show resilient civilian spirit, emphasize unity in crisis. Show them surviving, don't show them dying. The camps sprawled across what used to be agricultural districts. 70,000 people crammed into emergency housing designed for 10. Families living in cargo containers. Children queuing for water rations. Medical tents overwhelmed by preventable diseases. She started filming. Official narrative. Temporary relocation while combat zones are secured. Full support from provisional government. Return to homes pending threat assessment completion. Reality permanent displacement because CSA contractors wanted the real estate for factory expansion. Minimal support except what kept riots from starting. No homes left to return to because orbital strikes had converted them to rubble. Reeves recorded both, kept the lies in primary storage, saved the truth to a hidden partition. A girl maybe 8 years old stared at her camera. Hollow face, fever sweat, infection spreading from an untreated wound on her arm because medical supplies were diverted to military operations. "Are you here to help?" the girl asked. Reeves lowered the camera. "No." "Then why are you filming us?" "Because someone should remember." The girl walked away. Reeves kept recording. She spent 6 days documenting official victories that were tactical stalemates, interviewing soldiers who spoke scripted lines about duty and sacrifice, filming factory workers who were one missed quota from imprisonment. She edited it into morale-boosting propaganda that made the war look manageable, necessary, just. Then she started smuggling the real footage out. Independent colonial networks still existed. Pirate broadcasts, encrypted mesh networks, data drops on shipping routes CSA didn't fully control. Reeves found a contact through a CIM militia member who owed her from before the alliance formed. Handed over a drive containing 20 hours of unedited documentation. "This is what I think it is," the contact asked. "Truth. That'll get you shot." "Yeah." Reeves walked away before she could change her mind. The footage started circulating 3 days later. Refugee conditions, factory exploitation, soldiers breaking under stress. The moral compromises that defined every operation. No narration, no agenda, just documentation. Command didn't know who leaked it. Reeves kept filming, kept lying in official reports, kept saving truth to hidden drives and smuggling them to networks that would broadcast what Fleet censored. She became good at it. The double life, the compartmentalization, smile for the propaganda, record the horror, separate the person who followed orders from the person who documented what those orders cost, until she found the encrypted communication logs. They were in a data cache she wasn't supposed to access. Command-level traffic, operational orders, decision trees showing how the false flag operation had been authorized. Gray's voice encoded in text, clinical and certain. Proceed with strike. Minimal casualties acceptable. Unity requires demonstration. Then the CSA response. Target adjustment, civilian complex substituted. Maximum political impact. Gray's reply, acknowledged. Operation continues. 800 lives traded for political leverage, deliberately, with full knowledge. Reeves sat in her quarters staring at the logs. She'd known the massacre was Gray's operation. Hadn't known he'd been warned about the targeting change. Hadn't known he'd authorized it anyway. The idealistic ensign from 6 months ago would have reported this through proper channels, trusted the system to hold leaders accountable. That ensign was gone. Reeves copied the files, encrypted them, added them to her next data drop with a time delay release. 72 hours to give her time to prepare for the fallout. Then she went back to filming propaganda. The footage went viral 60 hours later. Reeves was recording a CSA factory supervisor explaining improved munitions production when every display in the facility switched to emergency broadcasts. Her own leaked footage, Gray's communications, the deliberate targeting of civilians, the full scope of the false flag operation laid bare. The supervisor stopped mid-sentence, stared at the screens, looked at Reeves like she'd grown a second head. That's classified command traffic. Who the fuck leaked? Reeves kept her camera running, recorded his expression shifting from confusion to rage to calculation. Watched him understand that someone inside the propaganda unit had betrayed every operational security protocol. Watched him not quite look at her. Facility lockdown, he said into his comm. Full audit of personnel access logs. Find the source. Reeves lowered her camera, walked out while she still could. The fallout spread like radiation. Fleet loyalists called for Gray's immediate arrest. Court-martial for war crimes, stripping of command, prosecution under military justice codes that hadn't been enforced since the war started. Admiral Petros issued a formal statement condemning the operation while carefully avoiding condemning Gray personally. CSA distanced themselves publicly, press releases emphasizing their limited operational role, their trust in Fleet Command judgment, their shock at the targeting error. Privately, according to intercepts Reeves pulled from the same compromise archives, they were shielding Gray, too useful to burn, too complicit to abandon. CIM radicals used the footage as vindication. Every broadcast, every propaganda channel. See? Earth-based command is irredeemably corrupt. This is what unity with Fleet means. Civilian massacres for political control. Colonies that had been wavering toward rejoining the Provisional Council flipped to full secession. Riots broke out on 3 worlds. A CIM cell on Arcturus Prime bombed a CSA factory, killing 19 workers, claiming it was justice for the 800. The alliance held. Barely. Because the alternative was extinction and everyone knew it. But it held wrong now. held like a broken bone healing crooked. Reeves watched it all unfold from her quarters, monitoring broadcasts, tracking the cascading consequences of her leak, waiting for security to connect the dots. Her console chimed, personal message, origin, New Mumbai, sender, Dr. Amara Singh's family network. Reeves almost didn't open it, did anyway. Singh's brother filled the screen. Jai Singh, civilian doctor, 3 years younger than his sister. Face that looked like hers but unmarked by war. Maya Reeves, his voice was controlled fury. I'm sending this because my sister won't respond to our calls. Because she's serving under a war criminal and apparently sees no problem with it. So I'm asking you, is this footage real? Did Gray order the massacre? Did my sister help cover it up? Reeves didn't answer. Couldn't. Tell Amara she needs to choose, Jai continued, between serving that monster and being part of this family. She doesn't get both. None of you do. The message ended. Reeves sat in silence. The compartmentalization she'd built, propaganda officer versus whistleblower, following orders versus documenting truth, cracked straight down the middle. Singh would receive the same message, would have to choose between the crew that had become her family and the family that had raised her, between the compromises that kept humanity alive and the principles that made life worth living. Reeves had made that choice when she leaked the footage. Singh would make it now. The door to Reeves's quarters unlocked without her authorization. 3 CSA security contractors stepped inside, armed, professional. Lieutenant Maya Reeves, the lead contractor, said, "You're ordered to report to command for questioning regarding unauthorized access of classified materials. Come peacefully or don't. We're paid either way." Reeves stood, didn't resist. Let them confiscate her equipment, her data drives, everything except the backup she'd hidden in the environmental systems 3 levels down. They walked her through corridors where soldiers she'd filmed now looked at her like poison, through checkpoints she'd cleared a dozen times but now triggered alerts, through the facility toward whatever cell or interrogation room they'd prepared. The lights died. Emergency backup kicked in half a second later. Red glow, alarm klaxons, automated lockdown protocols engaging. The contractor stopped, scanning for threats. "What?" The lead started. The collision alarm cut him off. Not metaphorical, not political, literal collision. Something had hit the station's orbital defense grid, mass sufficient to register as hostile contact, velocity high enough to punch through ablative plating. Reeves's tactical instinct kicked in before conscious thought. Incoming debris from a destroyed ship, or a deliberate ramming attack, or an accelerationist strike timed to capitalize on the political chaos her leak had created. The facility shook, hard enough to throw the contractors off balance. Reeves ran. She made it 15 meters before the second impact hit. The deck buckled. Structural integrity alarms joined the collision warning. Something big had torn through the station's outer hull. Her combat training said, "Find shelter, brace for decompression, wait for all clear." Her whistleblower instinct said, "Get to that backup drive before someone else did." She chose the drive. Down 3 levels through emergency ladders, past evacuating personnel, past crew scrambling to damage control stations. The environmental systems access corridor was supposed to be empty. It wasn't. Commander Harmon stood there with 2 armed escorts, looking at the access panel Reeves had used to hide her backup drive. Looking at Reeves. "I figured it was you," Harmon said. Calm, almost gentle. "You're the only one in my unit still naive enough to think truth matters more than survival." Reeves stopped 10 meters out. The station shook again. Closer, impact. Whatever was hitting them wasn't stopping. "That drive has more footage," Harmon continued. "More classified intelligence. More ammunition for anyone who wants to fracture what's left of human unity. I'm ordered to secure it, and you." "By who? Gray? CSA? The pragmatists?" "Does it matter? They all want the same thing. Control of the narrative. You're threatening that. So you're done." Harmon's escorts raised weapons. The 4th impact hit directly above them. The ceiling came down in a wave of shattered composite and severed conduits. Emergency containment failed. Atmospheric integrity compromised. Reeves saw Harmon's mouth moving, Orders, curses, something. But the sound was gone, replaced by the shriek of escaping air and the groan of failing structural supports. The backup drive was 10 meters away. Harmon was reaching for it. The station listed. Gravity failed. Everyone went weightless. Reeves pushed off the wall, floating toward the drive. Harmon grabbed it first. Then the fifth impact hit. Not debris, not a ramming attack, a ship. Accelerationist cruiser, according to the fraction-second tactical overlay, before systems failed completely. Deliberate collision, mass on mass. Breaking through the station's defenses, not with weapons, but with momentum. The cruiser punched through the hull 40 meters from Reeves's position. Time dilated. She watched the ship's prow emerge from the station's skin like a blade from flesh. Watched atmosphere hemorrhage into vacuum. Watched structural support snap under stress they were never designed to bear. Watched the collision's physics play out in slow motion. Debris field expanding, pressure wave propagating, station orientation shifting as the impact redistributed mass. The cruiser filled her field of vision, still accelerating. Trajectory plotted straight through environmental systems, straight through her position. 2 seconds to impact. The backup drive spun in 0G between her and Harmon. 1 second, Reeves reached. The cruiser hit. Chapter 18. The Last Full Measure. Singh's message to her brother took 11 seconds to compose and 17 years of service to send. I'm staying. Someone has to stop this. Running won't fix anything. Tarek watched her delete 3 longer drafts before settling on those words. Watched her finger hover over the transmit key like it weighed more than the armor she wore. Watched her press it and then sit perfectly still in the Valiant's communications bay, staring at the screen that would never show a reply worth reading. He'll understand, Tarek said. No. Singh didn't look at him. He'll hate me. Probably should. Reeves sat in the corner, wrist cuffed to a support stanchion. Arrested but not confined to the brig because Gray's authority barely extended to his own ship anymore. Her leaked footage had done what the cultivators couldn't, shattered fleet unity from the inside. 3 admirals had called for Gray's court-martial. 6 colonies declared full secession. CSA withdrew their public support while their private channels still coordinated logistics. The alliance held, barely, because extinction was still the alternative. You could still go, Tarek told Singh. Transfer request, medical discharge. Your family would take you back. And leave you idiots to die without proper trauma care? Singh finally met his eyes. I signed up to save lives. That includes yours. Reeves shifted against her restraints. We're all complicit now. Might as well see it through. Complicit in what? Tarek checked his rifle. Habit, protocol, the muscle memory that kept Marines alive when thinking stopped working. Survival? Atrocity. Reeves's voice was flat, empty. The idealistic ensign was gone. This version understood what truth cost. We document it, treat its wounds, follow the orders, makes us part of it. Singh stood. Then we'd better make it count for something. Tarek's console chimed. Operational orders, priority alpha. He opened the file knowing what it would say before the words loaded. Mission: destroy primary cultivator intelligence node designated the SCAR. Objective: eliminate Gardner coordination capability. Personnel: Recon Team Echo. Expected casualties: 100%. Authorization: Captain M. Gray. Below that, a single line he hadn't expected. Volunteers only. Tarek looked at his team roster. 15 names. 15 Marines who'd survived everything the war had thrown at them through competence and luck, and the kind of stubborn refusal to die that made Recon what it was. He was asking them to die on purpose this time. Sarge? Corporal Dietrich appeared in the hatchway. 23 years old, 2 combat drops, still checked corners like the galaxy was trying to kill her. It was. Orders came through? Yeah. Scar Station, one-way ticket. Yeah. Dietrich nodded, didn't ask why, didn't question the math. Briefing at 600? Suar 600. She left. Tarek cued the briefing materials and tried to remember why he'd volunteered for this 17 years ago. before Tharsis, before he'd learned that the only reliable thing in the universe was that good people died and bad ones kept breathing, and the ones in between just carried the weight until it broke them. He'd been looking for a death that mattered since Tharsis. This was it. The Scar's destruction would buy humanity months, maybe years. Cut the Gardeners' coordination, force the cultivators to rebuild their intelligence network from scratch. 15 lives for millions saved. The math worked. Tarek just couldn't make himself care anymore. The briefing was clinical. Tactical overlays, approach vectors, defensive estimates. Probability of success, 38%. Probability of survival, 0.03%, accounting for miracles and statistical anomalies. Nobody laughed at the numbers. Insertion via stealth drop, Tarek explained, highlighting the approach corridor. Station's automated defenses are formidable but predictable. We exploit the gaps, reach the central core, plant charges. Detonation radius will consume the entire structure. Extraction, Private Okoro asked. Knew the answer, asked anyway. Compromised. Transit window closes before charges are armed. We're staying. Silence, not shocked, just processing. 15 faces doing the math and deciding if the trade was worth it. I'm not ordering this, Tarek said. Gray authorized volunteers only. You want out? Nobody judges. You've earned that right. Dietrich spoke first. I'm in. Okoro. In. Martinez. In. Down the line. 15 Marines, 15 affirmatives, no hesitation, no speeches about duty or honor. Just professionals accepting the mission parameters and deciding the job needed doing. Tarek had never been more proud of people he was about to kill. Transport launches in 4 hours. Get your gear squared away. Write your letters if you're doing that. He met each face, memorized them. Dismissed. They filed out. Singh caught him before he left. Yusuf. She'd never used his first name before. You don't have to do this. Someone does. Let someone else. Her hand caught his arm. You've been trying to die since before I met you. Don't pretend this is about the mission. Tarek looked at her hand. At the wedding ring she still wore, though her husband had been dead 6 years. At the scars on her fingers from 17 years of patching Marines back together, just to send them out to break again. Maybe it's both, he said. Does it matter? It matters if you're throwing your life away instead of giving it. He didn't have an answer for that, left her standing in the corridor with her hands still reaching. The Scar hung in space like a monument to human hubris. The research station they'd built to study the alien artifact, now converted into a cultivator stronghold. Organic growth covered the original structure. Biomechanical defenses bristled from every surface. Autonomous hunters patrolled in patterns that adapted to threats in real time. Tarek's team went in dark, minimal emissions. Suits configured for thermal suppression. Each Marine was a ghost on scanners, undetectable until weapons fire would make stealth irrelevant. The station's skin approached. Tarek's HUD painted threats. Defense turrets, sensor arrays, patrol drones. Gaps existed. Always did. Perfect defense was impossible. The trick was exploiting imperfections before they closed. Breach point alpha, he transmitted. 30 seconds. His team adjusted vectors. Magnetic grapples deployed. Contact. The hull was wrong. Felt organic. Warm. Like touching skin instead of composite. Tarek's breaching charge adhered with a wet sound that made his stomach clench. 3 seconds. Detonation. Pressure release into vacuum. The team flooded through before alarms could register the breach. Interior corridors were worse. Biological growth consumed original architecture. Lighting pulsed like heartbeats. The air, when they hit pressurized sections, tasted copper and ozone, and something sweetly wrong. Contacts. Martinez's rifle tracked movement. 3 hunters, range 40 meters. Tarek's HUD painted them. Cultivator autonomous units. Part machine, part grown. Fast and smart, and very good at killing. Suppressed fire. Short bursts. Watch the spacing. The corridor erupted. Railgun rounds punched through biomass. Hunters died, but not easily, their bodies absorbing damage that would have dropped human troops instantly. One close to melee, Dietrich took it apart with her combat knife, blade punching through what might have been armor or exoskeleton or skin. Clear. They moved deeper. The station's layout matched the original plans partially, but cultivator modifications made navigation guesswork. Tarek relied on directional markers, structural logic, and the kind of tactical intuition that came from years of fighting in places that wanted you dead. The central core was 300 meters in. They covered half that before the station woke up. Alarms, not audio, biological. The walls screamed. Hunters poured from side passages, automated defenses activated, biomechanical turrets that grew from the ceiling and spat projectiles that dissolved armor on impact. Tarek's team fought room by room. Okoro took a hit, chest plate compromised, acid eating through his suit, died choking on melted lungs. Martinez, frag grenade cleared a nest, shrapnel caught him in the throat, bled out in 15 seconds. Dietrich, close quarters, hand to hand with a hunter that adapted faster than she could compensate. It learned her patterns, killed her efficiently. 11 Marines reached the core. The chamber was enormous, cathedral-sized, vaulted ceiling lost in organic darkness, and at the center, suspended in biomechanical cradle, something that might have been the gardener, not the whole entity. A fragment, a node, smaller than Tarek expected, maybe 3 meters of biological machinery networked into the station's systems through pulsing umbilicals. Old. That was the impression. Ancient. Tired. It spoke. Not through sound. Through his implant. Through neurons firing in patterns that bypass language and hit meaning directly. Sergeant Yusuf Tarek, survivor of Tharsis. Endurance profile, exceptional. Psychological damage, severe. Death-seeking behavior, observed. Tarek's rifle stayed trained center mass. You know me. I know all who approach. You are interesting. 17 years seeking death with purpose. This is that death. Or it could be something else. Not interested in deals. Not a deal, a choice. The fragment's biomass pulsed. Detonate your charges. Destroy this node. Set my experiment back centuries. Humanity gains temporary advantage. Or hear what I offer. A chance for your species to survive what's coming. Tarek's hand moved to the detonator. What's coming? The accelerationists will not be stopped by destroying me. Their extinction protocol continues, but humanity could survive it. Controlled integration, guided evolution. I have studied your species for decades. I know what you could become. The accelerationists see livestock. I see potential. Potential slaves, potential partners, but only if you choose it, freely, without coercion. The fragment's tone shifted. If an alien intelligence speaking directly into brain chemistry could have tone. I am old, Sergeant. I have conducted this experiment on 14 species. None survive pure. But those who adapted, who chose integration, they endure. Changed, yes, but alive. Tarek looked at his team. 10 faces behind visors. 10 Marines waiting for his call. We came here to kill you. I know. It is why I respect the choice you make. Kill me now. Humanity fights alone and likely dies. Or hear my full offer. Understand what I can give your species. Then decide. The detonator was in Tarek's hand. One press, mission complete. 15 lives, 14 now, for the gardener's coordination network shattered. Or he could listen. Transmit whatever offer this thing made to Gray. Give humanity one more option beyond extinction or slavery. The math had changed. Tarek opened his comm. Fleet channel, encrypted. This is Recon Echo Actual. Requesting priority transmission to Captain Gray. Intelligence value critical. Gray's voice came through after 5 seconds. Tarek, sit rep. We've reached the core. I need to transmit something. You're not going to like it. Transmit. Tarek synced his implant recording. Let Gray hear the gardener's words. Let him carry the weight of what it meant. The transmission took 40 seconds. Gray didn't interrupt. When it finished. Your assessment, Sergeant? Tarek looked at the fragment. at the alien intelligence that had orchestrated atrocities and now offered partnership, at the impossible choice between extinction and transformation. I think, he armed the charges, I think humanity needs to make this choice without a gun to its head, and that means you don't get to use us as leverage. The gardener's presence shifted. You choose autonomy over survival. I choose for my people to choose. You don't get to threaten us into evolution. Tarek's fingers moved across the detonator interface, setting timers, confirming yields. Gray, message transmitted. Intel is yours. Use it however you need. Tarek, charge is armed. Detonation in 90 seconds. Echo team, evac now. That's an order. His Marines didn't move. Sarge, Okoro said. No, Okoro was dead. Reynolds. 90 seconds isn't enough time to reach minimum safe distance. It's enough for you. Tarek pulled the manual override, keyed it to his biometrics. I'm staying to make sure these charges blow. Someone has to. Bullshit. Reynolds moved closer. We came here to die together. Doesn't work if you're playing hero. This isn't heroics, it's math. Tarek met their eyes. Detonator needs biological confirmation every 30 seconds. Someone stays, everyone else might make it. Now move. 60 seconds. They hesitated. Warriors trained to stand together, now ordered to run. Go! They went. Tarek watched them disappear through the access corridor, suited figures moving fast toward extraction that might still kill them, but at least gave them a chance. 50 seconds. The gardener spoke again. You could have lived. I would have transported you, shown you what humanity could become. I've seen enough transformations. I'll take extinction before I lose what makes us us. Noble, futile, ultimately irrelevant. The fragment pulsed. But I respect the conviction. 17 years seeking death. You found it with purpose. Tarek thought about Tharsis, about the names he carried, about Sing saying, throwing your life away instead of giving it, about wanting, for the first time in 17 years, to live. Too late now. 30 seconds. He confirmed the detonation sequence, pressed his palm to the biometric lock. 20 seconds. Thought about his team, about Singh and Reeves and Gray, about humanity fighting with one less option, but still fighting free. 10 seconds. The charge is primed. Nuclear yield sufficient to vaporize the core and everything connected to it. The gardener, the station, Tarek. 3 seconds. He smiled. The detonator screen went white. Chapter 19. The Garden Burns. Gray watched the scar die from 14,000 kilometers out. Nuclear detonation. Clean. Efficient. The station collapsed into plasma and debris. The gardener's intelligence node vaporized before it could transmit evacuation protocols to the rest of its distributed network. Tarek's message had arrived 6 minutes before the blast. Tactical intelligence, strategic assessment, and the gardener's offer of guided evolution, wrapped in encrypted burst transmission that Gray had listened to 3 times before accepting what it meant. Humanity could choose transformation, controlled integration, survival through alien partnership, or they could choose extinction on their own terms. Tarek had chosen, transmitted, detonated. Casualty report, Gray said. His voice was flat. Command voice. The one that didn't shake when he ordered people to die. Recon Echo reports 9 KIA in the assault. Voss pulled up the roster. Sergeant Tarek's biometrics flatlined at detonation. Medical extraction recovered his team minus Tarek at the edge of the blast radius. They made it. He didn't. Gray looked at Tarek's name on the casualty list. 17 years of service. Ended in a nuclear fireball because Gray had sent him there. Another name. Another decision that had seemed necessary at the time. Confirmed? Gray asked. Biometric failure. No recovery possible from ground zero. Voss paused. He got his team out first, stayed to ensure detonation. Of course he had. Tarek had been seeking death with purpose since before Gray knew him. Finally he found it saving the people he'd trained himself not to care about. Log it. Full honors. Gray closed the casualty file, opened the tactical overlay. Fleet status? Voss switched displays. Coalition forces assembled at Rally Point Gamma, 73 warships, 28 fleet, 31 CSA, 14 CIM militia. Coordination protocols are functional. Functional meant they weren't shooting each other yet. The coalition Gray had built through massacre and compromise and leaked intelligence that destroyed his reputation held together because the alternative was worse. Today they'd test if it was enough. Gardner fleet disposition? 42 capital ships detected, cruiser mass and larger, concentrated around Graveyard Orbital. Voss highlighted the Titan Lagrange point. Intelligence suggests they're preparing mass nanomachine dispersal. Okonkwo's analysis indicates they could force transformation on every human in the outer colonies within 72 hours of release. Gray studied the formation. Gardner doctrine favored defensive depth, adaptive response, biological resilience over tactical aggression. They'd been testing humanity, applying stress, watching how humans fractured and adapted and survived. The experiment was concluding. They're going to harvest us, Gray said. Not a question. Transform us. According to Tarek's transmission, the Gardener sees it as salvation. Voss pulled up the decoded message. They think forcing evolution is mercy. Gray read Tarek's final intelligence report. The Gardener's arguments were clinically reasonable. Humanity was failing on its current trajectory. Adaptation was necessary for survival. Resistance to change was a death sentence. The logic was sound. The conclusion was enslavement dressed as partnership. Assemble command staff, Gray ordered. We're going in. The briefing room held 20 officers representing 3 factions that hated each other slightly less than they hated extinction. Commander Diana coordinated fleet elements. CSA Commander Reeve, promoted after the false flag operation, handled corporate security forces. CIM Coordinator Torres represented the militia networks. They looked at Gray like he was a war criminal who happened to be useful. They weren't wrong. Tactical overview. Gray activated the holographic display. Graveyard Orbital rotated at the center, the Gardener's staging ground for mass dispersal. Objective: destroy Gardner fleet before nanomachine release. Secondary objective: eliminate orbital infrastructure. Tertiary: survival. Torres leaned forward. Tertiary? Survival is tertiary because achieving primary and secondary objectives requires accepting total fleet losses. Gray highlighted approach vectors. We're outnumbered, outgunned. The Gardener's adaptive defenses counter conventional tactics. Victory requires overwhelming force applied faster than they can respond. That means sacrificing ships to create openings for follow-up strikes. You're describing a meat grinder. Reeves' expression was unreadable. Corporate calculation. Casualty estimates? 80%. Silence. Diana broke it. 80% of ships or personnel? Both. More silence. Gray let them process. Let them understand what he was ordering. Not a battle. A massacre where humans did most of the dying. Alternative? Torres asked. Accept the Gardener's offer. Controlled transformation. Guided evolution. Survival as something that used to be human. Gray met her eyes. Tarek rejected that option. I'm following his assessment. Tarek's dead. Torres didn't look away. Maybe he made the wrong choice. Maybe. Gray pulled up the casualty projections. But it was his choice to make. Now it's ours. We can die free or live changed. I'm choosing free. You're choosing for everyone, Diana said, quiet, dangerous. 80% casualties. You're killing our people to prevent transformation. I'm killing Gardner forces to preserve human autonomy. Our people die because war costs. Gray's voice stayed level, empty. Anyone who wants out, leave now. No judgment. You've earned that right. Nobody moved, not because they agreed, because they understood the math and chose it anyway. Fleet assignments. Gray distributed tactical packages. Fleet heavies form the anvil. Hold center, draw fire, absorb casualties. CSA destroyers are the hammer. Exploit gaps, hit hard, disengage before defensive adaptation. CIM militia provides interdiction, screen flanks, prevent Gardner reinforcement. Simple, brutal. Every element designed to maximize enemy casualties while accepting friendly losses as operational cost. Perfect wartime command. Diana watched him explain how to spend lives like ammunition. Her expression said she barely recognized the officer she'd served with for 8 years. Gray barely recognized himself. Questions? Rules of engagement? Reeve asked. Total warfare. No prisoners. No negotiation. Kill every Gardner vessel until they stop moving, or we do. Gray closed the tactical display. Dismissed. Transit in 90 minutes. They left. Gray stood alone in the briefing room, looking at the projection of Graveyard Orbital and the fleet that would die there. Tarek's final message played in his head. I choose for my people to choose. Gray was making that choice for 73 ships, thousands of crew, humanity's fragile coalition, choosing extinction over transformation because autonomy mattered more than survival. Hoping that was right. Transit was textbook. 73 warships dropping out of FTL in coordinated formation, weapons hot, firing solutions locked before the Gardner fleet could respond to their emergence. It lasted 40 seconds. Then the Gardner adapted. Their defensive screens shifted frequencies. Point defense systems tracked incoming fire with biological precision. Counter-battery railguns punched through fleet armor like it was designed to fail. CSA destroyer profit margin died first. Direct hit to reactor, vaporized. CIM frigate. Liberation took a spread of biological missiles. Hull breached, crew infected, transformed mid-battle into something that used to be human. Fleet cruiser. Determination lasted 3 minutes before accumulated damage critical. Captain ordered evacuation. Escape pods launched into space that offered no sanctuary. Gray watched them die. Ordered follow-up strikes. Repositioned elements to exploit gaps the casualties created. Made every brutal call with cold precision. This was what perfect command looked like. What war required. It horrified him. Fleet casualties at 40%, Voss reported. CSA at 36, CIM at 51. 20 minutes into the battle, half the militia gone. Fleet bleeding, CSA holding, but not forever. And they destroyed 9 Gardner vessels. The math didn't work. All ships, focus fire on orbital sector 7, Gray ordered. Hammer and anvil, punch through to the dispersal arrays. The fleet reformed. CSA destroyers drove deep. Fleet heavies provided covering fire. CIM militia screened flanks despite catastrophic losses. They reached the dispersal arrays, detonated half of them before Gardner forces collapsed the corridor and cut the CSA strike force off from support. Gray watched 8 destroyers die in 6 minutes, ordered fleet elements forward. Sacrificed cruiser Indomitable to create a firing solution that let CIM frigates destroy 3 more Gardner capitals. Casualties climbed 60%, 65, 70, still fighting, still dying. Gray's hands moved across tactical controls, repositioning ships, ordering strikes, calculating angles of attack that maximized damage while accepting losses as necessary operational cost. He'd become the perfect wartime commander, efficient, ruthless, making every decision that preserved mission success over human life. Diana watched from her station, said nothing. Her silence was louder than condemnation. 72% casualties. Captain, Voss's voice cut through tactical chatter. Gardner fleet is... They've stopped. Gray looked at the tactical display. Gardner vessels holding position. Weapons powering down. Defensive screens collapsing. Confirmed? All Gardner forces ceasing fire. They're broadcasting, wideband, unencrypted. Gray opened the channel. The voice was synthesized, familiar. The Gardner's distributed intelligence speaking through its fleet network. Cease fire. Hostilities concluded. You have demonstrated adequacy. The coalition fleet held fire, confusion spreading through tactical networks, ships drifting in formation, weapons hot, targets that had stopped being hostile. 17 years of observation, testing stress response, measuring adaptation. Humanity has reawakened its survival instinct. The experiment is complete. What the fuck, Torres transmitted. They're saying we passed. Forcible evolution is no longer necessary. Your species has proven capable of self-directed adaptation. We withdraw. The accelerationists will be managed. Humanity's autonomy is acknowledged. Gray stared at the transmission, at Gardner vessels already beginning withdrawal sequences, at the fleet that had killed thousands of humans to test if they deserved to remain human. The cost was unfortunate, necessary. You understand necessity, Captain Gray. Your decisions demonstrate this. Diana's breath caught. Every officer in CIC was watching Gray. The Gardner continued. The 800 civilians, the tactical sacrifices, the ruthless efficiency. You became what war required. That transformation proves humanity's adaptive potential. We are satisfied. Gray felt his hands clench. The Gardner was congratulating him, praising the massacre, validating every brutal decision as evidence of humanity's worth. They'd won by becoming what they'd fought against. Sir? Voss's voice was steady, professional. Orders? Gray looked at the tactical board, at Gardner vessels withdrawing, at coalition ships holding fire, at the chance to end this without losing the final 30% of his fleet. The Gardner was offering peace, withdrawal, acknowledgement of human autonomy. All Gray had to do was accept it, accept that 800 civilians died to prove humanity could be ruthless enough to survive, accept that his transformation into something he hated was the test they needed to pass, accept victory bought with the deaths of thousands and the corruption of everything he'd believed about command. Or he could keep fighting, complete the genocide, kill every Gardner vessel and prove that human autonomy meant more than alien approval. Lose the rest of his fleet doing it, die proving a point to an enemy that was already leaving. Captain? Diana's voice, quiet. What are your orders? Gray's hand moved toward the tactical controls. The firing solution was already loaded. Every remaining ship positioned to exploit Gardner withdrawal as targeting opportunity. One command, total warfare, no survivors, or stand down. Let them leave, accept the victory they were offering, accept what he'd become to earn it. Gray pressed the key. The transmission went fleet-wide. Every ship, every faction, every survivor who'd followed him into this meat grinder. His voice was steady. The order was final. What he said, time froze. Gray was already moving. Manual override, captain's authority. Last resort protocol when command structure broke down and only direct action mattered. His hand slapped the emergency console. The Valiant's main airlock cycled. Gray was through it before alarms could register the breach. Mag boots engaging on the hull, the void beyond vacuum welded to silence. Ahead, Gardner command vessel, 200 meters. Withdrawing. Gray jumped. Human body. Alien vacuum. The gap was impossible. He was already falling. Chapter 20, The Harvest. Singh's clinic occupied what used to be a school in New Mumbai's reconstruction zone, the walls still bearing scorch marks from orbital bombardment that the provisional government couldn't afford to repair. 6 months since the war ended, or paused, or transformed into something without a name, and the triage hadn't stopped. Just shifted from physical trauma to the kind that didn't show on scans. Her first patient arrived at 600. Former fleet corpsman, 24 years old, couldn't sleep without hearing the screaming from the med bay on the Indomitable when it took the hit that killed 300. Singh prescribed sedatives she knew wouldn't work and cognitive therapy he wouldn't attend, and listened to him explain how his hands still shook when he touched medical equipment. Second patient, CIM militia, survivor of the graveyard orbital assault, couldn't stop checking corners for Gardner autonomous units that weren't there anymore. Paranoia, hypervigilance, the body remembering threats the mind knew were gone. Third patient, civilian from Arcturus Prime, 8 years old, nightmares about the false flag massacre that had killed her parents. Singh had no prescription for that, nothing that fixed losing family to friendly fire. Fourth, fifth, sixth. The line stretched down the block. Soldiers who couldn't come home, civilians who didn't recognize their world. The war had ended, but the casualties kept arriving. New Mumbai was rebuilding, slowly. The orbital strikes had carved canyons through the city center, whole districts reduced to rubble that crews cleared one block at a time, with equipment CSA contractors provided at rates that kept colonies perpetually indebted. 3.8 billion dead across human space. The Gardner fleet was gone, withdrawn, dormant, watching from wherever alien intelligences waited. Nobody knew. Nobody asked too loudly. Singh's hands moved through familiar routines, checking vitals, updating files, prescribing medications that treated symptoms while root causes festered untreated. She'd chosen to stay, chosen the crew over her family. Jai hadn't responded to any message since. Her parents were alive on New Mumbai, but lived 3 kilometers away and might as well have been in another galaxy. Choices had costs. Singh was learning to carry them. "Dr. Singh," her assistant appeared in the doorway. "You have a visitor? Says it's urgent." Singh didn't look up from her datapad. "Tell them to take a number. We're booked through next month." It's from the detention authority." Singh's hand stopped. She looked up. The visitor wasn't what she expected. Commander Diana, no longer commander, rank stripped during the restructuring, stood in civilian clothes that didn't quite fit her frame. 6 months had aged her a decade. Face thinner, eyes harder. The officer who'd served with Gray for 8 years was gone, replaced by whatever came after watching your captain make choices that broke fleets and souls. "Lena," Singh's voice was careful. "What are you doing here?" "Delivering a message." Diana's expression was unreadable. "From Gray." Singh hadn't heard his name spoken aloud in 6 months. The coalition tribunal had made their ruling. Details classified, verdict ambiguous, sentence unclear. Gray had disappeared into whatever administrative limbo the powers that survived the war had designated for officers who'd saved humanity through methods nobody wanted to examine too closely. "What does he want?" "To show you something." Diana pulled out a datapad. "Medical file. Thought you should see it before anyone else does." Singh took the device. Opened the file. Patient designation, Kira 47. Status, stabilized. The girl from the Valiant. The one Singh had treated, whose nanomachine infection she'd tried to cure, whose transformation she'd watched accelerate beyond human parameters. Singh had logged her as terminal, expected casualty reports weeks later. But the file showed continued monitoring, 6 months of data. Treatment protocols Singh hadn't written, cognitive assessments, physical benchmarks, integration stability measurements. Kira was alive, not human, not cultivator. Something in between. "She survived," Singh whispered. "Not just her." Diana pulled up additional files, hundreds of them, thousands. Partial transformations across the fleet, soldiers, civilians, anyone exposed to Gardner nanomachines who didn't complete full integration. The process stabilized. They're different. Enhanced cognition, baseline humanity preserved, living in the gap between what we were and what the Gardner wanted us to become. Singh scrolled through the data, saw patterns, success rates, adaptation profiles. These weren't casualties. They were survivors, changed, yes, but conscious, autonomous, human enough. Where are they? Designated zones, provisional settlements. CSA calls them transition populations and wants to monetize the research. CIM sees them as validation for resistance to forced evolution. Fleet won't officially acknowledge they exist. Diana's voice was flat. Gray wants your medical assessment, wants to know if we save them or damn them. Singh looked at Kira's cognitive scores, enhanced pattern recognition, accelerated learning, physical resilience beyond baseline human parameters. But the psychological profile showed normal affect, human emotional response, identity continuity. Kira knew who she was, just wasn't entirely human anymore. "Where is he?" Singh asked. "Gray. Where are they keeping him?" "Officially? Administrative reassignment pending tribunal review." Diana almost smiled. "Unofficially? They don't know what to do with him. War criminal, War hero. The man who killed 800 civilians and saved 3.8 billion. So he's in between, like everyone else. Singh closed the file. Take me to him. The facility was unlabeled. Looked like Research Institute, Military Academy, or medium security detention, depending on how you squinted. Singh's credentials cleared security without explanation. Diana led her through corridors that felt deliberately anonymous. No unit insignias, no jurisdictional markers, nothing indicating who ran this place or what authority they claimed. Gray was in a room that wasn't quite a cell and wasn't quite an office. Window overlooking New Mumbai's reconstruction, desk with terminal access, door that locked from outside. He looked smaller than Singh remembered. 6 months of whatever this was had hollowed him out. Still carried himself like an officer, but the certainty was gone, replaced by something that might have been doubt or exhaustion, or just the accumulated weight of choices that couldn't be unmade. Amara, his voice was steady. Thanks for coming. Singh didn't sit. Lena showed me the files. Kira, the others. 4,217 confirmed cases. Partial transformation. Stable integration. They're calling it adaptive evolution. Gray pulled up a holographic display. CSA wants to study them. CIM wants to isolate them. Fleet pretends they don't exist. Nobody's asking what they want. What do they want? To live, to choose, to not be experiments for people who see them as resources or threats. Gray met her eyes. Same as everyone else. Singh looked at the data. At lives caught between categories humanity needed to understand survival. You're asking if we save them. I'm asking if I damn them. If choosing to fight instead of accept the gardener's offer doomed these people to existence as something humanity won't accept and aliens won't acknowledge. You want absolution. I want assessment. Medical, ethical, whatever expertise you can give that helps me understand if this— Gray gestured at the files, at the thousands of partially transformed humans— was worth it. Singh pulled up Kira's latest cognitive evaluation. Saw a girl who'd been dying 6 months ago, now living with capabilities human evolution hadn't provided, but consciousness human enough to recognize as familiar. I don't know. Ask them in 100 years. I don't have 100 years. Neither do they. But they have now. That's more than the 3.8 billion got. Singh closed the file. You made a choice. People lived. People died. The ratio is better than extinction. Whether it's better than transformation— She paused. I don't think anyone gets to answer that except them. Gray nodded. Didn't look reassured. Singh didn't blame him. There was no reassurance for choices measured in billions. Tribunal's verdict comes down next week, Gray said. They'll decide if I'm war criminal or strategic asset. If these partial transformations are evidence of success or failure. If humanity's survival counts when it costs this much. What do you think? I think I became what I had to become. I think the gardener was right about that. War required transformation, and I transformed. I think 800 civilians died for political leverage, and 3.8 billion died for survival, and the difference matters less than it should. Gray's hands were steady. I think I'd do it again if I had to, and that terrifies me. Singh had no response. Just watched a man who'd made impossible choices live with their weight. Her comm chimed. Priority alert, planet-wide. Gray's terminal lit up simultaneously. Diana burst through the door. Sir, we have— The alert resolved into tactical overlay. Long-range sensors, mass detection at system edge. 47 vessels, unknown configuration, energy signatures that match nothing in human databases. Not gardener, not accelerationist, not pragmatist. Something else, something new. Broadcasting on all frequencies. The message was simple. Humans. Your experiment with the Gardner Collective is noted. Our observation period has concluded. Compliance delegation arrives in 48 hours. Prepare for integration assessment. Singh felt the room tilt. 6 months rebuilding. 6 months treating casualties. 6 months thinking the war was over? It wasn't. It had just been intermission. Captain? Diana's voice was steady, professional, falling back into protocols that maybe still meant something. Orders? Gray was already standing, already moving toward the terminal, already calculating angles and options in the math of survival against an enemy humanity had never seen. Singh watched him transform, saw the doubt vanish, saw the officer re-emerge, saw humanity's exhausted, fractured, traumatized survivors about to face something worse than what they'd barely survived. 47 vessels dropped out of FTL at Neptune orbit, headed toward Earth.